what's been a slightly overcast Chelmsford this morning ahead of day 3 of the County Championship match between Essex and Hampshire. We have had a bit of rain overnight. There is some signs of dampness around the ground, but you wouldn't know it looking at the outfield. And now the blue sky is starting to try and peek through. It's Victoria Polly of BBC Essex with you, alongside Kevin James of BBC Solent, to see how this one unfolds today. Just waiting for the Essex team to take to the pitch, with Hampshire resuming with the bat on 293 for 4. And Kevin, you've been here for the past couple of days. What are you expecting from today?
Well, it's still a pretty good pitch, and there is a bit of turn out there, probably a little bit more turn as the day went on yesterday, so probably expecting Simon Harmer maybe to be a little bit luckier than he was yesterday, but we saw some really good batting, particularly from Tilak Varma, who resumes on 98 not out this morning. Liam Dawson 79 not out. They've put on 129 unbroken currently for the 5th wicket, and with Hampshire just 3 runs behind, this looks like it's going to be a very, very interesting day, because if Hampshire continue to bat well, then they will get a decent lead, and Essex will need to get amongst the wickets this morning to make sure that they're not too much in deficit when they bat for a second time.
Yeah, we just heard the 5-minute bell, which is rung at 10:58, but the players are down at the side of the pitch, ready to come on. Umpires are coming out as well here, so we'll have commentary to bring you today. If you do want to get in touch with us, you'll be aware from the last couple of days we're in the process of transitioning over with the BBC Essex emails. So if you do want to let us know your comments, we're not ignoring you in the usual ways, but best to email me, victoria.polly, Polley, @bbc.co.uk. And Kevin, if the Hampshire fans want to get in touch?
Yeah, I mean, obviously use your one as the main one, but we've got a new one as well, just to confuse things even more. Hampshire Cricket @bbc.co.uk.
So the umpires, Rob Bailey and James Middlebrook, making their way out to the middle. There's quite a strong breeze around Chelmsford as well. I know it is meant to get warmer later, and in fact it's meant to be, according to the weather forecast, warmer than it was yesterday later on this afternoon, but that breeze is quite strong, so it'll be interesting to see how those conditions contribute as well.
Yeah, actually at times over the first couple of days it's been very breezy indeed, even with the sunshine out, but yeah, I mean, it's blowing right to left, which I guess is the normal direction here. And it hasn't caused too many problems, but it's chilly when you go out there. I mean, I think the players will have felt it from time to time, but we, in our breaks, you wander around the ground, you think, oh, blimey, where's all this breeze come from?
Yeah, it's almost a bit of a relief at times, because we get the sun right on us, don't we, in the middle of the day. But yeah, I can just feel that breeze moving across the front of the commentary box at the moment. Essex players in a huddle to our right. The Hampshire batters out to the crease, as Kevin mentioned. Tilak Varma not out on 98, Liam Dawson alongside him 79. A partnership that Essex will be looking to break early on day 3.
Yes, they batted terrifically well. The odd ball did turn, as I say, from Simon Harmer, and expecting 1 or 2 more to happen today, but Varma especially dealt with him really well. Terrific player, lots of concentration, lots of forward defensives. He was happy just to play the ball back, you know, not being under any pressure to score some runs, and every now and then he'd unleash a lovely drive or a cut shot. He looks a terrific player, he really does. I think Essex will be keen to get him out early.
Well, it will be Simon Harmer to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end to get things underway on day 3. We are going to update the BBC Essex listeners in the news, so that's likely to come just as we get started with the first couple of balls. So I'll update the listeners, and Simon Harmer with the sunglasses on is ready to get us underway. So Hampshire resuming 293 for 4 on day 3. Good spell from Simon Harmer just after lunch yesterday, I saw, when he got an important wicket. In comes Harmer, and that's the first ball of the day, defended back to the bowler by Varma. A dot ball to get us underway. So spread out crowd this morning, a few making the most of what little sun there is in front of us at the Sir Alistair Cook End, formerly the River End, and just to our right in the top of the Tom Pearce stand. It does feel like it will get a bit brighter.
Let's look at the cricket.
As Harmer is in, and that one is into the hands of Pepper behind the stumps as we update BBC Essex listeners.
Victoria Polly is watching for us.
We've had 2 balls of day 3 between Essex and Hampshire, with Hampshire resuming on 293 for 4. And Essex will be looking for quick wickets. Tilak Varma on debut for Hampshire is 98 not out. He's had an unbroken partnership of 129 with Liam Dawson, who's on 79 as the 3rd ball of the day is just defended. So Essex will be looking to get quick wickets and ensure Hampshire don't take a big lead in this one. They trail Essex by 3 runs, 293 for 4 with 3 balls of the day so far.
Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll update you on the hour as well. Web for Essex.
3 dot balls as Harmer is in, again defended by Tilak Varma. Just happy to play that one back to the bowler.
Yeah, we've already seen 1 ball turn quite a bit in this over from Harmer. Not surprising there's a slip and a gully in.
And the Essex spinner is in, and that one's flicked through the offside. They should come back for 2, and that will be 100 for the Hampshire debutant. A round of applause from the Essex crowd. And in the first over of day 3, that's 100 for Tilak Varma.
Yeah, absolutely terrific knock. Glad he's got it so quickly. We thought he might sneak in last night, but just 2 runs short. And he joins a very, very select list of players who scored 100 on their debuts for the county. I'll come to that at the end of the over.
And he's just readjusting, putting the helmet that he's taken off in celebration back on. Hampshire move on to 295 for 4. It was just a square drive through the covers and an easy 2 to come back for the Hampshire pair. Simon Harmer waits patiently with the ball. Tilak Varma ready to face 100 from 239 balls for him. 11 4s, 3 6s as Harmer is in, and he leaves that one outside off stump, end of the over. 295 for 4, in which Tilak Varma brought up his century.
Yes, well, as far as Varma's first-class career is concerned, it's only his 19th first-class game, and it's his 600. So a terrific record there, and this is supplied to me courtesy of Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist. He says no one has ever made a century on debut for Hampshire that was also their first class debut, but 8 other players playing their first games for Hampshire scored hundreds. I won't go through the whole list, but maybe the ones that are more recognisable. And I did mention this to Tilak Varma last night. I said, you're under a bit of pressure because somebody that he knows very well, Ajinkya Rahane, made 119 on his Hampshire debut back in 2019 against Nottinghamshire on the Isle of Wight. Andy Bickle also made 100 on his debut. Colin de Grandhomme, John Crawley, amongst others. So he joins a good list. Right, here's Sam Cook from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, it's nipped back on Liam Dawson. Hit him high on the inside leg. That's a little bit painful. Dawson doesn't normally show any pain. The fact that he's showing a little means there's a little bit of pain there. Good delivery, good first delivery there from Sam Cook. Just watching this again. Oh, that hasn't it back, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, yes. Good delivery first up. Sam Cook with 2 wickets. Was on a hat-trick yesterday. Well, he dismissed Ali Orr and Nick Gubbins. I was walking into that one. Dawson works that up towards mid-on, and it was the man at the non-striker's end, Tilak Varma, coming in at midday, that faced the hat-trick ball. And here he is, still here. So he's only less than an hour away, Victoria, of batting for a whole day.
Yeah, quite.
That's a long time.
And looks to have been a good find.
Yeah, well, yes. Unfortunately, it's only for 4 games. but he's already paid some of that investment in him back, that's for sure. 240 balls he's faced. Liam Dawson's 135th ball here, as maybe an inside edge onto the pad there. Half shout, but again that's nipping back from Sam Cook. Maybe a little bit of fresh moisture with the covers being on the wicket. You mentioned a bit of rain overnight. I was quite surprised actually when I woke up this morning. I'm staying just down the road, and a lot of wet around. Must have been quite heavy showers.
Yeah, it feels like it, especially coming from North Essex, it does feel like it looks like it's been heavier around Chelmsford.
Yeah, heavier than where you are, obviously, I guess. Dawson's on the back foot, works that up to wide mid-on, no run. So how far are you away, what, half hour?
Half an hour, yeah.
An hour. But not much rain where you are.
It was clear it had been raining, but I was surprised when I came up to the commentary box, the steps are very damp, which suggests there was more than we had in North Essex.
Yeah. It's always a depressing sight when you turn up at a cricket ground and it's wet. But no more rain forecast today, I think, if I'm right in remembering when I looked at my weather app. Here's Sam Cook, and Dawson's forward, thick outside edge. It runs down towards third man. They'll pick up 2. And Dawson will move on to 81. 297 for 4 in this partnership, which came together yesterday at the fall of Ben Brown's wicket at just before 3:30 in the afternoon. Continues, and Hampshire are just ahead now, 297 for 4, lead by 1. Cook bowls, Dawson's off the back foot, strokes that into the covers, and there's no run. Good first over from Sam Cook. There's a little bit of turn for Harmer, a little bit of nip for Sam Cook, but no wicket in the first 2 overs. 297 for 4.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, important for Essex to try and get a couple of early wickets, because it did just feel like things got away from them in that final session yesterday. Bright start, a couple of wickets from Sam Cook, the hat-trick ball you mentioned. Harmer getting in the action as well, and then Critchley getting that wicket of Brown. But Dawson and are able to build a partnership in day 2, as Harmer is in. There's a big old sweep and a celebration, and that is it. Innings over for Varma. The umpires are coming together. He's not gone, but the Essex huddle celebrates, and that's a 5th wicket down for Hampshire. A reluctant walk away from the crease for Tilak Varma for 100 from 241 balls.
Yeah, he looks very, very disappointed, and he's just practicing as he walks off his leave. Now, interesting yesterday, because Harmer bowled very full to him, and he was reluctant to drive. Very rarely drive, and there's the 500th wicket for Essex for Simon Harmer. He's been on 499 for a long time in first-class cricket. Just watching the replay on the live picture feed again there, Varma can't believe that he's actually been enticed into the drive. It's not quite there to drive. It's a good catch at first slip, and Varma knows that he's made a bit of a mistake there. All day yesterday he resisted playing that shot, but this morning he's gone for a big booming drive, and that is a really good catch at first slip.
So 500 first-class wickets for Simon Harmer for Essex. How important he's been for them over the years, and an important wicket to start off day 3 for Essex against Hampshire after a great innings from Tilak Varma. Essex getting that wicket that they would have wanted in the first 10 minutes of play this morning.
Yeah, big one, that one, because Varma, as we saw yesterday, likes to bat long and big, and that is a very, very good early wicket. Tom Prest is the new batter for Hampshire, batting a little lower than he's been used to so far this season. Averaging this career-wise 33. Just 22 years of age, playing his 26th first-class game.
Harmer is in, and that one's defended by Press for his first ball. So that 500th first-class wicket for Simon Harmer, being caught by fellow South African Dean Elgar at slip.
Looking after each other there, aren't they?
In comes Harmer to press. Bit more air on that one, and it just drops into the pitch, hits the pad. 297 for 5.
Yeah, that's my word, that is a real setback for Hampshire there. They would have been hoping for Varma to be batting long today, and they get a big lead.
Harmer is in, and that one's defended again by Press, just feeling his way into the innings. Liam Dawson watching on at the other end on 81. The Essex bowler is in, and that one's just clipped into the leg side by Tom Prest. Straight to the fielder. So another dot ball. That's a wicket and 4 dot balls for Simon Harmer in his second over of the day, as he's in to Prest, who again defends that one, and that will mean it is a wicket maiden for Simon Harmer. His 37th over in the innings, 2 for 77. And he brings up his 500th first-class wicket for Essex in that over, that of Tilak Varma, who went for 100 caught at slip by Dean Elgar.
Yeah, it was in an area that he was starting to create problems for the left-hander yesterday. The wicket was starting to turn a little bit more as the day went on, so it was always going to be a problem for Varma just outside off stump. And Harmer didn't need to wait too long to get his reward. So Liam Dawson becomes the main player at the moment. He's on 81, facing the next over from Sam Cook, who comes in and bowls. That keeps a little low. Dawson works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mentioned about Tom Prest. Normally he's been batting around about number 4 in the order, but obviously with Varma batting 4, he's dropped down a little bit. But certainly a better player than number 7, so Hampshire will still be looking to apply a bit of pressure, but they only lead by 1 here. Remember, Hampshire will bat last on a wicket that is increasingly turning, which is something they all expected before the start of play. Dawson gets a short ball, just helps it to fine leg. Short delivery, which Dawson kept down very well indeed. He moves on to 82. Liam Dawson, this is his highest score of the season. Previously it was 72 in the only innings that Hampshire had against Somerset at the Utilita earlier in the season. Can't ask for much more than that. Lovely bit of blue sky above us. I don't think it will last too long though. There's pockets of blue sky, but I think the next passage of cloud is quite a bit, as that's turned away on the onside. But for the moment we'll enjoy a bit of sun. There's not a lot, but there's a bit. Completely different from what we've had, although it was actually overcast day 1, but no threat of rain. It was just lovely and warm and almost muggy. This feels a little chillier. Probably better for the bowlers if you're going to be in the field all day. Sam Cook's into his 23rd over. 298 for 5. Hampshire lead by 2. Here's Cook again. Bowls. Prest just works that down to the vacant third man area. Is it going to run all the way? And it is. That's 4 runs. That gets Prest off the mark. And that's the Hampshire 300 up. It's a little bonus point. Just a little one.
Just what Essex missed out on yesterday.
They did, yes. Only, what, 4 runs short? May become important at the end of the day because it's a little crowded in the lower half of the table. 1 or 2 teams will be nervously looking below them, and 2 of those teams are out there in the middle at the moment as Cook comes in. A good length ball there to Prest, who plays that back to the bowler. Overall, Essex this season, Victoria? I know from a Hampshire point of view, they've been very up and down.
Yeah, I think it's been disappointing by Essex's standards in recent years. There's certainly been challenges as well with the they ended up not getting Shardil Thakur and it being on the back foot in an overseas signing.
Prest is forward, plays it up to mid-off.
And then you had injuries to the likes of Jordan Cox, Dean Elgar joining late, being away on paternity leave, Paul Walter getting injured as well. It does seem like there's been a run of things that have gone against them, but in games, not making enough of the runs and getting those bonus points on the board at times, not being able to take wickets quickly. But then there's been games where they've pulled it around. The Yorkshire game here is a really good example where they looked to be in a losing position. They came back to draw, but then they went to Worcestershire and lost, but then could have very easily gone on and beaten Surrey. So again, it probably a very similar story to like you've said with Hampshire. Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end is bowling to Liam Dawson. That one is back down the pitch to the bowler for a dot ball to start things off.
Yeah, probably a season that both these sides haven't experienced for a while, actually. Normally pretty consistent.
Yeah, and I think that's probably as Harmer is in, and there's a bit of a swing there from Dawson, who misses it. It's through to Pepper with the gloves for Essex behind the stumps for no run. Yeah, I think that's probably where you get the frustration from supporters from, is just that it has been so good in recent years, and Essex have been pushing for titles as Harmer is in, and that one is played with a straight bat by Dawson. He's found a gap in the offside, and a gap that's meant the ball has whistled all the way to the boundary for 4.
That's a really good shot as well. Just a little quicker there from Harmer. Didn't really turn. The ball before, which Dawson tried to drive, really did turn sharply. Again, we're seeing more evidence of a bit more turn in this pitch this morning.
Harmer is in over the wicket, and that one is just turned by Dawson down to fine leg. He found a little gap between short leg and the wicket keeper, and he's hit back-to-back 4s off Simon Harmer, so there might be a bit more turn, but Liam Dawson certainly able to pick out the gaps in the field for Hampshire.
That's a really good shot as well. Probably slightly middle and leg there from Harmer.
Who is in to Dawson, who this time defends. He's moved himself on to 90. Hampshire on to 310 for 5.
Yeah, just watching that replay again. It's a lovely shot from Dawson, though. But yeah, Harmer causing problems this morning.
In comes the Essex spinner, and that one's defended by Dawson. End of the over, 310 for 5. Liam Dawson on 90, Tom Prest on 4. The lead for Hampshire is 14.
So Dawson's added 11 this morning. Varma added just 2 to his overnight total, and Hampshire currently leading by 14. This is a really big innings for both Hampshire and, of course, for Essex, because they won't want to see Hampshire get too far ahead. So this is a really important passage of play this morning, and if Hampshire can get to lunch, it will become just as important this afternoon. How far can Hampshire get in front? Here's Cook into Prest, who's forward, plays that out towards extra cover, where it's fielded by Jordan Cox. So 310 for 5, 96 overs of this Hampshire first inning, 16 overs with the new ball into its 17th over, second new ball that is. And we are playing with a Kookaburra. I think it's 4 rounds, isn't it, this chunk of championship matches. A few more rounds than previously. Here's Cook, bowls, and Prest plays that very late down to third man, and that will run away below us for 4. Quite deliberate there from Prest. Just opened the face of the bat a fraction. Hampshire move on to 314 for 5. Will Essex employ a third man? Not yet. We've seen 2 or 3 balls go down to this area below us already this morning. Essex resisting for the moment, probably feeling that a wicket is more important, keeping in 2 slips. Here's Cook again then. 314 for 5, Hampshire in their first innings. Here's Cook. Bowles. Prest again plays that late. A little squarer though, but it's running in the region once more, and that'll be 2 more to Prest. Takes him into double figures. He is quite a quick scoring player, Tom Prest. You'll find that when he's out there in the middle, the scoreboard will certainly keep ticking along. A player that in this situation Essex also won't want to see around for too long. 3:16 for 5. The Hampshire lead is 20. Had just over 20 minutes of play this morning. Cooking again. Bowles and straighter delivery. Press works that to mid-wicket. The test match is quite an interesting one as well, isn't it?
It's going to be very interesting.
Headingley, yes. England are 31 without loss, having started 21 without loss. They need another 340. Are they really going to get that many, do you think?
You just never know with England, do you?
Of course, it was Headingley, a scene of that amazing chase against Australia, wasn't it, a few years ago? And people are already saying, well, it could be just as good today. Who knows? Forward is Prest. Plays that back to Cook. There were some interesting incidents. Well, one incident of note in the Championship yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, but Mitchell Santner, the Surrey import from New Zealand, was given out LBW, and apparently he wasn't very happy. I don't know if you saw this.
I haven't seen it.
I was just looking at the...
It was Ben Allison though, wasn't it?
Oh, was it Ben Allison? Oh, yes, it was, yes, of course, with a Essex connection, or before this season anyway. It's played up to mid-on by Prest, and that's the end of the over. 3:16 for 5. He was given at LBW and apparently was not happy at all, and let it be known that he wasn't happy. We've seen players, don't we, stick around, you know, and you think, oh, get off, you know, otherwise the umpires aren't going to be happy. Well, apparently he like really did show that he wasn't happy. Apparently he banged his bat because apparently he thought he'd hit it, and as he was walking off, the umpires got together and they awarded Worcestershire 5 runs because of his protest. I don't think I'm sure that's happened, but I don't remember that happening.
No, very unusual, isn't it?
It must have been pretty bad.
Yeah, it's as Simon Harmer's about to start another over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's got Liam Dawson coming forward to try and meet that one, and timing it all wrong. In a level of the game where you don't have reviews and the chance to look at it again, Harmer is in, and that one's defended with bat and ball this time by Dawson. I get it. I don't. Maybe because I have never played this level of the game, and I don't understand how it feels to be out there and to be given out. And no, I'm definitely not out. But you don't see an umpire change their mind, do they? No. You know, it's as Harmer is in, a shuffle down the pitch this time from Dawson, but he'll only pick out mid-wicket and decides to turn back. So another dot ball from this Simon Harmer over. And so then, yeah, what are you going to gain from hanging around other than ending up with being penalised? There's a sweep from Dawson. He picks out deep square leg in the form of Shane Snater, adds a single to the total, 317 for 5. Although we did have in the game at Lords in the T20 Blast last week between Middlesex and Essex, a situation where, I'll explain in a minute, Harmer is in. That one's defended by Tom Prest, where there was Luke Benkenstein was batting, and it looked from our angle that he'd been caught as Harmer is in. Oh, and that one's just come off an inside edge, has it, and popped through at the end of the over. 317 for 5. From our angle, it looked like it had just been up in the air from Luke Benkenstein and caught low down to the ground. But the umpires, as the Middlesex players were celebrating, came together, had a chat and said, actually, no, from my angle, it was grounded. And then we were able to see a replay from the other angle. So I guess in those situations, sometimes if the umpires have some doubt, they'll come together, they'll confer. Yeah. But yeah, you're probably not going to change an umpire's mind on an LBW without a review system by hanging around and just waiting.
I agree. I'm sure the review will come in at some point in county cricket, but not for the moment. I was just reading the report of that game yesterday, and apparently Santner's been charged with 2 separate level 1 offences, so that sounds pretty serious. Here comes Cook again, defensively played by Dawson up to mid-off. Dawson's 91, 317 for 5, Hampshire lead by 21. Yes, I was just looking on the live text feed yesterday during the day, and the way it was reading out, I was thinking, oh my word. Cook's looking for his 3rd wicket here. He's into his 25th over. Back in the Essex side after his England Test match debut against Zimbabwe. That feels a while ago now, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Here comes Cook again and bowls. Dawson gets one that just pops on him a bit, works it up to mid-on, but you saw the puff of dust there on the pitch, which clearly is drying out. Dawson's gone up to where he thinks the ball is pitched, and he's just having a little tap. But we're seeing this a little more and more now as we get through the game. Just nick back a fraction on Dawson as well. So this pitch is wearing, which is fine. Pitches are allowed to wear as we go through the 3rd and 4th days, and Dawson cuts that away on the offside. But well, actually I thought there was somebody deep, but he's too fine for that, and that's a beautifully timed shot by Dawson off the back foot. Plays that just in front of square through the offside, and he moves on to 95.
Yeah, nice shot, having seen the way in which that ball moved from the previous delivery.
So Hampshire move on to 317 for 5, no, 321 for 5. A lead of 25 now for the visitors. Cook in again, runs towards us, short, and Dawson again pulls that away and pulls it fine, and that's going for 4. Dawson moves on to 99 now, 325 for 5. Dawson closing on a century, be the 2nd century for Hampshire if he makes it. Let's hope he doesn't go the same way as Varma and gets out straight away. That's from the Hampshire point of view, of course. Our bias is that, Victoria. Essex won't mind if he does. Ball makes its way back. May just get a little damp travelling over this outfield after the overnight rain. So Dawson's 99 from 154. Hampshire having started the day 3 behind, 29 in front for the loss of Varma. There is a slip and a gully in now, and a man on the drive. Oh, he's almost cut onto his stumps, Dawson. Looking for that shot again, square on the offside. The ball just, in the end, harmlessly bounces away, but it's one of those as a batter. You get an inside edge like that, and you just worry for a fraction of a moment that it's cannon back into your stumps. Dawson hits that into the ground. Looks like it just came off the arm, which might just have deflected the ball away from the stumps. Last ball of the over, coming up. Will Dawson reach 3 figures off this? Cook in, walks into that shot, and he turns that away. He will! Well, you can hear 1 or 2 Hampshire supporters in the crowd, which is nice. And that is the 100 for Dawson. The players are below us as well. You'll probably hear some cheers from them, probably the loudest ones of the lot. And that's Dawson with 3 figures, 101. 156 deliveries, and that is his 18th first-class 100.
Yeah, he's had to face a couple of balls that have been turning and moving out there from Harmer and Cook, even that delivery just before he's hit the century there. But there's been some lovely shots mixed in with that, and from a Hampshire point of view, to have 2 Centurions in the side, that's only going to help when you're looking to build a lead, and that's something Essex will be looking back and wishing that they could have had maybe Matt Critchley go on to get that century alongside Charlie Allison and just help towards their total. 327 for 5. Simon Harmer to continue from the Alistair Cook end to wickets. The 86 runs from his overs as he is in, and that's just dribbled really off the pad of Tom Prest. First ball of the over dot.
It's interesting, isn't it? Charlie Allison, yeah, it's Charlie Allison.
Yes.
Yeah, he was out very soon after getting 100 as well.
As Harmer is in, and that one's just turned into the leg side for no run. And that was Simon Harmer who was batting alongside him for some of that, and was victim to the run-outs prior to the Charlie Allison century. As Harmer is in, bit more flight, straight back to the bowler. Simon Harmer quick down to it.
Yes, nobody's got 100 and gone on. You think the way the pitch is going now that actually it will be a little bit more difficult from now on to actually get 100.
Harmer into Prest, who just uses the wrist to turn that one into the offside, fielded by Matt Critchley, and they'll take the single, 328 for 5.
Yeah, Dawson back on strike. Dawson's first 100, we hadn't had to wait too long. His last 100 for Hampshire coming in the home game against Worcestershire in September of last year, where he made 109 in the first innings.
He's on 101, and Harmer is into him. He's coming down the pitch to that, looking confident. He will pick out long on. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, picks the ball up. Single added to the total, 329 for 5.
Yeah, he actually made 300s last year against Warwickshire and also against Lancashire.
He's certainly a very useful person to have around, is Liam Dawson, as Harmer is in, and that one's clipped past short leg. Shane Snater comes in from boundary. Hampshire take another single, so just the 2 from the over, 329 for 5. Prest is on 11 and Dawson is on 102.
So just the one wicket that's fallen this morning. 35 minutes of play, but Harmer is getting the ball to turn. Sam Cook getting the odd one to seam, but it looks like his spell has come to an end. We're going to get Shane Snater by the looks of it.
It is Shane Snater getting ready to bowl from the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah. So Sam Cook this morning, try and work out his figures this morning. Actually wicketless, obviously. I say obviously. That's only obvious if you've been listening and watching since 11 o'clock this morning. So Shane Snater from the Graham Gooch end, and Sam Cook's spell this morning was 4 overs, none for 23. Here's Shane Snater trying his luck now. He's wicketless so far. Right arm medium pacer, cut away by Prest. There's a man down at deep backward of point. Prest will move on to 13, 331 for 5. Hampshire lead by 35. That pocket of blue sky is beginning to disappear, although the sun is out for the moment. 1 or 2 more pockets to come. Might just come over the ground, but generally full cloud cover. Not a threat of rain though. Slip in the gully still in. And Paul Walter is on it in a short mid-wicket. Just waiting for the field to... A bit of tinkering of the field there as Shane Snater was starting to run in. Turns back and now he's coming in once more. Bowles. Dawson is forward. Goes up towards mid-on. Snater then 0 for 65 into his 15th over here. Dean Argyle chatting with Michael Pepper. 2 helmets out there actually. They've had 2 helmets out there for most of yesterday as well. Expecting, I guess, with the new batters there'll be extra reinforcements around on the leg side for Simon Harmer, but there's a reinforcement there on the drive, straight on the onside, coming out of gully for Snater. Dawson is forward, plays that immediately to the man that was placed there. And there is no run. Score remains on 331 for 5. Let's have a quick look, see what else is going on in Division 1. We mentioned about the test match. England still haven't lost a wicket this morning, 36 without loss, needing another 335 to beat India. In the game between Durham and Sussex, Durham are 271 for 6. Dawson hoists that away on the leg side. That is a beautiful shot. It'll just about make it. Oh, it's gone for 6. Whoa, I tell a lie, I lost the line of the ball there. It's just gone about 2 or 3 rows back, away to our left. Lovely pick up there from Dawson.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell as he hit it where it ended up. There were 2 fielders after it, never really looking as if they were anywhere near it for a catch, and then the signal came that it had bounced all the way over for 6.
Lovely shot. Just walked into that shot as well. He does that, Liam Dawson. Just walks into a shot from time to time. Snater comes in, length ball, and Dawson quietly plays that back on the onside. So Dawson moves on to 108, 337 for 5. Hampshire lead currently by 41. Durham against Sussex. Durham are 271 for 6, replying to the Sussex all-out total of 361. So Durham have lost a wicket this morning. In fact, it's the overnight not-out batter Graham Clark is Snater again. Dawson's off the back foot, hits it wide of mid-off. They may look for 2. Presto's running to the danger end, happy to accept. Dawson moves on to 110, 339 for 5. Graham Clark was 46 not out overnight. He fell for 51. And there's another one, just reached his half century and out straight away. I always think batters are their most vulnerable sometimes, aren't they? Just reached a milestone, 50 or 100, and sometimes you see a lot of scores in that region and the batters are out straight away. It's almost as if they, I've reached that milestone. Yeah, it's the
relief of it, and then maybe the concentration of being so focused on getting to that total. Of course, we saw Harry Brook out on 99, didn't we, for England a couple of days ago.
Apparently that was some innings, wasn't it, really? I haven't seen the highlights, but...
Simon Harmer to continue to bowl for Essex from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He is in to press, who turns that one into the leg side for a dot ball to start the over, which I feel like we've seen quite a lot from Simon Harmer this morning. Into his 41st over of this Hampshire innings, as always, getting through his overs very quickly. He's in again to press, who drives that one back past the bowler. Tom Wesley will come round from long on to field it as the Hampshire pair come through for a single. 340 for 5. That was wishful thinking there, wasn't it? Harmer over the wicket, and that one's left alone by Liam Dawson. Just moves the bat out of the way.
It's a lovely leave, isn't it? Bat high above his head, just making sure.
Harmer in as the sun tries to make another appearance. That one's just gently played into the offside for a single. 341 for 5. Dawson on to 111. There's quite a lot of activity around the boundary rope from the Hampshire.
Yeah, they've done a few laps over the last...
They're getting their steps in, aren't they?
Yeah, over the last 2 and a bit days.
Harmer in on the back foot is Tom Prest. Plays that one, and there's a good stop on the boundary edge. Shane Snater out there, fumbles it at the first attempt, manages to scramble it to keep it inside the rope. And a round of applause, appreciation for that fielding there from the Essex man. Hampshire 343 for 5.
Yeah, even Simon Harmer applauded that. That's a great bit of fielding out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what we've come to expect from Shane Snater, agile in the field, often patrolling those boundaries and putting in the slides, covering a lot of ground as Harmer is in, and that one's defended on the back foot by Prest. End of Harmer's over. 2 for 93 from his figures from 41, and Hampshire are 343 for 5 from 102 overs.
So
the lead of 47.
Yes. Yes, it's a good lead, but it needs to be quite a bit more, because just to repeat, Hampshire will be batting last here. And I'm sure by then, assuming they do bat last in this game for whatever reason, by then this wicket will have dried out a little more and probably offering a bit more to Simon Harmer. Maybe a little bit more up and down, so certainly don't want to be, one assumes at this moment in time, chasing too many. Slater it will be to continue from the Graham Gooch end, who was one of quite a few old Essex players here on the first day, wasn't it? I don't know if you were here, Victoria, you might not have been, but...
I wasn't on the first day, I was here yesterday.
Did you pop in yesterday?
I did pop in yesterday, yes. I spent time with our colleagues next door watching on.
There's quite a few of the old Essex players, the well-known ones, were here. Here's Snater, bowling to Dawson, who's forward, plays that back to the bowler. So we've got just the one slip now, and we've still got those two on the drive on the leg side for Liam Dawson. Just go through one or two others. I mentioned the Durham-Sussex game. Durham 271 for 6, trail Sussex by 90 on the first innings. The game between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire are 172 for 3. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. They trail Notts by 315. Dawson plays that out into the covers, and there is no run. Finley Bean, who was 86 not out overnight, is on the verge of 100. He's 98 not out. Yorkshire, as I say, trail by 314. There's a bit of a tester for Yorkshire today. In the game between Warwickshire and Somerset, Warwickshire have lost a wicket. They're 178 for 2. Snater bowls. Dawson off the back foot just punches that out to the covers. So Warwickshire 178 for 2, trail Somerset by 320 on the first innings, and it's Latham, Tom Latham, the New Zealander, who's the wicket that's out this morning. In fact, he didn't add to his overnight total of 65. Alex Davis is 78 not out there. And Worcestershire against Surrey. Worcestershire are batting for a second time. Forward is Dawson, goes out into the covers. Worcestershire 105 for 4 in their second innings. They actually haven't lost a wicket this morning. They lead Surrey by 28. And Adam Hose is 37 not out there. And Ben Allison, because he got 5 wickets, I think, in the first innings.
He got
he?
5 for, yeah.
He did. When did he move? In the winter?
Yeah, it was, yes, he announced he was leaving last summer.
22 not out, he is there. Forward is Dawson. It's gone back into the hands of Snater. Was he a big loss, or was he as, I mean, do you know the reasons why he went?
I think at the time it looked difficult for him to break into the championship side regularly. I think you could now argue, looking at it, with the call-ups for Sam Cook for England, and now this, which hopefully isn't a too serious injury for Jamie Porter. He may well have found himself more in the Essex side than he might have thought.
Dawson works that to Walter at short mid-wicket.
But also sometimes for players who are on the fringes of things for so long, a break and a change is good, isn't it? And he'd had a couple of successful loan periods with Worcestershire, obviously very much like the club and the area, so I had to look at the long-term future of his career, I guess, as well. But it's good to see that he's doing well, because he's very well liked here at Essex, and is a local lad who's done well coming through the Essex Academy and all the age group stuff as well. So I think that's a positive from that side of things for the club. But I think you can look at things and see that there've been a bowler light with his departure, Aaron Beard retiring, those players that were able to come in, the likes of Noah Thane and Mackenzie Jones, were that bit younger, that bit more inexperienced, so may take a bit more time to bed in as Harmer begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. There's a good stop from Paul Walter, who's fielding in close to prevent the single. 3 for 5. Harmer is in, and that one is swept into the offside. Real hammer blow there from Tom Press to find the boundary for 4. He moves on to 20, and Hampshire move on to 347 for 5.
Real slap that one with the bottom hand. Really good shot though. 343 for 5. Is that your phone?
No, it's not my phone, but I realised I haven't put the scoreboard on, and I was...
Oh, I think there needs to be a switch. Oh, is it on? Yeah,
no,
I think
it's
you've
on.
done it. Oh, you've
I've done it. There we go. I'll be able to see more of the figures, as that's just a delicate dab down to 3rd, and there will be a fielder who gets round to it as they come back for 2. Good running and good fielding in equal parts. 349 for 5. No, I wasn't here on Sunday. I had my nephew's christening, so
Oh, right.
had a nice family day. But as it turns out, Charlie and Ben Allison's grandma was part of the congregation, so I got introduced to her.
Right.
So it wasn't without its Essex cricket connections, as Harmer is in, and that one's just flicked into the leg side for a dot ball. Everywhere you go, there's always a cricket connection.
Yes. Can't get
Always
away
an
from it.
opportunity to talk about it. Very proud grandma she was too. 349 for 5. Hampshire have a lead of 53 runs as Harmer is in. There's a use of the wrist there by Prest. Finds the boundary in that offside again. That's the second 4 off the bowling of Harmer this over. 353 for 5.
A couple of beautiful drives there from Prest. Have to make sure that you get very close to the pitch of the ball because that ball is turning. He's played those brilliantly.
Harmer's got the ball back as the Hampshire staff continue their laps around the boundary edge. That one's defended into the pitch from the final ball of the over. Score remains 353 for 5. Tom Prest has moved along to 26. Liam Dawson is on 111, and Hampshire have a lead of 57.
Christopher Kimber has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It's actually Chris and Annie. They're still in Rhodes. They always seem to be there actually when they've emailed in the past. Super Dorse. They said, what a player he's been for our county. We're so lucky to have him. Incidentally, his last ton against Worcester in September coincided with us being on holiday. They're always on holiday. They always email. I think they only ever email when they're on holiday. Do you remember the happy hour? This was their email last year when he got 100 in Worcester. I presume he's talking about the cocktail. It says sex on the beach for €2. Obviously talking about the cocktail. If Hampshire fund us, we'll take the hit and go away more often. Clearly when they're away. Hampshire do well, Dorse does well. Who knows? Might be worth putting in an application. Change of bowler and a change of pace as well at the far end, because we're going to get some leg spin of Matt Critchley, who has also taken just the 1 wicket so far in the Hampshire innings. That was of Ben Brown.
Last, yeah, I was going to say last wicket to fall yesterday, but that's obvious because we had Harmer take that wicket in the opening 10 minutes this morning.
Here he is then, Critchley, short, cut away by Dawson, backward at point. There is a fielder, Snater, out there at point. Is he going to reach the ball? Just waiting, I can't see it. No, the umpire's signalling for. Snater made a great effort there.
He's tumbled away under the stand where we can't see.
Yeah. Two Hampshire men walking around the ground were just by Snater there as well. One of those is Keith Barker, who's back from suspension next month. Lovely cut shot there. Snater did his best, but yeah, it was just touching the rope as he simultaneously touched the ball. Critchley bowls full of this one. Dawson's forward.
He's got Luke Benkenstein out there with him as well, so changing the field for Essex at the moment.
Oh, is it Luke Benkenstein at this?
Oh no, sorry, Shane Snater came round, but Luke Benkenstein is on.
Ah, right.
So he was down there with him.
Ah, got you. As Dawson's off the back foot, eases that into the gap in the covers, moves on to 116, 358 for 5. He's had a pretty good T20 campaign, isn't he, Benkenstein?
Yeah, he's individually, yeah, he's hit some important runs, but unfortunately for Essex, it's all been part of a losing cause so far.
Yeah, been struggling to get going in that competition, haven't they, Essex? Hampshire started well and have going backwards a little bit. That's played off the front foot behind square on the offside. 2 to Prest. Runs coming a little easier here at the moment. As I say, when Prest is out there, usually the scoreboard ticks along nicely. He's 28 from 34, 360 for 5. Hampshire's lead now is 64 as the sun comes out a little stronger. Shadows out there now. Still a little breezy. Prest is forward. Goes out towards extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, I think the break from the T20, the consensus on Friday night was that it'd come at the right time because of the form in that competition.
Attempted sweet shot there from Prest. I think it's come off Pepper. What is there going to be signalled? Yeah, buys, yeah. Ball just deflecting out on the offside off Pepper's body. Yes, the T20 is it's a great competition when things are going well, isn't it? But when things are not quite going your way, it's a horrible competition. I found this year's competition particularly brutal for the bowlers. I don't know what you've been seeing,
yeah.
but bowling wise now, and the batters just seem to have so much in their in their favour.
That's something we spoke about on Friday, is that you talk about momentum and there's always a chance to quickly try and turn things around, but when things really aren't going your way in the T20 and confidence is low, it's when games are coming so quickly, it's hard to shake yourselves out of it.
Yeah, it is. Yes, little moments take the game away from you, and always seems to be the case when you're not winning.
Harmer begins a new over for Essex. Bit of turn on that one. Who's into Prest, who watches it behind him into the gloves of Pepper.
It's a great delivery, isn't it? The ball just seems to hang in the air when Harmer bowls at times, and the batter's pushing forward and never quite sure. It's a great delivery.
Harmer gives that one a bit more flight, comes off the bottom edge of the bat into the leg side for no run. Oh, the wind is taking the window into my head.
It was a little breezy there, wasn't it? Interesting, Harmer's coming round the wicket.
Yeah. Change of angle then from Simon Harmer into Prest, and there was a half appeal there from the bowler as it just popped up in front of Prest.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? With obviously for the LBW now, that ball's got to pitch on and straighten, which I'm sure it will do on a few occasions.
Harmer continues around the wicket, and this one is driven into the offside for just a single for Prest. These two building a nice partnership together for Hampshire. 362 for 5. He moves on to 29.
Yeah, 65 these two are put on. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Harmer into Dawson, who comes forward, gets low to meet that one. Another dot ball. Just a single of that previous delivery so far from this Simon Harmer over. Harmer in, quicker ball, defended by Dawson, and that's the end of the over. 362 for 5. And the lead, well, it's just continuing to steadily add to it, our Hampshire. 66 runs now. Essex can really do with a wicket to break this partnership.
Yeah, wickets have been a little harder to come by for Essex, even though there's some turn out there. 62-run partnership between Middleton and Varma yesterday afternoon. 68 between Brown and Varma also yesterday afternoon. That was for the 4th wicket, and 133 for the 5th wicket. So Essex are being made to work hard here by Hampshire. Matt Critchley to bowl his 2nd over of the morning with his leg spinners. Comes in and bowls. Oh, there's an edge drive there from Tom Prest. Won't go for 4 down towards 3rd man. Will be picked up. Prest moves on to 31. 364 for 5. That lead now up to 68. And we've had not quite an hour's worth of play this morning. Critchley in again. Press drives again, that sort of slap shot that he plays with bottom hand. Plays that shot well, good fielding at short point. That's quite close for a shot like that. Is that Harmer there?
That's Harmer. It looked like it was quite painful on the palm of the
Yes,
hand.
it was. Press drives pleasantly. That's a great stop at extra cover as well. It's good fielding in this over. Out in the cover area, that's Charlie Allison. I tell you what, he looks a good batter.
Yes.
Whew, that 100 of his was class. Attempted sweep shot, gone for well, it was on the pad. Big shout. I wonder if he might have got himself outside off stump. I'll have to have a look at that one again. Score remains on 364. No, not going to quite get a replay yet, as that's pushed out on the offside by Prest. It was a good shout. Dawson's calling for a drink. He's Critchley again and bowls short. Prest cuts it away, and Harmer's in there again. He's in a good position there. He's quite close for anything that's hit with a little bit of venom. Pick that up nice and cleanly. End of the over, 364 for 5.
There's some good field in there in that
Yeah.
over from the Essex lot. Going back to Charlie Allison, I think it's been really good to see him, how he's dropped down the order. He found it difficult opening, as we just see that replay.
He's well outside off stump, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, in the early part of the season, firstly when Dean Elgar was still away, he opened with Paul Walter and he looked good. He just never went on to make the innings. He had that position again when Paul Walter was injured, and we talked about how difficult it is to learn that opening role, because previously he batted number 4, say, and so it's a very different thing to come in right at the very start, face that new ball, face the bowlers, and get yourself in. So he was willing to learn it. It was a chance to play first class cricket, but he did say there was a lot to it. But I think having seen him just drop down that order in the Surrey game and in this game as well, it just seems like he's got a bit more freedom. It's a bit more natural to him. He feels his confidence in that role, and he's picked as one with potential for the future. I think we've definitely seen that over the course of the past couple of games, and I think also it just shows that although the difficulties that we've mentioned for Essex this season, where things haven't gone right, where they've had the injuries, any of those other things that have gone against them, they have put their faith in the youngsters for better or worse. There's been occasions where you think maybe they could have done with a bit more experience here or there, but it would have been very easy at that point where Charlie Allison hadn't necessarily gone on to make the scores when opening, to maybe just take him out of the firing line and change that order around slightly and bring someone else in. But they didn't drop him. They moved him around the order, kept their faith in him, and he's shown that with the back-to-back centuries that he scored.
Yes, a very good one indeed from young Mr. Allison. Players are taking a drink. It seems to be a prolonged drinks break, that one. I don't think we need to worry about over rate. 16 overs in that first hour, so I don't think Essex need to worry about quick drink, lads. Let's get back into position and get going. Everybody seems pretty relaxed out there at the moment. It's been a fairly long drinks break.
Oh, just that breeze picking up again.
Yes.
You might be able to hear in the background. Yes, it's getting through the overs at the moment because we've got leg spin of Matt Critchley on at one end and the off spin of Simon Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and it is the South African to continue. Flights the ball in to Dawson, who defends it, and it's been Tom Prest who's really accelerated his scoring in the recent overs. Liam Dawson, having made his century, is now on 116. He's going to add to that one with a single as he clips that ball into the leg side. 365 for 5. We'll start complaining about the sun in a minute, won't we? Because that's now reflecting off our scoreboard as Harmer is in, and that one's just guided into the offside to the hands of Charlie Allison for no run. Easy to pick out because he's still got the pads on under the trousers from his short leg fielding. Harmer is in, that ball kept low and it's just dabbed down to third. There is a man out there, so they will only come back for two. There's almost a collision in the middle of the wicket as they came back for that second run, 367 for 5.
Yeah, nicely played by Prest there, just held the bat there. Just went for placement, no power in it.
He moves on to 33. Harmer is in, there's one slip in, that one's turned into the leg side. Dean Elgar picks up at mid-wicket for no run.
Quicker ball, Simon Harmer.
3 from the over so far. We do get a bit more blue sky now. Harmer is in, quicker delivery, left outside the off stump, final ball of the over, 369 for 5.
Christopher Kimber's back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I know Victoria's got her one, she'll give you that in a moment, but he says that we're actually back from holiday on Friday. That's Chris and Annie, and he says hope to make day 4 of the Worcestershire game next week. Wow. Well, I suppose a few more games at the Utilita have been going to day 4 recently, but yeah, you can't guarantee any play on day 4 these days.
You never know, do you? You know. Yeah, if you want to get in touch from an Essex point of view, you can do so through my email, victoria.polly. Polly is Polley @bbc.co.uk. We're not ignoring you in the usual ways, but we're in a transition period, which is often a favoured term of sports clubs, isn't it, with our emails? So do bear with us.
Here's Matt Critchley. Forward is Dawson. And there's no run. Into his 16th over is Matt Critchley. 1 for 60. Dawson 117 not out. Having started the day 79 not out. Dawson again is forward. Just that one wicket this morning, early on after 10 minutes of play. Tilak Varma, who just reached his 100, debut 100 for Hampshire, was caught in the slips driving at Simon Harmer. There was some rough on or just outside his off stump, as that's just played quietly behind square on the offside by Dawson. He negotiated it very well yesterday, but a shot that he was almost resisting against Harmer yesterday. He went for the drive and got an edge as Dawson pushes it away on the offside, no run. So that was 297 for 5. Here we are now at 367 for 5. Critchley in, bowls. Dawson just lets that one go outside the off stump. I think initially he was looking to play it. Looking to play it forcefully, just withdrew the bat at the very last moment. Dawson just taking his time. I think Michael Pepper's got something in his eye. As we were saying, a bit blowy again today. Not surprising, the odd bit of something is blowing around. That's turned and bounced, that's a good leave from Dawson. End of the over, good end to Critchley's over. 367 for 5. It's a round of applause there from the crowd as well.
Maiden over.
Oh yes, there we go. Lead by 71. At least the crowd are on it. I missed that. Victoria's on it.
That's why I turned the scoreboard on, so I can see, you hear a round of applause, you think, oh, what have I missed? A partnership, some kind of milestone. So now I've turned that on, I can see better.
Yeah, I think that camera there needs to be just pushed up a bit, doesn't it? It seems to have dropped the screen that we can see up in the top corner. It's showing the scoreboard, which helps, but somebody needs to just push the lens up a fraction.
Probably the wind has just turned everything down. Simon Harmer is in conversation with the Essex captain Tom Wesley. Some kind of tactics perhaps as Essex search for their 6th wicket and just try and halt this Hampshire lead, which is extended to 71 runs. Remember, they started off this morning trailing by 3. And they're Just doing a bit of shuffling about in the field. Charlie Allison's coming into the leg side. A helmet is coming back on for him, I presume, as he has still got those pads on. So yeah, Charlie Allison's going to go in close. So we're just waiting for that helmet to come out as Wesley returns to his long on position. Pressed waits. Harmer's going to come around the wicket on the back foot. It's defended by Prest. Dot ball to start off with.
Yeah, 3 men close in now for Prest. Short leg slip. And the first slip as well.
Harmer is in, and that one's turned into the leg side. Second dot ball of the over, remains 367 for 5. Trio of Hampshire bods watching on as that one just pops up, and that's going to trickle away to the boundary for 4 byes. That just took everyone by surprise.
It did, didn't it? It's just gone on with the arm. Gone past the outside edge, past the clutches of Pepper. Yeah, I think. Oh no, actually, what is it turned?
Harmer is in, and that one's defended into the leg side for no run. 271 for 5.
Just watching it. Oh, I think that might have turned. Actually, gone between bat and pad.
That one's defended by Press. Back to Harmer.
Well, he's still creating problems, Simon Harmer, but I think Hampshire have done well to keep him down to only 2 wickets in nearly 45 overs.
He's in, that one's defended, and it's the end of the over. Essex still searching for that 6th, 371 for 5.
Lead by 75. Yes, it's not every ball, which sometimes makes batting difficult when it's not every ball. I mean, you don't want every ball turning either, because that's difficult enough, but when it's not every ball that's turning, it does make batting a little bit more tricky, using a lot of skill to negate Harmer, but also, of course, looking at the same time to try and push the scoreboard along. You don't want it stuck. So Hampshire have done pretty well there. There's been plenty of potentially wicket-taking balls that Harmer's bowled. Farmer was an expert yesterday. Batters on the whole doing well today as well, despite that 1 wicket that he's taken. So Critchley to continue even from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Dawson. Dawson on the back foot, cuts that away, doesn't really time it. Goes out to Charlie Allison at extra cover. .371 for 5 into the 111th over of this Hampshire first innings. Critchley, Bowles gone for the little scoop sweep, and hasn't quite gone as far as he might have been aiming. It's gone out towards a fairly square fine leg. That's Mackenzie Jones, who we haven't seen yet today. The Scotland man making his debut, his first class debut as well. 371 for 5. Dawson is 45. It's Pressed actually, of course. Dawson's 118, standing at the non-striker's end. Good morning so far for Hampshire. Just over an hour and 10 minutes have been played. Just the 1 wicket. Critchley in slightly slower and slapped away again by Pressed out on the offside. Moves on to 34. 373 for 5 are Hampshire. Leading by 77 now. Change the field here for Dawson after that dab sweep. They're now pushing Paul Walter on the 45, saving 1, and the deep fielder in front of square. turns that away into the gap. Just in front of square. 119 he moves on to, 374 for 5 are Hampshire now. Just got plenty of time, Hampshire, don't need to get on with things at all. It's all about this innings really, is whether they make things harder or easier for themselves. That's played behind square on the offside, fielded by Harmer at end of the over. If Hampshire can bat long today, and well, who knows, a lead of 200 say, I mean that might be a little bit fanciful, but if they did, then that wouldn't give them too much to do if they bat a second time. Will certainly put pressure on Essex, but flurry of wickets and you lead by about 100, 110, 120, puts a bit of pressure on when you bat last in the game.
For the first time this morning, or what we into the early part of the afternoon now, in this first session we're going to see a change of bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Tom Wesley with his part-time spin is going to come on and see if he can get in on the act, because there's currently no way through for the Essex bowlers when it comes to breaking this partnership between Liam Dawson and Tom Prest.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled too many overs this year, has he?
He hasn't. I was just going to bring up his figures in front of me as Tom Wesley gets ready to bowl. 7 overs he has bowled, no wickets so far yet this season.
It's very part-time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, since the we used to see him quite a lot.
Yeah.
Him and Dan Lawrence when before he moved to Surrey, as that one is defended back to the bowler by Dawson. Got a lot on it, but Wesley was quick across to it to make sure it didn't get driven back past the stumps towards the boundary rope. I think since the arrival of Critchley a couple of seasons ago, Essex have been able to sort of alternate that off spin and leg spin with Harmer and Critchley, as Wesley is in, and that one pops out into the offside, and Wesley is over to it to do the fielding off his own bowling as they come through for the single.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I remember him doing quite a lot of bowling a few years back. Hardly seen him in the last few games that these two have played.
Wesley gives that one some flight, defended with a straight bat for a dot ball.
Still got a good action. Nice off-spin action, nice and smooth. Bit windmilly.
36 years old now, the Essex captain. Who's into Prest, who uses the wrist. That one's fielded at mid-off for no run. Yeah, when it comes to his bowling in first-class cricket, he has 62 wickets. And he's a single for Prest off that delivery. Just a gentle jog through. I mean, they're keeping things tight. They're just not finding the wicket that they need at the moment, Essex. 376 for 5. They certainly seem to think that spin is the way to do it. It's giving Harmer a bit of a break as Wesley is in. I mean, this could be a way to see if there's a breakthrough, or are we going to see... No, Harmer hasn't immediately rushed over to the Graham Gooch end. I did wonder whether it might be a tactical over to switch, but Essex just looking at all their options and varying things, with Prest and Dawson continuing to build their partnership. Prest on 35, Dawson on 120, Hampshire 376 for 5.
Email here from Ollie Arnold, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, lovely interview yesterday with Varma. Thank you, that's really nice of you. It's enjoyed talking to him last night. You'll see that full interview on the Hampshire Cricket website, and part of, well, in fact, that's also on the at Solent Sport X feed, as Prest drives Critchley into the stumps at the far end. Ollie says, love the enthusiasm and love of the game from the young man. And that was just me. We seem to have a good record of Indian batters on debut scoring runs. That's right, I did mention to him last night that Rahane had scored 100 on his debut for Hampshire back in 2019. He seemed to I wouldn't say he knew that, but obviously knew and knows Rahani very well. That's driven out through the covers by Press for a single, 377 for 5. Great to see Tom Press being positive this morning, he says, and supporting Dorse. I feel this type of game situation is perfect for Press. Thanks, Ollie. But yeah, he was a very enthusiastic man last night, was Tilak Varma. Wasn't sure if he was going to talk to me. Some batters, when they're 98 not out, probably prefer not to. It's half stopped by Harmer, who's now got a painful right hand to go with his painful left hand. He is very close there at point.
Shaking that one off.
Yes, he has. That's his bowling hand, of course, so he's got to be careful. Dawson's forward to a very full-length delivery from Critchley. Sun gets a little brighter. Bit more blue sky above, and there's a bit more blue sky to the right, where the weather comes from. So we're looking good. The day's improving. Critchley in. Dawson is forward. That's a good length from Critchley. That's given the ball a chance to spin. Didn't quite spin as much as he would have liked. Dawson's forward. Yeah, very bright now all of a sudden. Critchley in again. Dawson drives up to the vacant mid-off area. And Hampshire move on to 378 for 5, and Dawson moves on to 121 at the end of that Critchley over. What's that lead now? 82? We started the day 3 behind.
Yeah, it's very much been Hampshire's session so far, despite that early wicket for Simon Harmer and Essex, dismissing Tilak Varma for his century. And they haven't been able to follow that one up with the ball. Tom Wesley, the captain, has turned to himself in order to see what he can do with the ball. He's into Liam Dawson, and that one's just trickled out into the offside. Not entirely sure what that came off. Just
doing a few laps, the old
they really are.
Hampshire support staff up there, aren't they?
As Wesley is in, and that one's driven by Dawson. He'll pick out a man in the deep, so it will just be a single, 379 for 5. Is there someone they don't like in the dressing room? They're doing everything to avoid sitting in the Hampshire dressing room, just wandering around the boundary. As Wesley is in, and that one is dabbed into the offside by Press for a single.
Yeah, one's Keith Barker. I think Physio Mal is one of them as well. Clearly hasn't got anybody to weave his magic on at the moment, which is probably fairly unusual.
In comes Wesley, a shuffle down the pitch from Dawson, turns that one up to long on for a single. As Dean Elgar trots in, 381 for 5. It's not even... You sometimes see it if it's the fielding side. They can have a chat, maybe give some drinks to the to those on the boundary edge. But no, they're really enjoying wandering around at the moment. As Wesley is in, coming around the wicket on that occasion to Press dot ball.
It's about their 4th lap, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I'm a bit jealous actually. And I haven't got as many steps in as I wanted this morning. I don't know when I'm going to get a chance. So
lunchtime.
You'll just see me whizzing around about 5 times, trying to fit everything into the break. Wesley around the wicket once more on the back foot is pressed. It's turned to square leg. They think about coming through for the single, decide against it, and that is the end of the over. 3 singles from it, 381 for 5 from 114. The lead for Hampshire is now 85 runs as the sun just goes in.
Yeah, Dawson was off there. He was ready to go.
He wanted that single.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Pressed. Looked like he was quite happy just to watch the line of the ball. Fortunately, Dawson realised. There they are, the 3 of them. If you're watching the picture feed, Keith Barker on the left, Physio Mal in the middle, and I should know who that's on the right, but I don't. Apologies. He's going to kill me now if he's watching later on. On their about their 4th or 5th lap. They look like they're wearing step counters, don't they? I don't know all these fancy watches. That's outside the off stump left by Dawson. Start of a new over from Critchley. I don't, as you know, I don't wear anything, and I presume some of these they count your steps. Don't you, if you wear
I've got a watch that
you?
counts my steps. Yeah.
Oh, well, it looked like they were wearing similar things. Forward is Dawson. Goes out on the offside. Score remains on 381 for 5.
Try and do my 10,000. I wouldn't have a problem if I was out there playing, would I?
No, gosh, no, you wouldn't. Absolutely no worries there as Dawson pushes that out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Yeah, there's no need to wear those things when you're playing and out in the field all day. You're way past that. And it's like into the tens of thousands. Dawson plays that away wide of mid-on and will pick up a single. 124. Just feels as though, and I don't want to say things too quickly and be accused of a commentator's curse, but it just feels those things are sort of calmed down out there a little bit from just as I say that, one turns past the outside edge of Tom Prest. So I'll refrain from saying any more about that and just say that there's only been 1 wicket so far this morning. 382 for 5, and these two now have put on 79. Oh, a slap and a player miss there, and Critchley just yells out there a little bit in frustration. I can understand a little bit of frustration out there from an Essex point of view. They might have expected to have picked up more than 1 wicket in, what is it now, an hour and 20 minutes this morning. It is a big wicket in Varma. Of course, they're all big wickets, but Varma especially after what we saw yesterday. And even with the ball turning, even if it's not every ball, I think Essex might have expected to have picked up more than just that solitary scalp.
Yeah, and particularly now Liam Dawson has gone on to outscore Tilak Varma, and no signs of slowing up at the moment. He's on strike to face Tom Wesley, beginning his 3rd over. 5 runs from the 2 he's bowled from the Sir Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end so far. It's going to continue to come from around the wicket. A shuffle down the pitch from Dawson, who jabs the bat down on that one and comes through for the single. 383 for 5.
Yeah, that's well bowled, it's well played as well. Have to be careful, of course, with the short leg in if one does bounce a little bit.
Wesley bowls to Prest, who again just takes a step forward to meet that one, turns it into the leg side where Simon Harmer is there to greet it for a dot ball. Wesley spinning in and defended into the leg side once more by Prest. A single from the first ball, the only one so far to come from this over. And breeze picking up again as that's caught on the volley by Tom Prest. Just decided to meet that one. It's well stopped in the field by Paul Walter, getting down to it at mid-off for no run.
Missed out on that one a little bit.
Wesley bowls, and that one just pops into the offside, a bit more turn.
Leading edge, that one. One bounce back to Wesley. Have to be careful. But they are playing very well, these two.
Prest is on 37. Wesley is in, and that one is defended into the leg side. So just a single from that first ball. Tom Wesley tight bowling, and Hampshire 383 for 5. So Essex doing what they can just to try and limit this lead. It's currently 87 that Preston Dawson are building with their partnership. Dawson 125 not out, and Tom Prest on 37. But they will be looking at the clock and thinking, oh, could do with a couple of wickets here before lunch.
100%. I'm just wondering, how many times does Simon Harmer bowl from the Graham Gooch end? Have you ever seen him? I'm not sure I have.
I
You
have
obviously
seen
watch
him, but not. He's more often than not, we
Yeah.
see him at the Sir Alistair Cook end is his favoured end.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know whether it's worth just a try. Critchley bowls at short. It's cut away by Dawson, but Snater is out there in the deep. Away to our right. Hampshire move on to 384 for 5. Yeah, Harmer bowled 10 overs this morning. 5. Went for 32 for 1 wicket. I mean, he looked as though he could have taken more, obviously. That's driven by pressed off the bottom of the bat. Goes back to the bowler. But having bowled so many overs, he's bowled 45 overs in this innings, which is an incredible amount. 20 more than Sam Cook, who's the next most. Forward is pressed, quietly out on the offside, the ball rolls. I'm just wondering if it's worth just, because, you know, it has turned for him, you know, maybe it's been a little bit unlucky. I think Hampshire have played him superbly. Press drives out to Snater again. Press moves on to 38. I wonder if it's just a try, worth a try. Critchley, maybe Critchley change ends. But yeah, this is very much our end. It's Harmer's favoured end. He probably feels he gets a bit more bounce, which is why he likes it. Dawson works it up to mid-on. But I think when you're this deep into an innings, and we are into the, how many overs now? 117th. Dawson drives. There is a mid-off that's back. He moves on to 127. Hampshire quite happy playing at this pace, just building this lead, which is now up to 90. We've still got another half an hour or so till lunch. What are they scoring at the moment per over? The run rate is 3.3, so if we get about another 8 overs, it's another 24 runs. That lead builds up to around 115. You've got the afternoon session. The lead suddenly becomes a little bit concerning from an Essex point of view. They've got to find something. But of course it means that with wickets a little harder to come by, it means that the pitch, even though it is offering a bit of turn, is still more than good to bat on. So I don't think Essex will be overly worried in terms of a collapse or anything, but of course it's all about trying to win the game.
England are going well at Headingley, 92 without loss. They need 279 to win on day 5 against India as Wesley is in. That one's clipped up to long on for a single to start the over from Liam Dawson.
It's been a good start for the day for England, hasn't it?
Yeah, they're going along nicely. 387 for 5. Dawson's moved on to 128. Wesley is in, and that one's just off the bottom of the bat into the leg side for a dot ball. I was going to tell you more about the England innings. Just lost my mouse. Here we go. Crawley is 33 not out. Ben Duckett scoring quicker, 55, as that one is past the edge of the bat through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run. And that all looked to be rather getting away from England yesterday before they took quick wickets, as Wesley is in on the back foot. His press looking to play that one. It just pops into the offside for no run. And very quickly things changed with those Josh Chung wickets.
Was it 3? Was it 3 late on or something?
It was, yeah. Wesley in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, turns that pass short-legged as Tom press, but only as far as Sam Cook coming across the square leg, so no opportunity to come through for the single. Remains 387 for 5. Wesley in, and that one is turned to short fine leg for another dot ball. So that's mirrors the previous Tom Wesley over with a single from the first ball, and then the rest of it dots, 387 for 5. So the Essex bowlers doing what they can. It just feels like the Hampshire batters are keeping things ticking over. We're not seeing as many boundaries as we did previously. Critchley and Wesley just trying to keep things tight. Although, as I say that, it looks like Mackenzie Jones is going to come on for his 6th over of first-class cricket.
Yeah, need a little bit of something different, really. He's tall, 6'5", just hit the deck a little bit, just give the batters something to think about. We haven't had a boundary, and it was 4 byes, you might remember, Victoria. Literally 110th over, halfway through the 110th over. That was the last time there was a boundary. In terms of off the bat, start of the 105th, Dawson. So yeah, keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but the big runs, which really make the scoreboard tick over, Essex are managing to keep them out of play for a while, but it's not too much of a concern for Hampshire yet, really. So Mackenzie Jones then, who's recently been playing for Scotland, comes in and bowls. Dawson pushes forward to a length ball. He's running the first one quickly, clearly thinks there's a chance of a 2, but in very quickly. Is that Luke Benkenstein on as the sub-fielder?
Yes, haven't quite worked out yet who's not there.
Teen Elgar's on the pitch. You normally look to the older senior players, don't you,
have
first
a
up?
look around.
And see if they've decided to have a little bit of a break. 388 for 5, lead of 92 now. As Jones is into press this time. Pressed is forward, and that's off the outside half of the bat there. Again, Benkenstein will come in off somewhere near the boundary on the offside. And Hampshire move on to 389, is it, or 390? 389 for 5. 86-run partnership, this one, which is the second highest of the innings. The Dawson-Varma partnership of 133, the highest so far. Dawson's just having a quick look around on the leg side, maybe expecting a shortish ball. There is a deep square leg and a deep squarish fine leg. Jones bowls, always pushing forward at that one, Dawson, slightly uppishly, but safe. As it goes out in front of square on the offside. Takes Hampshire up to 390 for 5 now. And Dawson on to 130.
Mackenzie Jones, I know Malden Cricket Club have been posting how proud they are to have one of their players as part of the Essex first team. Of course, also an association with Malden was Alistair Cook, so they have a few claims to fame.
They do, don't they? That's pushed out to Gully, where Elgar Fields. Is that near? That's near the coast, isn't it?
So out towards the sort of Blackwater. But you've got the probably around about 20 minutes from here is Malden.
Okay. Not so sure. In my very, very young days, I didn't play there once. I can't remember. Rings a bell. I'm sure it's a nice spot. Obviously produced some good cricketers. Here's Jones again, comes bounding in. Length ball to Preston, works that away on the onside. I think he'd be a very useful bowler on a wicket that's a little bit up and down. So he hits the deck just short of a length. He's tall, decent pace. Still very young, just 20 years of age. No slip for him though, just the gully. There's Prest waits again. Jones comes in past the umpire and bowls. Worked a little quicker this time to short mid on. Who shapes to throw and just rings his fingers. That Jordan Cox.
That's a very Jordan Cox thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. He's a bit theatrical in the field at times. I've noticed. Is that right? Is that him?
Yeah, I think so. Well, you've got to amuse yourself somehow, haven't
Yeah,
you?
you have. Yeah. Just ringed his fingers out as if to say, "Oh my word, you hit that hard." It's a bit of a mock scenario, that one. But yeah, I guess he's a character.
Certainly is. Yeah, had a feisty affair on Friday night here against his former side, Kent. I think he and Sam Billings, who are neither of them shy and retiring types, just had a few words to say to each other, which I think was picked up on the various short clips that go around on social media. Matt Critchley's going to come on to bowl from this Alistair Cook end, replacing Tom Wesley, who was keeping things tight for the 3 overs we saw from him.
Yeah, I think this is a good move, and Matt Critchley will certainly agree, because he's got a chance of, I think, where there's a little bit more bounce for the spinners from this end. I think he'll relish this challenge.
I do wonder if it's Simon Harmer who's temporarily off the field.
When he got hit on those at short point.
Well, just
first to the left hand,
it may
then to
well
the
just
right
be a brief interlude, but just from trying to have. He's usually not too far away when you look out at the field, but Matt Critchley, also a fan of bowling with the sunglasses, is in. That one's left late, and it's played into the offside square of the wicket for a single. 391 for 5. Pressed coming on to strike on 39, Dawson 131. Critchley is in, and that one is driven into the offside again for a single. Paul Walter was diving for it in the covers, and he's taken his time to get up, his Paul Walter. I think that was more of a case of just not getting there than rather in any injury worries. Look at what's going on elsewhere for you shortly, as Critchley is into Dawson. Bit of width on that one, doesn't time it though, and he does pick out Paul Walter in the covers this time for no run.
He didn't get hold of that at all. There was a bit of extra bounce there, I think.
Critchley in the sunshine now here at Chelmsford, and Dawson was coming forward to meet that one, and it just trickles out into the leg side. Michael Pepper will come round from behind the stumps to fetch it back to his bowler. Dot ball. And Critchley picked up the wicket of Ben Brown yesterday, is into Dawson, plays that one back down the pitch. Walks away from his mark as the sun disappears behind the clouds. Critchley is in, a bit more width this time, played into the offside, picks out the fielder in the deep for a single, the third single from it. Final ball of the over, 393 for 5. Essex still searching for their 6th wicket, having picked up an early one here on day 3, but Hampshire have extended their lead to 96 runs.
Closing on 3 figures, which is a little bit of a psychological milestone. Did you say you were going to do some scores?
I was, yes.
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
So scores elsewhere in Division 1 then. Durham 320 for 8. They trail Sussex by 41 runs there. Yorkshire are 206 for 4. Finley Bean did get that century a little bit earlier on. That's in reply to Nottinghamshire's 487 all out. So Warwickshire 208 for 3. They're applying to Somerset's 498, so they trail by 290 runs. Worcestershire all out for 125, so Surrey have began their second innings. They need 47 runs to win, so they look like they will wrap that one up very easily on day 3, and that's Division 1 for you. I think there's a ball inspection going on at the moment, so have I got time to give you Division 2? Have a quick look at Division 2. Gloucestershire 110 for 2 in their second innings. They trailed Derbyshire by 101 runs. Lancashire 202 for 2. They trail Kent by 172. That one is being played at Blackpool, I think, isn't it? And the game involving Glamorgan at Leicestershire. Leicestershire 456 for 7, leading Glamorgan by 103 runs. And finally, Northamptonshire are 367 for 9, trailing Middlesex by 46 runs. First innings.
Dawson dries out into the covers. Start of a new over from Mackenzie Jones. I'm just having a look. There's also an ECB Women's Select 11 against India women. I can't see anybody as an Essex player. I don't think there is there?
There...
No.
No.
No, there isn't. No. I wanted you to double check. Yeah, they're playing today. A 50 over game, I think it is. The England Women's Select 11 are batting first, and there's a big opening partnership there as Jones bowls. Dawson pushes into the gap just in front of square on the offside for a single. Emma Lamb, who's been having a great season for Lancashire, 85 not out, and Maya Bouchier, who's been having a good season for Hampshire, is 67 not out. So at the halfway stage, 159 without loss are England. And
we've seen, haven't we, in the newly worked domestic structure for women's cricket, when you perform either domestically or in things like this, it does seem like that's going to be taken notice of by England now.
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it, really? As Mackenzie Jones comes in, press drives, finds Snater at extra cover. I know you have a lot of women's chat, don't you? BBC Radio Essex.
We do, yes. The women's cricket show on a Friday from 6:30. We have our Essex women, Kelly Castle, Kate Kopak and Jo Gardner, taking us through what's been happening on the pitch, but also giving us a bit of an insight onto what it's like being a professional cricketer and off the pitch as well. Feel like we're getting to know a bit more about what goes on behind the scenes for our Essex women.
I led you into that nicely, didn't I?
Thank you for the plug.
So that's pushed away on the onside by Tom Prest. But no, I've heard a little bit of some of that you've done in the past, and it's good stuff. It's a lot of women's cricket is being covered now, and there's been some very good games this year, and the transformation to county-based teams is one that I'm sure you agree, but personally I think has worked very, very well indeed.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it's a cleaner pathway now in terms of how things work in the structure.
James Bowles presses on the back foot, just works out again on the onside.
One of the struggles we did talk about on the programme this week, though, is for those players who are not necessarily involved in the first team at Tier 1 level, struggling to get games, either second team games because there isn't necessarily the funding for that regularly, or wanting to get involved in Tier 2, but Tier 2 teams want to develop their own players as they look to be able to have that chance in a couple of seasons' times to compete for promotion.
That's an interesting point, actually. Prest works that a little stronger on the onside. They'll run through for a single. Prest moves on to 41 now, 395 for 5. Hampshire lead by 99. Yeah, that's a point, because that was a big issue in the old regional era, wasn't it, really, with just the 8 teams, and a lot of players then saying, well, when they sort of fell out of that regional setup that there was nothing else to play.
Yeah, it's something from our episode that's out now on BBC Sounds. You can listen back to. Kelly Castle, one of our hosts, is not regularly involved at the moment in the first team. She says she's been trying really hard to go out, potentially look at low moves, tier 2, just to be regularly playing, because otherwise, if there's not a lot of second team cricket around, it's very difficult to find club level cricket that is of the right standard to be playing. So there's a gap, and we've seen the benefit of tier 2 players being able to come into tier 1. For instance, in the T20 competition, Essex have Lauren Winfield Hill on loan. She's done really well for them, getting that experience in tier 1 because she's come from Yorkshire, who are tier 2, so she's wanting to play at that level. But potentially the other way round, there's not the opportunity. So yeah, I think it's really interesting conversation to see how that develops. We're very much in the infancy at the moment, aren't we? But to see how that develops over the course of the next couple of seasons, and I'm sure players in those situations like Kelly, and she's not alone, there'll be a lot of them across the squads in tier 1. I'm sure they'll be having those conversations with the powers that be to see how that can be looked at. We've got another bit of a delay going on the pitch. What are we all waiting for here?
Well, I don't know, they're all looking this way. I don't know if they could hear us, and they were saying, look, hang on a minute, we want to join in that conversation.
We've got some thoughts.
Yeah, so we want to join. But something was happening over this way. I'm not quite sure what, but it looks like we're going to be getting back underway anyway.
Matt Critchley just turning the arm over while he waits with his captain. He's to bowl his second over from the Sir Alistair Cook, and leg spin to Press, who has a big swipe at that one. It's up in the air. Will there be a fielder that gets there? Shane Snater does. Essex dismissed Tom Press for 41, and their much needed 6th wicket comes with Hampshire on 395, though. Will they be able to halt this lead that is building for the visitors? They lead by 99. They've lost a 6th wicket. Hampshire 395 for 6.
Well, it was a good innings from Tom Press, but I'm not quite sure if that was a lack of concentration there. There was a bit of a break in play. For what reason, I don't know. And the very first ball on the resumption, Tom Press has tried to smack that down the ground. It was a bit of a risky shot. We know this pitch is turning. We know there's a little bit of bounce. He's trying to hit that sort of down, long on, which is slightly against the spin. And I think he'll be really disappointed with the shot that he's played. He is an attacking player, but I'm just watching this again on the replay, and maybe he's trying to open himself out and trying to hit it wide on mid-off, and he's just got it. It's just come a little bit off the leading edge, but even so, it's a little bit disappointing, because I thought the batters really, on the whole, have just been able to play the way they want. And we've mentioned that hasn't been a boundary off the bat for quite a while. Maybe Tom Press had other views there. So the new batter for Hampshire is Felix Organ. In the side as a second spinner. It's well bowled. It's a good catch, Shane Snater. Didn't have too far to run, but just had to watch the ball into the hands there. But you just feel that may be in just to be a little bit of a soft dismissal. He is, as I say, an attacking player, Tom Preston. When it comes off, then the game changes very quickly, but maybe just needed to get a fraction closer to the pitch of the ball. But a good innings nevertheless.
That's the second wicket for Matt Critchley, dismissing a Hampshire playing in their 40s. Ben Brown for 42 and Tom Preston 41. So again, a bit of a delay this time because Charlie Allison's got the helmet to come in at short leg. It's Dean Elgar who's in conversation with Matt Critchley, the bowler. He's part of the leadership team. He's been there, done that as Dean Elgar, so he is always quite happy to offer his thoughts, as well as the captain Tom Wesley. Felix Organ to face as Critchley is in, leaves that one outside off stump as the Hampshire man.
It's Felix Organ playing his 52nd first-class match. Only averages 22 with the bat. He's a better player than that. Has opened for Hampshire in the recent past.
In comes Critchley, and that one is defended by Organ. Dot ball. We've had a wicket and 2 dot balls so far from Matt Critchley in this over. 395 for 6. So Critchley comes in, and that one's defended down the pitch. And with 9 minutes to go until 1 o'clock and the lunch break looming, as Critchley is in. Bit of width on that one, played late by Organ. Picks out a fielder in the deep, but does get himself off the mark with a single. Essex will be pleased to have picked up that 6th wicket, but it will be this man that's been brought on to strike here, Liam Dawson, on 133, is that now? 133. They'll have eyes on trying to pick up his wicket sooner rather than later if they're just to stem this Hampshire lead. Do seem to have had quite a lot of delay in this this Matt Critchley over. It's going to come around the wicket, and that one is just popped off the pad, and there was an appeal without much noise from Matt Critchley. Just stood with his arm in the air. End of the over, in which the wicket of Tom Prest fell. 396 for 6. Hampshire lead by exactly 100 runs.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of fun out there, Matt Critchley. I mean, that is pitched so far out leg stump, it's not funny. But I think he's just having a bit of fun there with Rob Bailey. But a wicket in that over nevertheless. Tom Prest trying to hit down the ground, and ball just straightening a fraction, catching the outside half of the bat, and a catch for Shane Snater. 98 partnership between Dawson and Prest was ended there. Another big partnership for Hampshire. Just the 100 plus partnership though. That was between Varma and Dawson. So Felix Organ is taking guard. Looks to be around about middle-ish anyway. And he's going to be facing Mackenzie Jones from the Graham Gooch end. Comes in tall. Forward is Felix Organ. So the lead is exactly 100 as we get towards just over 5 minutes until lunch. Hampshire were 293 for 4, so they've added 103 runs so far in this session. It's a good session really, which is why it's a little bit of a shame about Tom Prest. I know he likes to play positively, but it wasn't really a worry about the scoring rate, as Mackenzie Jones bowls, tucked away down to fine leg by Organ. He doubles his total. 397 for 6 are Hampshire. Got an email here from Christopher Kimber, who's clearly just lying by the pool in Rhodes and just enjoying the cricket, which I know he does. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, talking about Malden, he says, don't go there in the winter. I think you say that about a few places. Oh, that's kept very low. Well played by Dawson because he's playing with a straight bat. He says, I went to the coldest game of football there ever, and back in 1998, following my team, Fareham Town, who played Chelmsford City, who were homeless at the time. Oh, Victoria, you probably remember all this. You'd follow. Oh no, you weren't around in 1998, were you? You're
I was.
Oh, you was.
Thanks
you
for the compliment,
I mean,
but I wasn't working. No.
No.
But
apparently, Chelmsford City were homeless at the time.
yes,
He says, yeah. The wind off the North Sea was biting, and Fareham lost the game 1-0. There we go. Mackenzie Jones bowls. It's turned away by Dawson for a single on the leg side, and he moves on to 134.
They did play around here at one point.
Did they changed grounds, didn't they? They had an old ground that something happened, didn't they?
Yeah, so they used to play around this area where we are in Chelmsford at the moment. They're now over on the athletics track a bit further out, which isn't, it's owned by the Chelmsford Athletics Club. So that's why that you'll often find a Chelmsford City midweek home game is a Monday rather than a Tuesday, because there's only certain times they're able to be on their lease at the athletics track.
Jones into Organ, drives up to mid-off quite powerfully, but fielded. Yes, I think I remember, because you're right, it was, I think, because I've been here for so many years, it's scary, that there used to be a sign to Chelmsford City Football Club on the way into Chelmsford, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which obviously now has gone because they're no longer there. They play in the...
They are in the National League South.
Okay.
But they've very much got ambitions with a new owner at the helm, with going full time and looking to ambition of Football League.
Okay. Again, he's forward is Felix Organ. End of the over. And Hampshire are 3.98 for 6.
Very difficult leagues to get out of, the National Leagues, with the way in which it's one up and a playoff system.
You get decent crowds?
Chelmsford do, yes.
Yeah.
I think that they've got the potential if they can move up the leagues. It is obviously not owning your ground has its complications the further up you go, doesn't it? But no, there's certainly the potential for the fan base there. What have we got now to go? 3 minutes till lunch. Matt Critchley to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's just moving his field around with the assistance of Dean Elgar, who is fielding at mid-on.
And helping him drag out, this being the last over before lunch, I should think.
Critchley's on his way around the wicket to Dawson, looks to dab that one down to third. He picks out Paul Walter in the field, so no run to start the over. Critchley in again. This one is played late into the offside by Dawson, comes through for a single. Just having a count up, everyone out is now out there in attendance, as you would expect. Simon Harmer is just being brought into second slip and to go in alongside Jordan Cox, as Critchley is in, and that one is defended along the ground by Organ for no run. More sunshine, more blue skies, but still a good breeze around Chelmsford as Critchley is in on the back foot. Organ turns this one past the square leg umpire. Be fielded for the single, the 400 up for Hampshire, which induces a ripple of applause around Chelmsford. It's come up in 123.4 overs, 450 minutes. We will update BBC Essex listeners into the 1 o'clock news. Kevin's going to update the BBC Solent listeners as well. And again, this is just being eked out by Matt Critchley having a chat with Dean Elgar at mid-on. And they're bringing Paul Walter up to mid-wicket. It will be the last over before lunch. We've had 2 singles so far from the 4 balls. Again, there's plenty going on in the field. Simon Harmer, who had been sent back, is coming in at leg slip. And Kenzie Jones being moved round in the leg side as well. Sam Cook's up deep square leg. as Critchley is in, and that one's turned into the leg side, and it will be a dot ball as Paul Walter comes across in the field for Essex. And we have one more ball to come before the lunch intervals. Critchley is in, and that's missed the edge of Liam Dawson's bat behind the stumps to Michael Pepper, and that will be that for the first session of day 3 between Essex and Hampshire. Hampshire go in at lunch 400 for 6. They lead Essex by 104 for runs, and you would think they would be the happier of the two sides, having added to their overnight lead where they trailed by 3. They have lost the wickets of Tilak Varma. He went for 100 inside the first 10 minutes of the morning, thanks to Simon Harmer. And then Tom Prest, just a few moments ago, was caught off the bowling of Matt Critchley for 41. But Essex were hoping to take a couple more wickets as they look to keep that lead for Hampshire down. Liam Dawson unbeaten on 135 alongside Felix Organ, who's joined him on 3. So an interesting second session of day 3 coming up after the lunch break. We'll update the listeners on our respective radio stations, and we'll be back with you for the resumption of this one in around about 40 minutes time to see how Hampshire build on this lead and whether Essex can take some quick wickets after the lunch break. Hope you can join us then. They have indeed. Essex would have been hoping for more wickets in this first session. They did manage to dismiss danger man Tilak Varma for 100 just 10 minutes into the first session of day 3. Simon Harmer getting the Indian who's on debut out for Hampshire. And Essex would have had their tails up at that point, hoping they could continue that. But Hampshire have managed to build that lead. Liam Dawson made his century and he's now unbeaten on 135. Formed a good partnership with Tom Prest, who made 41 before being caught off the bowling of Matt Critchley around about 20 minutes or so ago. So Essex have picked up a couple of wickets, but Hampshire have been building on their lead. They now lead Essex by 104 runs, and after the lunch break, Essex will be hoping that they can take quick wickets and limit that lead for Hampshire, who are 400 for 6 at lunch.
Well, welcome back to Chelmsford for the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Essex and Hampshire. The state of play, as we look forward to the second session of the day, is that Hampshire, replying to the Essex total of 296 all out, are 400 for 6. So Hampshire have a lead of 104. Liam Dawson is 135 not out. Felix Organ is 3 not out. We had 2 wickets this morning. Telek Varma was caught in the slips driving at Simon Harmer for exactly 100, and Tom Prest, who made 41 when he tried to hit Matt Critchley down the ground. The ball just straightened on him, he got a leading edge and the ball went out into the covers where Shane Snater took a fairly comfortable catch. That was 395 for 6. The wicket this morning was, first wicket was 297 for 5. That's where we are at currently. Harmer has 2 for 107 from 45. And Matt Critchley 2 for 75 from 23, the 2 wicket takers. I'm talking as if it's a home game, but Victoria was looking for a pen. That's why I've started off. So I'm Kevin James. Next to me, of course, the more familiar voice of Victoria Polly.
Yeah, I was all ready to come on air, and then there was a big gust of wind and everything went everywhere. I found the pen. We're all ready to go to see whether Essex can do as they did in the first session of the day and take an early wicket. I think that things look promising for them when they took that wicket of Tilak Varma early on, just after he'd got his century, and you felt that if they could back that up with another one and just limit this lead for Hampshire, then it would have very much been their session. As it was, Prest and Dawson built that partnership together, and they just need to be careful that things don't get away from them.
Here's Mackenzie Jones then, the tall right-arm seamer, gets the afternoon session underway. He's worked to mid-wicket by Felix Organ, where Paul Walter fields, and there is no run. The sun is out, still out with us. Promises to be with us for most of the rest of the day, actually, looking away to our right. Few clouds in the distance, but
it's really nice out there now, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely suntan weather. Back to suntan weather. A little breezy this morning. A little cold this morning, but the temperature has increased consistently. Is Jones still looking for his first wicket in his first-class debut, as that's pushed by Organ up to mid-off. A couple of emails came in during the lunch break. We got onto the subject of Chelmsford Football Club, didn't we, for a little while, and the fact that they played a game down in Malden a while ago, and it was one of the coldest games that somebody had ever watched, with the wind coming off the North Sea. It prompted 1 or 2 emails to come in. Paul Dowling has emailed hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll say that again. It's not an easy email to say. hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. Victoria has her one, which she'll give you that out shortly, as Jones bowls. That's worked to short mid-wicket and there is no run. As talk turned to Fareham Town against Chelmsford, that was the game that apparently was a particularly cold one. This was the first fixture I ever watched my local team Fareham play back in 1981. So that was another one between the two sides. I picked the game against Chelmsford as that was my birthplace. It was 1-1, I seem to recall, and was the first of hundreds of games that I watched at Fareham. That's Paul Dowling, who lives in Thrapston. As Jones bowls forward, is Organ goes out to backward a point. Where's Thrapston? Thrapston is Leicestershire, isn't it?
In your test of my geography.
Am I guessing?
There.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing. Actually, that's probably a horrible guess, and I probably shouldn't have said anything. Let's have a quick look. It does ring a bell. Thrapston. It's that's not helping me. Right, here comes Mackenzie Jones while I'm trying to look at 2 things at once. That's played into the ground by Felix Organ, and there is no run. Right, Thrapston. It's Northamptonshire-ish. Not far from Kettering, Huntingdon. Does that sound about right? I think it's roughly where I thought it was.
So there's a few links to different places then for Paul.
Yes. Yeah, just to the right of Kettering, as you look on the map, just above Wellingborough.
Birthplace in Chelmsford, watching
Fareham.
And then
living in Thrapston.
Yeah.
There we go. Dave Allen, actually, as well, has emailed. Forward is Organ, punches that up towards mid-off, no run. Who's Hampshire's former honorary archivist. End of the first over after lunch, I believe, because I'm not concentrating. That was a maiden. Thank you. Just a quick mention for the lovely Mike Barnard. Now, he's a former Hampshire player and a former Portsmouth footballer. He played more than 200 games for Hampshire, including a championship in 1961 and 100 plus games for Pompey. That's right, I remember that. In the top division in the 1950s, after which that he moved for a short spell to play for Chelmsford. There you go, and Dave's off to do some music. But you see, he thought that. Yeah, Mike Barnard, who's very well known, he's the late Mike Barnard, a well known former sports person down on the south coast. Didn't realise he went to Chelmsford at the end. Yeah, he's more, he's obviously famed for playing for Hampshire, but the fact that he won a championship with Portsmouth.
Yeah, so the crossover. Right, Matt Critchley is going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. We saw him bowl a couple of overs from this end just before lunch. Was it this end he got the wicket, or was he still bowling from the other end at that point? Well, he is in to Dawson, who defends that back down the pitch. He swapped to come on from this end. 2 for 75, his figures. Essex leg spinner. On his way into Dawson, who just gives that one a bit of width, and it's fielded at backward point for no run. Over the wicket is Critchley, gives that one a bit of air, and Dawson turns it into the leg side for a single. First run after lunch, 401 for 6.
Yes, it's another key partnership here. Mentioned just before lunch, not so long ago, that Felix Organ was opening the batting for Hampshire. Only got a career average of 22. He is a much better player than that. So this is a key partnership. Hampshire can still forge ahead with this one. There's James Fuller to come, Kyle Abbott, and Eddie Jack.
And Critchley just moving Sam Cook out to deep mid-wicket. He's swapped to the wide brim after lunch as Critchley is in. That one's turned into the leg side by Organ. They'll scurry through for the single. 402 for 6 as the sunshine that was giving us that warmth in the commentary box just disappears behind a cloud.
That's a shame, isn't it?
It's nice while it lasted. In comes Critchley, and forward and defending is Organ into the pitch. Critchley will stroll across to pick that ball up.
He's getting through a few overs as well, isn't he, Matt Critchley, into his 24th over.
Tosses the ball up and he's in on the back foot. Taking a hand off the bat is Dawson. Comes through for a single from the final ball of the over, so he'll keep the strike. 3 singles from it, 403 for 6, and the lead is 107 runs.
I just wonder if that last ball might have just been the googly from Critchley there, and no, actually no, it just went on with the arm. Dawson was giving himself a lot of room there to find the gap. So 107 the lead. Hampshire starting the day 3 runs behind. Varma for 100, Prest for 41. The 2 wickets that fell this morning, one to Harmer, one to Critchley. And Essex searching for another breakthrough here. That lead is by no means insurmountable, but another decent partnership here, and we've had decent partnerships literally for the last 3 or 4 wickets. Another one, I think Essex might just start to be a little concerned, but nothing to worry about at the moment as Jones comes in. Length ball to Dawson. It's not quite where he was aiming as the ball goes out into the covers. 137, Liam Dawson. Player of the year the last 2 years. Got him back in the England side finally for the T20s. Man of the match in the first T20 against the West Indies. on his return.
He did well, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, we did all have a chuckle because it was a night of a T20 down at the Utilita. And everybody was saying, what, have you seen Liam Dawson's figures? Yes, Jones bowls. Dawson works it away to Walter at short mid-wicket. Yes, 4 for not too many. I think it was up at Durham, wasn't it, the first one? The last of those 3 was at his home ground, the Utilita Bowl, which I think I'm right in saying off the top of my head was England's equal highest or highest on home soil, their total. Something around those markers anyway. A lot of runs that night because the West Indies got a few as well. Here's Jones again, bowls. Dawson turns that away and Walter went down to pick it up to his right, couldn't quite get down there. It's a long way for him to get down. Didn't quite make it. Dawson picks up a single. And the total moves on to 404 for 6. Hampshire's lead is 108 now. So we're into the 127th over now. Essex took the second new ball straight away. So what are we looking at? 46. We're into the 47th over with this second new ball. It's also a long time for Essex to be in the field. They've been in the field since, look at that in a minute, very early on yesterday. As well forward there is Felix Organ.
Was it that midday, wasn't it?
Well, the hat-trick was around, or the potential hat-trick for Sam Cooke was around midday.
So it's even longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, Hampshire were already at 34. The Shane Snater's wicket went at 11:15. That was the last wicket to fall. So they've been in the field since just before 11:30 yesterday morning.
A long time.
That is a long time. And to be honest, there's promise of quite a bit more to come if Hampshire bats how they would like to bat. Comes Jones, shortish. Morgan's on the back foot, can't do any more than just defend that away on the leg side where Jordan Cox is fielding, just off the cut strip there. Breeze is getting up again.
It is.
Clouds are moving at a bit of pace, right to left. Yeah, because we're up a set of stairs, it's a little bit windy. When you go down to ground level, it's not quite as bad. Certainly not behind the stands. It's very lovely and calm. Jones bowls forward is Organ. Good over from Jones. Conceded just the single, 404 for 6.
They have continued in the same fashion really as before the lunch break, Essex. It's not big boundaries and the Hampshire batters aggressively hitting out at them and building the lead that way. It is just the ticking over with those singles. They're trying to remain tight with the ball, even though the wickets aren't coming in flurries.
Yeah.
But from Hampshire's point of view, they've got time. There is no need for them to go on and do anything rash and try and quickly score. Matt Critchley with ball in hand at least at Alistair Cook end is into Dawson, who was coming forward to defend that one. Pops out into the leg side for no run. Critchley is into Dawson, who turns that one into the leg side as well, and then just walks away from his crease. Has a little look around.
Yeah, this is terrific stuff from Liam Dawson. First 100 of the season for him.
Critchley is in, and that one's driven into the offside by Dawson. Comes through for a single as it's picked up by Snater in the field. First class high score is 171. If I've got that right from my records.
I'm sure you have. I can't remember it, but I'm sure you're right.
Organ's on 4, and he's waiting as Critchley is in, and he's driven that one in the air, and that's caught by Tom Wesley, who was coming in from long off. It was driven uppishly by Felix Organ. Matt Critchley picking up his 2nd wicket of the day. He's 3rd in this Hampshire innings, and Hampshire 405 for 7.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. Organ's gone for the hit over the top, hasn't really got hold of it. And the ball's a fairly simple catch there for Tom Wesley. It's gone the same way as Tom Press did before lunch, trying to hit over the top. It is a bit of a risky shot with the ball. A little bit of bounce and a little bit of turn, and sometimes they do turn, sometimes they don't, sometimes they turn a little bit more than others, and it is a bit of a risky shot, as Tom Press found out. I think you'll find that Liam Dawson hasn't tried to play that shot at all, and there's probably a reason behind that. Varma yesterday we saw against Harmer, who was bowling this end for long periods. Varma didn't try and do that either, so yeah, at the moment it looks a pretty risky shot. So James Fuller is the new batter for Hampshire, the all-rounder. He'll also look to be fairly positive. But Hampshire just needs to be careful here. They've got Liam Dawson in and set and playing really nicely indeed. You get the feeling that Dawson could bat quite a while the way he's playing, and if somebody can stay with him, then that lead of 109 could be extended by quite a few. But you know, another wicket now, then Hampshire really are just trying to eke out a few runs and just trying to push that lead of 109 currently up by just a few. I think this is, yeah, they're just a little, could be a little bit in no man's territory here.
And that's what Essex wanted, a quick wicket after lunch. Arguably they probably would be eyeing that man Liam Dawson as the one to go. But it's Organ out, and Fuller has that one gone through the gate. Bit turn there from Matt Critchley. It was looking to be defended by James Fuller, and Matt Critchley has his hands on his head momentarily from that opportunity.
Yeah, of course it's always difficult if the ball's turning a little bit. New batters. Well, that has turned. Just watching it again. It hasn't bounced much either.
Kept low as Critchley is in. A bit more flight in that one. It's driven by Fuller, only as far as Shane Snater in the covers. Dot ball, and that's the end of the over. Single from it, and crucially for Essex, a wicket coming as well. And Felix Organ, the man to go for 4. Hampshire 406 for 7, and the lead, if I can read the screen in the sunshine, is 109.
Yeah, just a 10-run partnership that for the 7th wicket. That's comfortably the lowest since that wicket of Nick Gubbins was on. He was in the middle of a potential hat-trick. The partnerships have been decent since then. That one just the 10 runs. So Dawson is on strike, and Mackenzie Jones will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Right arm over. Dawson is forward. It's a good position that where Jordan Cox is. If nothing else, he's fielding a lot of balls. It's short mid-on.
He's just trying to cut off those opportunities.
Yeah, and he's allowing mid-on to sort of go a little deeper as well. So anything that's hit a little more forcefully, then it gives the mid-on a little bit more of a chance to cut the ball off. So Jones 0 for 41, starting his 11th over. Comes in again. Bowls. Dawson's on the back foot, just works that to Paul Water at short mid-wicket.
I would be quite interested to mic up the players. Can you see it at you know, the TV games and stuff where they put the mics on,
yes,
on players? You just wonder, don't you, who's the most vocal out there, who's quite entertaining with what they say. We don't ever really get to hear that up here, but you kind of do wonder, especially with Jordan Cox fielding in that close, what's he got to say to to the Hampshire lot while they're out there, and you know how vocal is Michael Pepper, that kind of thing.
Yes. You'd be amazed at some of the conversations. Oh, he's edged behind, and there's Mackenzie Jones, his first-class wicket. He celebrates by jumping in the air and punching away. And Dawson has gone, edging through to Michael Pepper. And that's the second wicket after lunch. Essex have started this session very well indeed. Dawson goes for 139.
Well, I think Mackenzie Jones will remember that one, won't he? His first-class wicket, and it is that of Liam Dawson for 139, just tempting him into that shot. Good catch as well from Michael Pepper behind the stumps. He really had to reach to his right-hand side, low down, to hold on to that one. Dawson knew straight away. And Mackenzie Jones celebrates. Some more of them to come.
Yeah, good catch, Michael Pepper. Not easy when you've been out in the field for so long. Dawson just pushing away a little bit away from the body, and Pepper diving low to his right, taking a one-handed catch. Really good catch. And Hampshire have lost their last 3 wickets for just the addition of 10 runs.
This would be, you'd imagine, what the conversations over the interval would be in the Essex group at lunch, would be finding a way to stop the momentum, and I think particularly, as we were saying, that of Liam Dawson. Had he managed to stay there, even if Essex were picking up the couple of wickets, that of Organ, maybe that of Fuller or someone that wasn't set, you still would look at Dawson and think he was there to be able to hit out whoever was with him. Not to say that these aren't capable in the lower order, but he was just the one that was set. So certainly this first few minutes after lunch, what have we had, about 20 now, has been Essex's.
Certainly has. Mackenzie Jones in to Abbott. Abbott drives on the up. Lovely shot through extra cover. And that may just go all the way, or will it? Not quite. Pulled back just inside the rope. They'll pick up 3. Well, the interesting thing about Kyle Abbott this season is, I mean, he's obviously in for his bowling. You know, he can bat a bit, of course he can. But his strike rate, the last time I looked, and I think it was just before the start of the game, he had the 2nd best strike rate in First Division.
Wow.
So you will see him put bat to ball. Not stupidly, I mean, he won't sort of slog or anything like that, but I think this year he's just decided that rather than just sort of prod around and just sort of bat, I think he's decided to enjoy himself a little bit more out there. And it's to a point, when you come in low down, it's paid off. Fuller is forward, goes out towards short mid-wicket. So yeah, I've quite enjoyed his batting this year. It doesn't mean he's going to get loads of runs, of course it doesn't, but it just means for the time that he's out there, as you've seen.
But that can be useful with Hampshire, with a lead of what, 112 now?
Yeah.
Are we starting to think about that?
Yeah. Yes, definitely rocked by those 2 wickets after lunch. Hampshire looking at a sizable first innings lead. It doesn't look as though it's going to be that now, but well, there are still a couple of wickets for Essex to get. As Jones bowls to Fuller. Fuller's on the back foot, doesn't hit it where he wants it to. He goes out to Walter at short mid-wicket. End of the over, and applause for Mackenzie Jones for his first-class wicket.
Yeah, really good delivery, good catch for that wicket of Liam Dawson from an Essex point of view. I would have liked to have found that wicket a bit earlier on, but very positive start to the afternoon session for Essex. Matt Critchley picking up the wicket of Felix Organ as well. He is going to continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That's the end he's found his 2 wickets today from. And he's got 2 fairly new batters at the crease to have a bowl at. 408 for 8. These are sirens in the distance in the city. Had a little change in the field. I can't quite see out of my view. Matt Critchley just having a chat with his captain Tom Wesley at long off. He is in, and that one's just defended by Kyle Abbott into the offside for no run.
Is Harmer still off the field?
No, Harmer is at second slip.
Oh, he's back on. That's
yeah,
good. That's
yeah. He did as Critchley is in, and that one's driven back down the ground by Abbott for 4 runs. A straight drive for 4 from Kyle Abbott, and he's proving Kevin James's point there. 412 for 8.
Yeah, that's a good shot, isn't it? Really, my word. It's fairly full. It needs to be full if you're going to play shots like that, and yeah, lovely through mid-on as well.
Yeah, as far as I can see, just as it was just before lunch, Essex have a full complement out there as Critchley is in. And Essex think they've got Abbott, but it was maybe a premature celebration from Pepper, who was running away behind the stumps in celebration.
Well, he's launched at that one as well, Abbott, down the ground, and sometimes you can just over balance and that back leg comes up, but Pepper had the bails off just in case. Fortunately for Abbott, he just kept that back leg down. Just readjusted in time, but that turned.
Positive signs from Matt Critchley. 3 for 83 his figures as he is in. Abbott just dabs that one down past Simon Harmer in the slip cordon, but it will be fetched by Mackenzie Jones, and there's no opportunity to add to the total of 412 for 8. Critchley is in. There's a bit of width on that one, which Abbott is able to guide into the offside. They'll take a single. Brings Fuller back on strike.
Yes, I'm loving Kyle Abbott's batting this year. Really enjoyable.
Fuller's yet to get off the mark as Critchley is in. He has a swing and a miss at that one. And that's the final ball of the over. Hampshire 413 for 8, a lead of 117.
Yeah, well, these two are trying to put the bat to ball a little bit here, which is the way they play. So we can either have an abrupt end to the Hampshire innings or enjoy some good shots, maybe a few more boundaries. And Hampshire will push that lead up from 117 to a few more, but it's a good lead, no doubt about it. We're seeing turn, but you do feel that at lunch there was potential for it to, whatever it'll end up, to be even a few more, but I think Hampshire would have taken that lead of 117 when Essex were bowled out for 296, especially with those wickets near the end of day 1. Mackenzie Jones bowls low full toss, and he's caught, he's dropped. Kyle Abbott is dropped by Paul Walter at short mid-wicket, and it seemed harder to drop than hold on to it. Wow, well, he's still on his knees thinking, how on earth has that ball gone to ground? And I think, if I'm honest, Victoria, so am I.
Yeah, he's almost seemed to get it trapped under his body as he dived on it and spilled it out underneath him.
Wow.
It was only when he sort of rose up slightly you could see that the ball had dropped. Yeah. He'll be disappointed, and Mackenzie Jones will be disappointed as well not to have added to his maiden first-class wicket.
Comes in again then. Bowls. It's a full delivery. Abbott drives through mid-on. It's off the bottom of the bat, so not driven with any power. A bit like the full toss, actually. They hit to Paul Walter. That wasn't really hit with any power. That's possibly one reason why Paul Walter dropped it, because he was probably surprised at how slowly it came to him.
He's still got his head down, Paul Walter, looking disappointed, isn't he?
Yeah. He'll be thinking about that for a little while. Abbott moves on to 9. 414 for 8. Leaders 118. Jones in again then. To Fuller. Fuller gets a length ball. Goes to Paul Walter. It's along the ground. We're into the 131st over of this Hampshire first innings. Scoring overall at just over 3 and over. And Harmer is back in at slip for Essex. I thought Elgar was there a minute ago. He's gone to backward a point. Jones comes in again. And bowls. Fuller drives through the covers. That's a lovely shot. Now, has he got enough power on that? He usually does, James Fuller. And has that been pulled up? Well, it has. Well, that's a great bit of fielding.
Shane Snater again.
Snater. What a fielder that guy is on the boundary. He's as enthusiastic in the 131st over as he was in the first.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding, because it looked like it was travelling with some speed. He did well to catch it up, to get the slide in, and to keep it from taking his own momentum, taking it over the rope with him.
That's right, yeah. It looked like his feet would get close to the rope. He's managed to somehow keep them away. Here's Jones, bowls. Abbott gets wrapped on the pad as it goes down the leg side towards fine leg. 418 for 8 now. That Hampshire lead goes up to 122. So yeah, nice shot from James Fuller through the covers. Shane Snater's been excellent today, especially, hasn't he? Saved a few runs on the boundary.
Yeah, who knows how crucial that could be.
Well, yes. Yeah. It sounds a little bit silly when a fielder's saved probably 5 or 6 runs and the side's got 417 or 418, but you never know. Jones in again. That's gone for the Yorker there and dug out by Fuller, square on the leg side. Moves on to 4. 419 for 8. Hampshire's lead up now to 123. I keep getting the odd email about Chelmsford City.
It's really testing
it is,
my
isn't it,
football
really?
knowledge, doesn't it?
Yes. Chris Kimber is clearly still lying by the pool in Rhodes and still sinking the odd beer. He says it's still roasting here. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says the attached map shows where the old home of the Clarets, Chelmsford City, was. New Riddle Street is at the top of the picture, next to the cricket ground. So
yes,
I'm going to open the map. Yeah, well, you'll know, because you'll know better than me. There it is. So that would be Chelmsford City.
Yeah.
God, they were that close, weren't they?
Yeah, it was
a cricket ball throwaway.
Real proximity as Critchley begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's driven to mid-on for no run. He could have almost swapped balls if.
Can we have a ball bat and you get one a little bit smaller?
Critchley is in, and that one's just played back to the bowler by Fuller for no run. Turns on his mark, quickly back in, and that one is a Fuller delivery, which has turned into the leg side. If you want to get in touch, remember we are in our transition period, we're going to call it, Kevin, of our emails, as Critchley is in, and that one again is just using the wrists from Fuller to turn it into the leg side. So if you want to get in touch with us today, you can email me, victoria.polly@bbc.co.uk, and Polly is POLLEY. Don't forget the E. As Critchley is in, a bit of width on that one, past the slip cordon from Fuller, and he's found a gap at third and has made it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Simon Harmer's a little close in there at gully. He's just turned his back on it. I'm not surprised really, it was hit with force by Fuller, even though it was off the outside edge of the bat. Not really going to catch those. You're not in for those.
423 for 8. Critchley into Fuller, who looks to drive that one. It just flicks off the bottom of the bats and straight to the fielder. So just that boundary from that Matt Critchley over. 423 for 8. Fuller is on to 8 and Abbott is on 9.
Ollie Arnold back on the emails. Victoria's just giving you hers, but from a Hampshire point of view, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ollie says, if these two can stay in a while, we could have some fireworks. Well, you're right there. Abbott's strike rate is one of the highest in the league. That's right, I mentioned that. He's second. I will try and look it up again, but I know when I came into this game and had a quick look, I think Ben Duckett has the highest strike rate in Division 1 and Kyle Abbott is second. It's into the hundreds, I can't remember exactly. I will look it up actually, I'll look it up now.
That's balls defence. Would you like me to take Mackenzie Jones's over while you look that up?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Do you know why? My screen has just suddenly gone dark, and I thought, how have I done that? What have I done? There it's come back. So apologies, Victoria.
That's all right. You haven't missed anything. Defended off the first ball of the over.
Oh dear. Right. It's an age thing. Yeah, Harmer in at slip.
I wonder if we'll see him return with the ball.
Yeah, it's been a while since he's had a bowl, hasn't it? Jones in. And forward is Kyle Abbott. Nice looking forward defensive as the ball makes its way out to Snater at extra cover. Haven't seen Snater for a while either with the ball. I suppose at one stage he might have been thinking about bowling with the third new ball, but those 2 quick wickets after lunch means that I'll be very surprised if we get anywhere near there. Jones turns and runs towards us once more. Pass to Abbott. He's pushing forward. It goes out to Dean Elgar at backward of point. And I guess it's about now where the openers will start to think, well, might not be long before it's my turn to have another bat. It can sometimes be a bit annoying when the last wicket or a couple of wickets stick around for a while. There's only so long you can think you're going to bat, or your bat's not too far away. Here's Jones again, bowls, and slightly fuller this time, whipped away by Kyle Abbott, backward of square leg. It won't be cut off, and that's going for 4. Well, it's perfect. It's the right ball. It's a little leg stumpish and it's a little full. All Abbott has done is just hit through the line. He moves on to 13.
Surrey have beaten Worcestershire by 9 wickets, so they've got things wrapped up there, and Worcestershire remain bottom. I think probably that result Essex and Hampshire will be looking at and just thinking,
yeah,
that helps things out.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, you want one side that's sort of rooted to the bottom, don't you? You don't want 2 sides that are close to you. There's a lovely straight drive from Kyle Abbott. Just the last 2 deliveries there from Mackenzie Jones have been slightly over pitched. That was a little straighter, but was inviting the drive. Jones at his best when he's hitting just back of a length. There he's just over pitched. And that's a lovely straight drive there from Kyle Abbott.
Remember, Kyle Abbott dropped on 8. He's moved on to 17. Essex won't want to see them made to pay, really.
That's right. Yeah, you don't want to be. You don't want to be Paul Walter if he's on 50 or 60, Kyle Abbott, but that's a long way away. That's half stopped by Jones on his follow through, and that's the end of the over. 8 runs off it, 2 scoring shots. He has 1 for 57 from 13. Hampshire 431 for 8. They lead by 135. That game was over pretty quick because Worcestershire this morning was 4 down, weren't they?
Yeah, there was quite the collapse because they were 125 all out, I think, in the end.
Oh,
so
wow.
Things really accelerated quite quickly. Let's get into the details of that one for you. Matt Critchley is going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. So yeah, if we look at the Worcestershire second innings in that game, they went from 112 for 5 to 125 all out.
Oof.
So yeah, once Ben Allison had been dismissed for 27, there was a real flurry of wickets as Critchley is in, and that's the sweep shot from James Fuller. It's going to just get to the boundary. It's got 2 fielders in pursuit, but it will beat them, and Hampshire will add a 4 to the score, 435 for 8. Nathan Smith really starring with the ball for Surrey in that game, and it was really never going to be too much of an ask for Surrey to chase down that total as Critchley is in. That one's flicked up to mid-on for a single. Fuller is on 17, same as Abbott. Hampshire 336 for 8. That lead just creeping up now, 140. Critchley into Abbott, bit of width. He just tries to guide that one, finds backward point, and that'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, Abbott's strike rate going into this game is 112 per 100 balls. Only Ben Duckett with 165 is ahead of him.
Critchley is into Abbott, who plays that one back down the pitch to the Essex bowler.
The other notable stat is that Simon Harmer has the 3rd best economy rate in Division 1.
So Critchley is in, and again Abbott was looking to drive at that one, but instead it ends up behind the stumps in the gloves of Pepper.
And yeah, Harmer's 45 overs costing just 107 runs, so that's pretty much...
Critchley is in, a bit more flight, played back down to Critchley, who is down on a knee to field that one, and that's the end of his over 5 from it, 436 for 8.
Yeah, in fact, his 45 overs, his economy rate is 2.3 in this game, and in Division 1, his overall economy rate is 2.3. You can't get any closer. So he's bang on target, Simon Harmer. And if Kyle Abbott stays bang on target while he's out there, then the scoreboard will start to rattle along a bit more. 436 for 8. We've got a bowling change at the far end. Sam Cook back, yeah. So far 25 overs, 2 for 83. Hasn't taken a wicket since yesterday at midday when he was eyeing up a hat-trick, having picked up Alior and Nick Gubbins in 2 balls. 2 in 2. Farmer was the new batter and managed to keep out a very good delivery, straight and good length. Right, here's Sam Cook then from the Graham Gooch end. Bowling to James Fuller. Fuller gets a ball that's just angled in a fraction, just pushes forward. Fuller remains on 13. So we already have our first result in Division 1 today. I think we won't know the result of this one for a while. Still plenty of cricket left in this.
England are going nicely, 167 without loss now.
Oh dear.
We'll have a result in that one.
Oh, Victoria. That'd be a good day to be at Headingley today then. Fuller drives but finds Wesley at mid-off. Well, they thought it couldn't be done. I suppose right now they'll be thinking it can be done.
204 runs to win.
Oh, dear. I just love it was quite interesting, wasn't it, where Stokes won the toss in that game at Headingley and decided to bowl, and everybody's saying, well, you don't do that at Headingley and that's a nightmare. You know, you'll find the pitch will get flat and what have you. What is he doing? But apparently the stats showed that the sides batting second had the best chance of winning. Short ball, full of ducks underneath. And India 471 all out in their first innings, and everybody's saying, well, you know, what's going on? But you have to say now, there's a chance he's going to be proved right. Only 203 with 10 wickets left. Wow. That would be a good day to be at Headingley today.
Wouldn't it? I think it was a bit wet there as well to start with this morning, but that seemed to clear up pretty quickly, just like it has here.
Here's Cook again, bowls. Fuller gets a length ball, which he pushes forward to. So who's got what in that then? Crawley's got 50. He's been outscored by Duckett, mind you. They're both quick scorers, aren't they? They both faced a similar number of balls actually. There's only 2 between them. Duckett's 98, Crawley 57. And Jasprit Bumrah, 13 overs, none for 43. Have to find something extra pretty quickly. Here's Cook, bowls short. Full of ducks underneath that. There is a deep square leg out there. There is a deep squarish fine leg for the mistimed pull or hook shot. But it is a short boundary. I don't think we've seen any catches out there actually for that. The field's been set there a few times by various bowlers. I don't think anybody's been caught on the pull or hook out that way. Not yet. Cook in again, bowls. Fuller is forward, pushes that to Elgar at point, and that's the end of the over. Good over there from Sam Cook. The total is 4:36 for 8. Hampshire lead by 140. That was a maiden by Cook.
Yep, Sam Cook returning to the attack for Essex as they look to find these final 2 wickets and limit the Hampshire first innings, which has seen them build a lead of 140 so far. Matt Critchley has taken a couple of wickets today in conversation with his captain, Tom Wesley, and fellow spinner Simon Harmer as well, who we haven't seen bowl since quite a while before lunch now, isn't it?
And he was off for a little while, wasn't he?
We think so. It was for a little while. Luke Benkenstein was on the field, and I couldn't see Simon Harmer, so he's gone into his Gordon position as Critchley begins a new over. That's driven back past him. It will be cut off by Dean Elgar coming round from long on for the single. The sun dips behind the clouds, the breeze picks up, 437 for 8. In comes Critchley, and that one's left alone outside off stump as we have a rather, well, it's a helicopter just coming across Chelmsford. Pick up that noise on the radio as Critchley is in, and that ball is played uppishly back to the bowler. Dot ball. Critchley gives that one a bit more air, and that's dug out by Fuller. With so far 4 balls of this Matt Critchley over. He's 29th. That's a single from the first ball as Critchley is in. That's defended by Fuller into the pitch.
Looks like the helicopter's coming back.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's a police helicopter or it might be the air ambulance maybe. It's just circling around Chelmsford at the moment as Critchley is in, and that's got away by Fuller, and that may well be 6. Yes, it's bounced over the Tom Pearce stand just to our right hand side, and what did look like a good over there from Matt Critchley has a 6 off the final ball of it, and Hampshire move on to 443 for 6.
Yeah, he's very strong, is James Fuller. Anything short like that, banged away. There's the helicopter circling the ground. If you're watching the live picture feed, I don't know if it's not coming down, is it? No, it's a little lower than it was. Alan Groves has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I listened to your interview last night, Kev, with Tilak Varma. Comes across as a very pleasant, well-grounded young man with enormous talent. He did. He was quite enthusiastic last night, wasn't he? I quite enjoyed that 4 or 5 minutes we did. It says, pity we only have him for 4 games. What an asset he would have been also. Well, he will still be an asset for the next few games anyway. Oh, sorry, I missed out the next line. What an asset he would have been for the T20. They're looking at the board again, are they?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Enjoying the commentary. And he always enjoys the interviews as well. Thank you very much. Yes, I didn't know what to expect last night. All I had to go on was that as 1 or 2 of the Hampshire boys came out of the dressing room, they said, yeah, he's a really good guy, really good. And yeah, he was good value to speak to. I could have quite happily done a few more minutes, but I think sometimes with interviews they can go on a little bit too long, can't they? So I deliberately curtailed it, and I thought, well, I still had a couple more things to ask, but maybe that's for another day, because I'd like to think that in the few more innings that he's got with Hampshire that he'll score some more runs yet. But that was the first interview as a Hampshire player. That's on the Hampshire Cricket website, also on the @Solent Sport X feed as well, if you want to have a listen and a watch of that. Right, Sam Cook. Hopefully the noise has disappeared for a while.
I think the helicopter's just landed behind the trees.
Oh, has it? Behind us? Over there, far side.
Opposite where Sam Cook bowling from.
Okay. That's played back to Sam Cook by Kyle Abbott. So what's over there, sorry? Where would it have?
So that is, what would be that way? It's more towards the Army Navy roundabout as you come into to Chelmsford, perhaps potentially maybe towards the A130. That's something out that way. hope all's okay.
Yeah, that's for sure. Right, Sam Cook at the top of his mark. Comes in and bowls to Abbott. Abbott's in behind that length ball, works that up to mid-on. Might not get too many half volleys from Sam Cook. Hit a couple of nice shots off Mackenzie Jones's last over, that's why he was taken off. 4:43 for 8 here then in Chelmsford, Hampshire. They lead by 147. Felix Organ for 4, Liam Dawson for 139. The 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch, Matt Critchley and Mackenzie Jones with his first-class wicket have been the wicket takers since the break. Abbott gets an inside edge, pushing forward. The ball's going down towards fine leg, and that'll be 4 runs. A little bit lucky there, Kyle Abbott. Just wondering if that ball just nipped back a fraction. Have a watch of this again, and yeah, off the inside edge there. A little bit of a gap between bat and pad, but almost sneaked through.
Ben Duckett's just hit his century for England.
Ooh.
192 runs required there now to win.
Surely they can't do that. But I have to say at the moment it'd be a fair chance they might. Here's Cook, bowls. Abbott pulls that away in the air and it's safe. It may have gone for 6 in front of square. No, it's 4 runs. There is a fielder just behind the umpire, deep square leg. But Abbott's hit it well to his left. Not quite the maximum, but well struck anyway. Well, Abbott moves on to 26. And what was it, 8? He was dropped, did you say?
8, yeah.
And that was not the hardest catch in the world. 4:47 for 8. 4:51 for 8, tell a lie. The lead's 155. Another short delivery, slower. Abbott's through the shot. The ball bounces for a second time just in front of Pepper. It's quite a good delivery from Cook, actually. Different pace and a little bit more outside off stump. Quite deliberate delivery there from Cook, trying to get Abbott to make a mistake. Just kept the man out there at deep. Paul Walsh has been dropped to a more orthodox mid-wicket, and there was a short mid-wicket as well. Cook's in, bowls, length ball, nips back, hits Abbott on the thigh pad, and a stunted appeal. It's hit him a little too high, I think. Being kind there, actually, it's hitting quite high. 4:51 for 8.
Well, we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well now. Kevin James, BBC Soden, will be back with us a bit later on. And I'm going to be joined by my fellow BBC Essex sport colleague, James Patient. And Essex, this is what they didn't want, was things just to start to get away from them in the lower order. They would have been buoyed by those 2 quick wickets after the lunch break, particularly that of Liam Dawson, who was looking dangerous. But these pair, James Fuller and Kyle Abbott, have provided some important runs as Critchley begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that one's turned into the leg side. They'll come through for the single. It's picked up behind the square leg umpire. 452 for 8. Afternoon, James.
Afternoon, Victoria. I think Paul Walter will be ruining that drop catch, don't you? Just agony watching batters pile on runs after you've put them down. Speak from experience.
As Critchley is in, and that one he looks to drive. Sounded like it came off the bat, but Matt Critchley was interested in it. We've got an echo in the commentary box behind us. 452 for 8, as you may well have just heard, as Critchley is in, and there's an appeal behind the stumps. Have they got the wicket? They have. That's what Essex needed. Kyle Abbott goes for 26. It turned from Matt Critchley. And that is the 9th wicket down for Hampshire, 452 for 9. A useful 26 from Kyle Abbott, the lead 156, but Essex now just need one more in the Hampshire innings.
And Paul Walter breathes a sigh of relief there. I think Victoria, it's only cost the team 18 runs, so hopefully not too much damage done. But as you say, some useful lower guard resistance from Kyle Abbott. Came out and played some strokes, showed some attacking intent, but good ball from Matt Critchley. He's been getting into spin a bit this afternoon. Well taken from Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
Well, it was interesting because we saw him swap ends. I mean, we see Matt Critchley bowl from both ends here at Chelmsford, and it was into the first session in the morning he swapped and he came on from the Sir Alistair Cook end, so that's the end closest to the river here at Chelmsford, and that's where he's picked up 3 of his wickets. So Eddie Jack, who picked up that important wicket on debut of Jordan Cox when it came to the Essex innings, last man in for Hampshire here.
Just 19 years old, Eddie Jack, so he's still a youngster. But Essex will need to get this innings wrapped up as quickly as possible. They have struggled this season and over the last few years just to close innings out, haven't they? Take the final few wickets. That Worcestershire game at the start of the season springs to mind, where they nearly lost when it looked for all the world that they were going to walk to victory.
Yeah, so just to confirm, that was caught behind by Michael Pepper, that wicket for Matt Critchley of Kyle Abbott. So Eddie Jack, much like a number of these in the Hampshire side, coming through the youth academy, and as is often the case these days, the youngsters get their chance in the One-Day Cup and establish themselves that way, and are now getting the opportunity in first class. An England under-19 graduate as well, much the same as the Essex trio. Charlie Allison, the one of the 3 out playing in this team at the moment. Noah Thane and Nick Benkenstein as well. Actually spotted Benkenstein's out there as a sub fielder for Essex again at the moment. So Critchley is on his way into Jack, who turns that one into the leg side and gets a Fuller. Sorry, yeah, no, it is Jack. He takes his single and brings James Fuller back on to strike, 453 for 9.
Off the mark straight away, Eddie Jack. It'll settle any nerves he might have. You mentioned Luke Benkenstein there coming on as a sub fielder. Would you like to see him maybe make his full appearance in the championship?
As Critchley is in, he's wrapped Fuller on the pads quite high up, tries an appeal, umpire not interested. Well, I think it's certainly something that is on the cards. We see Essex back the youngsters. Although Essex's T20 campaign has been disappointing in terms of results, Luke Benkenstein has done well with the bat and ball. That is wide of off stump from Matt Critchley for the final ball of the over, and it produced the wicket of Kyle Abbott. Matt Critchley's figures now 4 for 102. Hampshire 453 for 9. They lead by 157. How much can Essex limit? That is the question the hosts will be asking, and from the visitors' point of view, how much can they put in this final wicket stand to increase that lead?
Well, Kevin touched on it a little earlier, but Paul Walter and Dean Elgar will be sort of all minds focused on going out to bat. Dean Elgar particularly hasn't really been in form, has he? I think he's averaging about 22 in the championship this season, so he's well overdue a big innings, as Essex fans will sure be hoping to see.
We're just going to have a short delay because we've got drinks and a physio on the pitch, I think.
It's Michael Pepper, is it? He's got his gloves off.
Yeah, so there's a quick conversation going on over by Michael Pepper. There's a cluster of Essex players as well, just having a chat over by the umpire. Sam Cook getting ready to bowl his next over when it comes to it. Michael Pepper, he's not getting any kind of treatment. He's just having a
drink.
Having a quick drink. So hopefully nothing too concerning for the Essex wicketkeeper. So he seems okay. and I think we should be all right to continue. So Sam Cook's going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end, and you're going to take this one, James, when he gets going?
Absolutely.
Someone you know rather well.
Someone I know quite well. Yeah, Sam Cook. Started his cricketing life at Writtle Cricket Club, a small village just on the outskirts of Chelmsford, where I also ply my trade. not as well as Sam, I have to say, but yeah, we have got his shirt up in the clubhouse. Aaron Beard as well of that parish, so a hub for fast bowling. Sam Cook comes in, bowling at Jack. Oh, and that only takes the edge, and Sam Cook has a wicket with his first ball of the over. Eddie Jack caught behind, Michael Pepper diving to his left. Jack goes for one, and that is the end of the Hampshire innings. 453 all out. Sam Cook finishes with figures of 3 for 91. Hampshire leading by 157. So the Essex players will hurry off the pitch now, and Dean Elgar and Paul Walter will get themselves ready to come out and try and build a lead for the home side. Victoria, what do you think will be going through their heads?
Well, much like a change of bowling there, a change in the commentary boxes brought on a wicket there. That was just a tempting edge for Eddie Jack to play at. Sam Cook picking up a wicket, his first since the 2 quick ones he took earlier on in the Hampshire innings yesterday. I think from an Essex point of view, that's exactly the response they would have wanted after the lunch break, to just limit that Hampshire lead, because it was building very steadily, and after Essex had got that breakthrough early on this morning of Tilak Varma for 100, I think they would have been hoping to have got through the Hampshire lower order quicker than they have. But if Essex can bat sensibly, and crucially as well, that top order can hang around, I don't think there should be too many concerns. But we have seen that at times they've been prone to collapses in the championship. So I think Essex just need to be careful, or at least put that out of their heads when it comes to how they bat in this second inning. So just to run through the scorecard for you then, those 2 wickets early on for Essex. Ali Orr was caught by Cox off the bowling of Cook for 9. Nick Gubbins followed the next ball, caught by Paul Walter for 0. Fletcher Middleton went for 61 in the afternoon session yesterday, also caught by Paul Walter off the bowling of Simon Harmer, and Ben Brown dismissed for 42, caught by Dean Elgar off the bowling of Matt Critchley. That meant that overnight Tilak Varma was 98 not out alongside Liam Dawson, who was on 79. Tilak Varma going this morning into Simon Harmer's second over. He went for 100. He was also caught by Jordan Cox. Essex had to wait a little while after that then to pick up the next wicket, that of Tom Press. He built a nice partnership with Liam Dawson, was eventually dismissed for 41, caught by Shane Snater off the bowling of Matt Critchley. Felix Organ also caught off the bowling of Matt Critchley before Mackenzie Jones picked up his first-class wicket, that of Liam Dawson, an important one for Essex, 139 he eventually went for. Kyle Abbott was dropped on 8, caught behind off the bowling of Critchley for 26, and then Eddie Jack on debut, the last man to go, for 1, caught behind off the bowling of Sam Cook. So Essex bowling innings then: Sam Cook 27.1 overs, 3 wickets for 91 runs, 6 maidens within that as well. No wickets for Shane Snater, he bowled 16 overs for 73 runs, 2 maidens within that. Mackenzie Jones 13 overs, 1 for 57, his first class wicket, a maiden as well. Simon Harmer really getting through the overs as he always does here at Chelmsford, 45 overs, 2 wickets for 107 runs, 13 maidens within that as well, keeping things tight. Matt Critchley, the pick of the bowlers, 30 overs, 4 for 102, 2 maidens, and then Paul Walter bowling 3 overs yesterday. We haven't seen him today, 0 for 8, and Tom Wesley bowling a couple of overs earlier on, 4 overs, 0 for 7. So we will be back when Essex begin their second innings, and we will see how they get on in reply to Hampshire's lead of 157 runs. So for myself, Victoria Polly, alongside James Patient and Kevin James, we'll be back with you very shortly.
Just about all right there. Paul Walter just got himself outside the line of off stump. You can see what he's trying to do. Dawson comes in again. This time Walter is a bit more watchful. Just plays it defensively on the front foot.
Yeah, as long as he gets a big stride in, which of course he does because he's tall anyway, but he should be all right. But yeah, that was a little straighter pulling that one.
It's going to be a risk, yeah, when it's that full getting the sweep out. As he goes again, and he's absolutely hammered down. That's a great bit of fielding out on the square leg boundary. Fielder at deep square keeps that to a single. Wesley will be on strike now.
It's a good bit of fielding from Ali Orr. That got to him quick, didn't it?
Got to him really quick. He mullered that, Paul Walter, and a sharp bit of fielding diving away to his left by Ali Orr. So Dawson bowling to Essex captain Tom Wesley. Wesley just working that up towards mid-on, who is quite square. Carl Abbott, the fielder at mid-on. This is just played defensively to the fielder at short cover. Yeah, you'd imagine they will be taking the tea break possibly at the end of this over.
Yeah, 100%.
Wesley comes forward again and does take the inside half of his bat as he defends it into the leg side, and that is the end of the over. 14 overs bowled, Essex 44 for 1, and yet the umpires signal that will be tea and the players are going to leave the pitch. So a decent start for Essex, losing just the 1 wicket of Dean Elgar to the bowling of Liam Dawson. Still trailing by 113 runs, the home side. So Hampshire on top in the match, and conditions are looking fairly tricky out there with the ball spinning about. Organ and Liam Dawson have extracted quite a bit from this pitch, as we saw in the Essex innings, as the Essex crowd just applaud the players coming off the pitch. Essex 44 for 1 at tea.
Yeah, plenty of life left in this game yet, that's for sure. We'll be back with you just under 20 minutes time for live commentary of the evening session here on day 3.
Thanks very much.
None of them were close. Yeah, we were like 20 or 30 runs. It was quite a lot. This is like different. That's what I thought. It is like 10, 15 runs. Yeah.
Ooh, duckets out. Yes, Essex did well to fight back with the ball to bowl Hampshire out for 453 in their first innings. That was a leader of 157, the pick of the bowlers. Leg spinner Matt Critchley taking 4 wickets. Essex have begun their reply, and it does look like spin will be the way to go when it comes to the bowling. They've lost an early wicket, Dean Algar departing for 18, so Paul Walter is 12 not out alongside the Essex captain Tom Wesley. Essex are 44 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Hampshire by 113 runs, and we're just about to get underway after tea.
Please welcome back your umpires. Rothesay Bailey and James Middlebrook. Taking to the field are visitors from Hampshire, led by Captain Ben Brown. And resuming the Essex innings, Paul Walter and Tom Wesley.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final session of the day at Chelmsford, day 3 between Essex and Hampshire, with Essex batting in their second innings, and they will resume on 44 for 1. Dean Elgar, the man to go for Essex just before the tea interval, and we've got a very interesting final session of day 3 set up here at Chelmsford. I'm Victoria Polly from BBC Essex alongside Kevin James, who's back with us on BBC Solo. Paul Walter will continue on strike for Essex, and it's Carl Abbott to return from the Graham Gooch end for Hampshire. A very good opening spell from him in this Essex second innings.
Yeah, 4 overs for 9. Got the ball past the outside edge of Walter's bat a couple of times, but he's going to try again as he's in to get us underway. And Walter edges short of second slip, third slip, fielded by James Fuller. So yes, this could be a very big session in terms, as you get towards the later stages of the game anyway, they're all big sessions, but this is, if Essex have a very good session here, then they really do set themselves up. They'll get fairly close in terms of parity in the game, and then it's all about day 4 with Hampshire batting last, of course. If Hampshire get amongst the wickets here, really, Essex face a big day tomorrow in terms of trying to save the game. That's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Maybe not necessarily saving the game, but in terms of not being able to set up a game and having to work hard just to get far enough in front and trying to kill a bit of time. So 113 the difference between the two sides currently. Enjoyed James in the afternoon session. It's good, isn't he? Good, James Patient. Your protege,
yes.
BBC, it was good value, wasn't it?
Good to hear from him.
Here's Abbott round the wicket to Walter once more. Walter pushes forward up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Some interesting views on a tee.
Yes,
a tee.
Got a bit of comment, didn't it? I do find it, I must admit, I do find it bizarre now, and it's a long time since I played club cricket, gosh, that one team will have a tee and the others won't.
Yeah, it's quite sporadic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depending on whether or not they return the favour when you go to their place.
Yeah, a bit weird, isn't it? Here's Abbott, bowls, and that's pushed by Walter up to mid-on, and there's no run. I know we got a couple of messages about the sound. I think it was basically on YouTube, so if there was a problem then, but it sounds like it's all back on after tea, so that's good news. Hopefully you're hearing this loud and clear. So Abbott leading wicket taker in Division 1 currently with 37 wickets. 5 for 26 in the first innings. Here's Abbott round the wicket. Forward is Walter. He joked with me actually when he came out the changing rooms last night, because I was waiting to speak to Varma. I know he hadn't quite got his century then, but it's nice to speak to somebody new. Not that I don't like speaking to Carl, I love speaking to Carl. But I said to him, gosh, 5 for 26 and I'm not even going to speak to you. And he says, yeah, you only ever speak to me when the team does badly or whatever. I said, no, that's not true. It's just that there's somebody else. There's somebody else more pressing.
Got to rotate it around.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. And I think, everybody was dying to hear from Varna, really, down south anyway. Sounds like he's gone down well. Not just with his batting, as that's pushed up towards mid-on. Was quite enthusiastic in the interview last night, so looking forward to seeing him go in the second innings. End of the over. from Abbott. Was that a maiden? I think it was, wasn't it?
If it's Carl Abbott bowling, it probably is.
Yes, that's true, yes. Yeah, just say maiden. So 44 for 1, Essex trail by 113.
Yeah, so the 1 wicket to fall for Essex in their second innings is that of Dean Elgar. Played some nice shots in the beginning, and Paul Walter was finding it difficult to get off the mark against that man, Carl Abbott. But a couple of nice shots from Dean Elgar before he departed. It was this man, Liam Dawson, who took the wicket, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Early employment of spin from Hampshire. And Tom Wesley, who is on 13, the right-hander, the Essex captain, to face as Dawson is in, and that one's turned into the leg side by Wesley.
Yeah, interesting field. Got the slip, and you've got the gully, you've got a short leg. It's the sort of field that is set when the ball's turning a bit.
Dawson is in, and that one's off the bottom edge of the bat pass, short leg for a single for Tom Wesley. Right-left combination for the Essex batters at the moment. Whose hands do you think that plays into?
The what, sorry? Sorry, I was just reading something then, sorry.
The right-left combination.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I wouldn't want to be a left-hander facing Liam Dawson. There's much more rough outside the off-stump. Sorry about that, Victoria. I was just trying to read something I couldn't quite see with the sun. Yeah, the left-hander's going to find this harder, no doubt about it. There's more. Paul Walter's got to think about this, a lot harder than Tom Wesley has.
Dawson coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and he gets bat on that and just jabs it down.
If you're watching the live picture feed, you can see the rough that Paul Walter has to contend with on the line that Liam Dawson's bowling. Tom Wesley doesn't have that to worry about, although the pitch is, turning from time to time from anywhere.
Dawson is in. Walter tries the sweep, gets it all wrong, and it just trickles out into the offside.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very much Paul Walter's line of attack. It's either going to be a block or it's going to be the slog sweep.
45 for 1 in the second innings for Essex as Dawson is in. He tries a sweep again, misses it. It's behind the stumps to Brown.
Yeah, and the unpredictable nature of the bounce as well. It's going to come through at slightly different heights. You're not always going to get it out the middle of the bat. There, it's gone over the top.
Dawson with number 8 on his back is into Walter. He's on the back foot this time. He's edged that and he's gone. And he was struggling to play those previous deliveries from Liam Dawson, who gets his second wicket of this Essex second innings. And Essex see Paul Walter depart for 12. They're 45 for 2 and they trail by 112.
Yeah, that's good bowling. I mean, there he's trying to just defend, but he's not sure what that ball's doing out of the rough. I mean, that could have turned a lot more, it could have bounced a lot more, it didn't. It actually held its line by and large. So he's basically placing the bat there, not quite knowing at what part of the bat it's going to hit. And you just hope that you get a little bit lucky. Unfortunately, on that occasion, he's a little bit unlucky, and that's a really good catch from Varma in the slips. Very tricky. From a Hampshire point of view, they'll be disappointed there's no more left-handers to come out, because this game is twice as difficult for the left-handers against Dawson. Some other sides would have, I think already this season, I'm sure we played against a side that had about 4 left-handers in the first 6. That's not the case with Essex. But so from that point of view, I think Essex will be pretty pleased that they haven't got any more left-handers to come. But just watching that again, that's a really good catch from Varma. That's dying on him at first slip, and he's moved smartly to his right and taken it low down.
That's a blow for Essex. Both openers gone now, 2 wickets down as they look to make inroads in this deficit from the first innings. Jordan Cox, who got a duck in the first innings, comes out to the crease, more than capable with the bat, has missed championship cricket due to that abdominal injury that he sustained against Somerset a bit earlier on in the season. Had been batting well in that one, just got his century before he suffered that.
Yeah, he's a very good player. So here's Kyle Abbott. Is my over, isn't it? I can't.
It is.
I'm losing touch. That's played out to point where it's fielded by Fletcher Middleton. So 45 for 2, 112 runs difference between the two sides currently. New batter at the crease. And Tom Wesley played a nice couple of drives just before tea off the bowling of Felix Organ. In fact, it was more than a couple of drives. I think it was 3 drives. The last of those went for 4. All through extra cover. Here's Abbott bowls off the back foot there, and he's playing equally as well through extra cover, but this time off the back foot. And don't quite go all the way. Nick Gubbins will pick it up. Wesley will pick up 3. Moves on to 17, 48 for 2. Nice looking shot. $112 difference between the two sides now. Sorry, that was Jordan Cox. That was Thomas.
It was, yeah.
I was
They've
saying
run
that.
3. Yeah.
Cox is back on strike now, of course. Facing Kyle Abbott. Cox is forward, goes out towards point, and there is no run. He's on a pair at the moment, Jordan Cox. Got hurried by one from Eddie Jack just before lunch on the first day. Was looking to pull the ball. It got on him very quickly indeed, and in the end he just fended it off. It went up in the air, and James Fuller, was in the fielding position he's in now at third slip, just came around a few paces and just took a very loopy catch. Abbott bowls. That's left alone by Cox. A couple of people got excited about that. Probably just nipped back a fraction, but it was a good line to leave.
Yeah, looked comfortable leaving that one. Jordan Cox will look to play positively, as he always does.
He does, hasn't he? He's been a good acquisition for you guys, hasn't he?
Yeah, really good signing for Essex. Was in really good form last season, and as I said, he's been in. Well, he's had fits and starts due to injury, which hasn't helped either his Essex or his England season.
It's pushed away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But he's still managed to squeeze in a couple of hundreds.
Yes, yeah.
This season,
Essex
averages
have
64.
missed him though
when
when he missed the games here at, I think it was Yorkshire, Worcestershire and Surrey he missed before the break for the T20 Blast. Missed the first couple of games in that block because of being away with England Lions, and then has returned in the last couple of weeks.
Here's Abbott. 3 slips weight. Bowls. Cox is forward. He's off the mark. Get a quick single out into the covers. Yes, hundreds in the first game here against Surrey. And down at Taunton.
Yeah, that was the one where he got this injury to his midriff.
Yeah. He was it 103 and then he retired hurt, so that
Yeah.
must have been, yeah.
And then that sort of prompted a collapse in the what had been looking a strong innings from Essex. There was a collapse following that, and they went on to lose a game that at one point didn't look like that would be the case. So again, it's just those moments in games that have gone the other way for Essex. Liam Dawson to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Figures of 2 for 9 from the 6 overs he's bowled so far. Essex 49 for 2. Jordan Cox waits with the bat for Essex, and he gently turns that one into the leg side for a dot ball.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Jordan Cox takes on Liam Dawson here.
Just moving mid-on round. Breeze picks up again. Dawson is in on the back foot. Is Jordan Cox hasn't timed that one, and he'll pick out the fielder in the covers for a dot ball. crowd still dotted about here around Chelmsford as Dawson is in around the wickets, and that one's defended into the offside by Cox, feeling his way into this Dawson over.
Nothing's really turned for Dawson yet this over.
Remains 49 for 2, trailing by 108. Dawson is in on the back foot. That's turned into the leg side by Cox, straight to short leg.
Painful blow on the fingers for Fletcher Middleton there.
Just turned away and shake the hand out. Dawson is in on the back foot again, and that one is played up to long off for a casual single for Jordan Cox, who doubles his score. He's on to 2. Essex reached their 50 in 17.5 overs.
Somebody appreciated that.
There was a small applause. They have lost 2 wickets as Dawson is in. Wesley's on the back foot, and he's played that one straight to the fielder. An extra cover, 50 for 2 at the end of the over, just a single from it. Dawson's figures 2 for 10.
Yeah, if you're watching the live picture here, you'll see the area that Dawson's aiming at and has to aim at, that there's a little bit more grass around and a bit more of the normal wicket. Whereas for the left-hander, the footmarks the bowlers had were kind of an easy target, really. Just land it into those and just wait for something to happen. And Dawson's brilliant at that. It's always been a right-hander's game, this. So 107 Essex trail by currently. 28 overs left in the day. Scoring at under 3 and over. It's all about, from an Essex point of view, not losing any wickets if they can before the end of the day, but certainly as few as possible. Here's Abbott. Bowls, and that's played late along the ground, fielded by Scott Curry at 3rd slip. So we've got a substitute fielder on for Hampshire currently. Scott Curry's been playing in the T20s for Hampshire. Jordan Cox 2 not out currently. Wesley at the non-strikers end, 17. Abbott in for his 7th over. Bowls, keeps a little low on Cox, hits it into the ground, bounces away square on the offside. Three slips. That's Prest, Varma and Curry. Being very vocal there for the moment, giving Abbott some encouragement. Abbott's only ever bowled from that end, hasn't he? Graham Gooch end this game. Hasn't been tempted to switch ends. Comes in and bowls. Again, that's kept a little low. And Cox jags down on that one. Seen 1 or 2 keep low from that end. We saw that with Dawson batting earlier today. In behind 1 or 2 and had to bend low to play it.
Yeah, Jordan Cox just coming forward to do a bit of gardening at where he thinks that pitched.
Yeah, very low. Well, we had the heavy roll on between innings. Just wondering how long that'll be before that starts to wear off. Abbott's in, bowls, Cox is forward. He'll get a quick single out into the covers. Good running, looks eager to.
He was very keen for that single, wasn't he?
He was, wasn't he? He wants to get this innings underway as quickly as possible. He was on to 3, 51 for 2. Essex 106 behind. The good news is, well, they've been out. Oh no, there's more rain ahead.
I was just going to say the bad news. And you said good news, so I wondered what you were looking at.
Well, I looked at it earlier and thought, oh, good, they're playing, but.
No, bad news. England 4 wickets down, and it's raining at Headingley, so they still need 102, and who knows how long this rain delay might last.
What a nightmare. That's outside the off-stump and left alone. They've lost quite a bit this afternoon, haven't they?
They have, and they've lost. Harry Brook went for a first ball duck, so the old guard of Joe Root and Captain Ben Stokes will be at the crease whenever they resume. It must have been a short shower because it's now saying to me that they have resumed.
Oh, that's good
The
news.
rain has gone according to my app.
That needs to be played to a conclusion, doesn't it? Whatever the result is. I also saw something a little earlier. I'll come back to that as Abbott comes in. Off the back foot is Wesley and can't quite get it past. Fielder running in. Nick Gubbins from cover. End of the over, 51 for 2. The opening partnership between Crawley and Duckett, I don't know if you saw this, Victoria, but was 188 for 1. Apparently it's the highest opening partnership for England in a test match at Headingley.
Wow.
It's not massively big, is it? I mean, it's a big partnership, but you think all the test matches that have been played there?
Yeah.
It's the highest.
I think it's been good, though, considering the various conversations and debates over recent years. I know there's been a lot talked about Zach Crawley recently, but a bit of consistency that England have managed to find as Dawson begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's into Jordan Cox, who returns the ball to the bowler for no run.
Yes, him and Daniel Bell-Drummond absolutely smacked us to death in the T20 2 or 3 weeks ago down at Canterbury. God, my word, it was frightening.
Dawson is into Cox, who was already coming forward for that one, and just pleasantly plays it back to the bowler. Another dot ball.
I was quite astonished to realise that Zach Crawley hasn't played a T20 international for England. It's surprising the way he plays.
Dawson is in, bit of width on that one, and that's through the covers and away to the boundary for 4 runs from Jordan Cox.
Yeah, Cox looks keen to play Dawson off the back foot if he can. Dawson just cursed himself there. He knows that was a fraction too short.
55 for 2.
That's the easiest scoring shot if you can get on the back foot.
Cox moves to 7 as Dawson is in, and that one's hit him on the glove, and he just takes the hand off the bat and shakes it as the ball just goes to ground.
And that's from straight. That's bounced and turned from straight. Yeah, Hampshire have to have a gully in there. I mean, that one hasn't actually gone in the air too far, but that could have gone anywhere. That's a little worrying again. You know, Hampshire don't want to be chasing too many in the last innings or batting for too long in the last innings. You see balls like that off straight.
Signs of the spin. 55 for 2. And we're just having a helmet brought in. Who's that gone under the lid? Tom Prest.
Yep.
He's come into field close on the offside as that one is turned into the leg side by Jordan Cox. Gets himself off strike with a single. 56 for 2. He's on to 8.
I should imagine, unless somebody takes Dawson apart here, he'll be bowling this end continuously until the close. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. He might have 1 over or 2 overs rest, but he'll bowl virtually all of them from here.
He's into Wesley, who uses the wrist to turn that one into the leg side for a single. And that's the final ball of the over. 56 for 2. Wesley on to 18. Cox up the other end on 8. And the deficit is now 100 exactly.
Yeah, Dawson 2 for 16 from 8. Just trying to find another ball there that would turn. Again, it's not every ball, so sometimes it's a little difficult to know the exact line to bowl. When it doesn't turn, it's quite an easy shot just to turn it away on the leg side and get a single. So we've got 26 overs left in the day, and we're not even quite at half 4. If the spinners are on, I'm sure Felix Organ will have another go at some point. I think we've been about 5 past 6 the last 2 days.
Not bad.
Which is a welcome, isn't it?
A bit of an evening.
Yeah, it does. The evenings feel longer when you finish at that time.
How have you been amusing yourself in Chelmsford?
Well, I've been very boring, to be honest, Victoria. Just go back to the hotel and Just find something to eat. That's it. I mean, nothing at all. Here's Abbott. I could walk back to the hotel, but I've been very lazy really. As Cox is forward to Abbott, it's up towards mid-on.
Could go for a nice evening walk along the river.
I haven't yet, but I might today actually. I was thinking, what shall I do? Just something a little bit different. I'm not used to getting back to the hotel. I don't know when you find it, but you know, normally the games are what, 6:45. You know, probably nearer 7 o'clock than 6. And by the time you've done the interviews and done this and that, it's, you know, it does get later. But actually finishing just after 6 o'clock, it's like, whoa.
What do I do? Yeah.
Oh, I've actually got the evening here. So I've been a bit surprised the last couple of days. But yes, you're right. Is it a nice stroll along the river here? Is it the well-known thing in Chelmsford? That's flicked away by Wesley down to fine leg. Eddie Jack Fields, 58 for 2.
I was more just thinking it's not far to go because it's just behind us.
True. Well, that's the obvious walk, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Can you go? I mean, how far can you go along the river either way? 'Cause I presume quite a long way.
Yeah, there's various locks at different points, and I mean, don't quote me on how good the footpaths are, but there's certainly walks you can do on quite a stretch through Chelmsford and beyond.
Okay. Going which way as Abbott comes in? It's kept a little bit low on Cox.
So the one place I'm thinking in particular, there's quite a long walk, is Paper Mill Lock, which is, I want to say towards Baddow, but someone can always correct me on victoria.polly@bbc.co.uk. I have done it, but my geography of the direction. I certainly know you often get a lot of kayakers and canoeists, etc., who come all the way.
I saw some a couple of days ago, actually.
Yeah.
It's pushed forward again. Cox to another accurate delivery from Abbott as that goes up to mid-on. So they came from our right and they went behind us up to our left. So.
Yes, so the canoe club is to our left.
Okay, so they were going back.
If you walk through the city centre, where that sort of ends, you'll see all the canoes in there.
So if I go left?
Huts, yes.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm close to the river in the hotel, so that's quite easy. Abbott comes in again, left alone, outside of the off stump. Yes, I think it'll be an ideal evening tonight.
Yeah, it's nice. I do enjoy when there's some kind of water in proximity. It's always quite nice. I did Worcestershire last month, and again, I don't think it was a particularly early finish, but with the lighter evening, I did have a stroll along the along the water and back, which was nice to do.
Yeah.
Frank gave me a running route to try the next morning. So
a running route?
He did.
Did he now?
Not one he'd done, but he gave it to me to do.
A longer one. That's driven up to mid-off. There's no run there. End of that Abbott over, which conceded just a single. Abbott's 8 overs, none for 15. Essex are 58 for 2 in their second innings. They trail Hampshire by 99. Yes, just imagine he does a little one and then he says to you, Victoria, yeah, you got to do this 5 miler.
He said, this is where I walk the dog, and if you want to go for a run, this is the route to do. It was good, because it is... We spend all day sitting and watching people run around in a field, so it's good to do something in the evening. I wonder how the Hampshire staff getting on with their steps. So I noticed they've taken a pause around the boundary.
Yes.
Over to our right.
Oh yes, they're having a rest. There's a couple of them. I'm sure Mal's one of them, the physio. He's done loads of laps today. He's been joined by various people at various times.
58 for 2, Liam Dawson. Continuing with the spin from the Sir Alistair Cook end, is into Wesley, gives that one a bit of flight, pushes it out into the offside for no run. They don't need to walk along the river, they've done all their steps today.
Yeah, you're right now, aren't you?
Well, I might need a few more in the evening.
Oh, they don't. But
they don't, yeah. Dawson is in, and that one is pushed back towards the bowler by Wesley.
That's probably why they're doing it, actually. It's as much exercise as it is watching the game from different angles.
Two dot balls to start from Liam Dawson, who's in, and that one's again pushed out into the offside by Wesley, shadowing the shot afterwards. .58 for 2 as Dawson is in, and this time it's driven into the covers but straight to the fielder by Wesley, looking to get that ball away, but he can't find the gap. Dawson is in, and again defended by Wesley. Patient play from the Essex captain, who's on 19.
Yeah, I mean, Neil was seeing how, you know, relatively easily it was for the batters earlier today against Harmer and Critchley. I know Critchley picked up some wickets, but generally there were periods, weren't there, where even though the ball was turning a bit, the batters were able to play okay.
That one is just a use of the wrists from Wesley into the leg side, but it did something Liam Dawson liked. As the end of the over, maiden, it remains at 58 for 2. Essex trail by 99 runs.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of pace in the pitch, so you know the ball's perhaps not coming on quite as quickly as the spinners would like. So it does give the batters a chance. It's just certainly for the left-handers when it's coming out of the bowler's rough, it's a little bit unpredictable. And we've probably only seen one from Dawson since tee that really has sort of gone and bounced a bit from straight to the right-handers. So it's definitely playable, no doubt about that. It's just the odd one is going to test you a little bit, and as long as you get past that, you're okay. You would think that even for the right-handers, that as we get through to tomorrow, there perhaps will be a few more deliveries that will actually turn. But it's not turning quickly, so it does give the batters a bit more of a chance.
So England-India is at tea. So although I'm not quite sure what the weather's doing, they remain 269 for 4. Kevin's just going to update the radio listeners. So Eddie Jack is coming on from the Graham Gooch end, and that one is driven to mid-off for no run by Jordan Cox, who was dismissed for a duck by Eddie Jack in the first innings for Essex. Cox is on 8, with Essex 58 for 2 in the second. Blue skies around Chelmsford as Jack is in. That's turned into the leg side by Cox, fielded behind the square leg umpire as they come through for the single. Move on to 59 for 2, Cox on to 9. And Jack will get the opportunity to bowl at the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, who's just taking guard. Jack's on his way in, moving past the umpire to Wesley. Clips that one into the leg side, fielded at deep square leg for a single. Essex reach 60 for 2, trailing by 97. Wesley on to 20. And don't forget, we'll round up all of the cricket news from across the county tomorrow on BBC Essex. Around the Wicket returns at 6 p.m, so we will review the conclusion of this match. Plus much more as Jack is on his way in to Cox, drives that one, is under the fielder in the covers. They'll come through for a quick single. As Hampshire recover in the field, 61 for 2. Cox into double figures on 10. And that all-important deficit down to 96 for Essex. Amongst talking about what's been going on in the County Championship, also having a look at The women, as the first block of T20 for them has come to an end, finished with a win at Durham on Friday. Also going to talk about the Australian transplant team who have been in Essex this week. They're playing a friendly at Wickford over the weekend, so we'll catch up with some of the players involved in that match, and we'll reflect a bit more as well about that 100th anniversary of cricket at Chelmsford, with the ceremony taking place yesterday lunchtime. As Jack is in, that's whipped away by Tom Wesley, but not timed, and it's fielded in the covers for no run. Remains 61 for 2. And Wesley was just looking to work that ball into the offside off the bowling of Eddie Jack. 2 slips in. Jack is in over the wicket. On the toes is Wesley, clipping into the leg side. Takes a single from the final delivery to keep the strike. Essex 62 for 2, with Wesley on 21 and Cox on 10, trailing by 95.
Yes, and 23 overs left in the day. I think we might get a few more in tonight, will we? We've still got an hour and 20 minutes. Wow. Dawson will continue. Not surprised there. So 95 behind Essex. So with 23 overs left, your mass is pretty good, I'm sure, Victoria. The scoring rate is just under 3 and over. So even if it was to increase to 3 and over, we'll be looking at 60 odd runs. So they might have parity tonight. Might be just a fraction behind Essex. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, I'll
on the current scoring rate. But of course that can change.
I'll trust your maths.
Yeah. So Essex is going to get close tonight, you would think. Here's Dawson. Oh, he's playing a missing, pushing forward there, Tom Wesley. Little bit of turn there for Liam Dawson. He's got a slip and he's got a silly mid off. Dawson just takes his time here. Wesley's batting at about middle and off to Dawson forward. Ball hits the bat there, no problem. So it's not every ball that Dawson's getting to turn from straight, but like Harmon and like Critchley, there's just enough encouragement from time to time. Dawson in again. Bowls and flighted, driven. Oh, there's a shout, catch it. There was a good stop at short extra cover. Not sure how long that ball was in the air. Good diving stop from Gubbins. Not sure if the ball was ever in the air, to be honest, but
Good stop all the same.
it was. He's just taking his time here, Wesley. Doesn't want Dawson just to turn and bowl every ball. Shorter, work to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. That's Tom Prest. No runs off this over yet. You really are, as a fielding side, just waiting for the next ball to turn. That's what it's like out there. You just normal balls that go through fine. That's you're just waiting for the next one. It's Dawson bowls, not that one, as it's turned to mid-wicket once more. Yeah, it's just a bit of a waiting game. One ball left of this over. Oh, he was just about to bowl then. Did you hear the gust of wind?
Yes.
Just as he came in. It just stopped him in his tracks.
Seems to pick up every so often.
Yes. We feel it in here, don't we, from time to time? Although it hasn't. Sometimes it's been a bit worse than this in this game. And he's well forward there is Wesley. Smothers that one. He's 21 not out. Cox is 10 not out. And Essex is 62 for 2.
You can really see where the 2 flags are flying either side of the pavilion. Essex in Hampshire. It's where you can really tell what the wind's doing. That, and straight opposite us, the trees behind the houses at the Hayes Close end. They give you a good indication, although it's still, every time we've managed to get out of the commentary box today and walk round, it still feels really nice out there for the spectators at Chelmsford. Still lots of them enjoying the uncovered stands in front of us. Eddie Jack coming on, came on in the previous over from the Graham Gooch end for a second spell. He's 0 for 16 from the 3 overs that he's bowled so far. He's on his way into Jordan Cox, who turns that one into the leg side with no pace, and it will just dribble to the fielder for no run.
Yeah, Jack making his Hampshire first-class debut, not actually his first-class debut, because he played a couple of games for the Lions a little while ago. Had his 50-over debut for Hampshire 2 years ago, his T20 debut last year, and his first-class one this one.
62 for 2. He's on his way in. Jack bowls to Cox, and that one just jumps up at him, and he has to quickly get across his stumps to make sure that one doesn't trickle on.
Yeah, almost played on, didn't he? I think it might just have played off his bat onto his boot.
Just watch the replay. Jack coming in. A quick footwork from Jordan Cox to get that one away from the stumps.
Nice touch picking the ball up for the bowler.
Two dot balls so far from this Eddie Jack over as he's into Cox. Cox is forward and defending, just pops up into the leg side and drops safely for no run. And just sort of looking through the Hampshire side ahead of this one, it feels like there's a good mix of the experienced heads and then the Hampshire youngsters that have come through the academy, worked their way into the first team. I guess to a point Essex have that as well with the youngsters that they've got involved at the moment, just the varying of experiences.
Well, you need that, don't you?
Absolutely, good blend as Jack is in, and Cox just dabs that one into the pitch, far enough away from a fielder that they come through for a single. 63 for 2, first run off this over.
The thing is, I mean, both these sides have enjoyed, whilst not actually winning the championship for a while, Hampshire longer than Essex, that, they've both, put in pretty good bids, haven't they, over the last few years. So, a good side, it tends to be a side that's getting older together. And the trick is to try and mix in some youth, because, if you leave it too long, then you've got all sorts of problems. And you're right. I think both these sides are just looking to start to, just change things.
Jack is into Wesley, plays that one off the hips into the leg side, and there's a fielder out of our view down at fine leg who picks the ball up for a single. 64 for 2.
Yeah, it's a nice mix, isn't it? You've got Charlie Allison, 20 years old. I mean, Noah Thane played the last championship game, not this one. He's 20. Jordan Cox is only 24. I mean, that's not old at all.
Mackenzie Jones in this one.
Of course, 20, yeah.
Jack is on his way in to Cox, who plays that one with a straight bat into the leg side. 2 singles from the over, 64 for 2, trailing by 93.
Yes, Eddie Jack, 19. I think he's going to be a good bowler over the next few years. You've got Ellie Orr back into the side, 24 years of age. Mark Stoneman experiment didn't quite work, really, at the top of the order. So Hampshire left him out for this one. Not sure if he's going to play again for Hampshire. Certainly not in the near future. Bit of time invested into Fletcher Middleton. He's 23 at the top of the order. Tom Press, 22. So, yeah. And then a few of the older statesmen in the Hampshire side, like Kyle Abbott, 38. Even Liam Dawson now, 35. Ben Brown, 36. So, yeah, there's a real mixture, just like there is in the Essex side as well. Dean Elgar, 38.
Simon Harmer's 36, is he?
Yes, 36, you're right, Victoria, yeah.
Always a worrying moment that you've done someone over their years.
I know, always better to underestimate, isn't it, sometimes, but you're right. I think I've done that a few times. Right, so I think there was a change of gloves there, or something was going on.
Tom Wesley, who's not too far behind those two in terms of age, is just having a drink and a swap of things.
Yeah, 36, Tom Wesley. Dawson bowls, he's cutting that one away, misses. into the gloves of Ben Brown. Fortunately for Wesley, no edge. Trying to hammer that way on the offside. There's no fielder out deep. Here's Dawson. Flighted, turned away on the leg side. There is a fielder backward of square leg. Kyle Abbott. Hampshire contingent doing more laps of the ground at the back far end. I think they've worn a path. I'd be asked, if I was the grounds person, I'd be saying, get off. Must be about the 12th lap they've done, if not more. Forward is Wesley.
We should keep track tomorrow.
Yes. When I see them when they come out of the dressing room later on, I'll be saying. Always outside the boundary rope, of course, so not interfering with play. It's a bit tight up against the boards in some areas. Dawson in again, bowls, Wesley's forward. Being very patient here, but always looking for the first sign of an opportunity. And the ball's either slightly short, especially when it's slightly short. Dawson again runs away from us and bowls. Wesley whips that away on the leg side. That was a little short. Just opens out the field a little bit. And Wesley will pick up 2. Moves on to 24. Essex 66 for 2, trail by 91. Yeah, I mean, Dawson's not going to go for too many here because the batters are just making sure that they get exactly the right shot to the right ball. They're not really looking to take Dawson apart. And these figures reflect that as well, as that's a dot ball to end the over. He's bowled 11 overs, 2 for 18. Essex 66 for 2.
Well, it does look like the rain is going to mean England are going to find it difficult to find that 102 runs. There was a rain delay and then they've taken tea, and it looks like the rain is going to cause further delay at Headingley with England 269 for 4. They'll have to wait to see if they can squeeze in enough time to try and pick up those runs on the final day.
That's a real shame, isn't it?
See how bad things are looking at Headingley as Eddie Jack is readying himself to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. The 27th over of this Essex second innings as he's in, and Cox was looking to turn that one, but it was just down the leg side. Oh, it does look like they are about to get back underway, so they may well get the conclusion because the covers are off and the sun is out apparently.
Good news. I shouldn't think England will hold back, will they?
No. Especially when you've got Stokes and Root there to try and see out proceedings. Here, Essex are 66 for 2 in their second innings, trailing by 91 as Jack is on his way in. That's driven by Cox, who wanted the single, but mid-off was tumbling away to his right-hand side and he was sent back by his captain, Tom Wesley.
That's Fuller up there, and the sun hat. I thought that was past him initially.
Yeah, he did well to cover the ground just to get a hand on it.
Actually, just a deflection off Eddie Jack's boot, which took it closer to James Fuller than otherwise it might have been.
Jack is on his way into Cox. That one is played out into the leg side for a dot ball.
I'm just watching that drive again. Yeah, just off the inside of his boot.
And Warwickshire avoided the follow-on against Somerset, but they're now out for 351. So still in a deficit there as Jack is on his way in for Hampshire. That one's driven to mid-on, not timed by Cox. Dot ball. 4 dot balls so far from this over. 6 remain on 66 for 2.
We had this, was that one result earlier today, wasn't it? Surrey beating Worcester, wasn't it?
Yes, by 9 wickets.
Yeah, wow. We've got them twice coming up in very quick succession, Worcester.
Have you?
Yes. Twice in 3 games, I think.
Important period. Jack is on his way in. That's wrapped Cox on the pads. There's big appeal from the bowler and those in the field. Umpires given a leg bye.
Well, judging by the appeal, it was close, but umpire Rob Bailey at the far end saying that that's not out. Height. That's close. Definitely close. It's a good delivery. It looked like it just nipped back a fraction as well. Oh dear, that is close. Oh, that is close.
67 for 2. Jack is in, and that one's defended by Wesley. That's the end of the over then. Essex trail by 90 runs.
I think Rob Bailey's probably weighing up. It did look as though it just was angled in a fraction. Jack does get a bit of bounce, but either way, that is a very, very close decision. Just watching this again, it may be a little high. Do you think?
Yeah, you've got a better view than me
Well,
from where you are, but
yeah, I mean, we've seen those given, and I think the ball's just angled in late, which may have just swayed Rob Bailey's decision. That's a cutaway at the start of a new over by Jordan Cox, and Essex move on to 68 for 2. I think that one's open to debate, that's for sure. I think if you're watching this and you're in the Hampshire camp, you'll say, well, that probably should have been given. I think if you're watching from an Essex point of view, you'll say, probably slight enough doubt. Lovely shot off the back foot by Tom Wesley, and that's worked through extra cover for 4. Essex move on to 72 for 2, trail by 85. Nice shot there. Saying the batters, at every opportunity will look to score runs off the back foot if they can. Wesley moves on to 24. Looks like Eddie Jack's out at deep cover. I think he was out there before actually, but it was hit so well that it didn't matter. In fact, now Eddie Jack was in the ring. Now he's being pushed back. Forward is Wesley.
he was out there for the previous delivery, wasn't he? And then
Yeah.
he came up.
Oh, did he? Oh, right. See, you notice more than I do. I didn't even look at that. I think I was too busy looking at the replays for the LBW.
You were watching the LBW.
I was, yeah. Dawson flighted forward. Wesley, no problems there. Partnership of sorts beginning here for Essex. 45 was the wicket when Paul Walter was out. 72 now. Dawson bowls, fired in a little bit more, and Wesley again is forward, just smothering that. Just the 18 overs left after this over in the day's play. Actually, I think we are going to be about just after 6, actually, the way things are. As soon as the seamer comes on, it all sort of slows up a little bit as Wesley pushes that foolish delivery from Dawson back to him. Dawson's 12 overs, 2 for 23. And Essex trail by 85. They're 72 for 2.
England within 100 runs now. They have got back underway in that test at Headingley. They need 96 to win. India needs 6 wickets.
Ooh.
Joe Root's not out on 15. Ben Stokes on 18. Certainly set up for a good finish, and good news that the weather should hopefully at least hold for a conclusion to that first test.
I wonder how much time's left in that. I can never work it out in test matches.
Or
There always seems to be an awful lot more time left than you think sometimes.
I always rely on someone else to tell me.
I know, so that's what I was looking through. I was looking through some things and I'm thinking, I'm sure something would tell me. but there must be sort of overs left. Maybe they haven't even got into the last hour yet.
Big LBW shout in Eddie Jack's previous over as he's into Jordan Cox, who defends it back to the bowler. Encouragement from the field for the 19-year-old.
I've just seen something that suggests that England need to score about 3 and over, which suggests there's still quite a bit of that game left.
Interesting day 5 there, interesting day 3 here as Jack is in. He's wrapped Jordan Cox on the pad and he's given. Cox was rubbing his leg high up as if to say that's hit him high. But Eddie Jack gets the wicket out of Jordan Cox again. This time for 12. Essex lose a 3rd wicket. They still trail by 85 runs. They're 72 for 3.
Yeah, he's rubbing his leg a little high. Whether it hit him there, I don't know. He looks a little disappointed that he's been given out. That looked pretty similar to the one before. That's the problem sometimes. Did he hit him that high? That he's rubbing his thigh there. I know he's not the tallest, but that's a good that's good bowling from Eddie Jack.
No, he's hit him just on the...
That's not hitting that high, is it?
There's disappointment there from Jordan Cox, I think.
Yeah. Right, well done, Eddie Jack. That is an important wicket. Actually, no, it did. To be fair to him, it did hit him just above the pad. But he's quite low playing the shot, isn't he? His back leg is bent, so he probably feels it's hit him a lot higher than it actually has. And I try not to be biased about this, but I think out of those 2 decisions, one of them is out, and that's probably more out than the other. That's probably hitting, I reckon, 2 or 3 inches below the bail.
But it brings Matt Critchley to the crease for Essex, who scored an important 71 in the first innings. He was LBW to the bowling of Liam Dawson on that occasion. So he will join his captain Tom Wesley, who's 28 not out at the other end. And this was not what Essex would have wanted in the final session of day 3 when they still trail by 85 runs. And Hampshire will sense the opportunity that they've got here.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it? I mean, all the top orders are always big wickets, but Jordan Cox is a fine player. And to get him out in this situation for 12, great stuff from Eddie Jack. 18 from Elgar, 12 from Water and 12 from Cox.
No one's above 20 yet.
No. Not back in the pavilion anyway.
Critchley waits and defends that ball from Jack, who's a dot and a wicket from the previous 2 balls of this over.
Still plenty of batting though from Essex. That Critchley's a seriously good player. Michael Pepper, Simon Harmer, as we saw in the first innings, can provide plenty of batting there. He was 45 in the first innings, Simon Harmer, so still a lot of work for Hampshire to do yet.
Jack's on his way into Critchley, who plays that one up to mid-on, thought about the single, decides against it, comes back.
Yes, this is a little bit of a situation here, potentially for Essex, isn't it? Another wicket now. Hampshire will really feel like they're on the top.
.72 for 3. Jack is on his way into Critchley, who's flicked that one into the leg side, down to fine leg, and they'll take a single, so he's off the mark. 73 for 3. 84 now the deficit.
Yeah, big last 17 overs tonight here. Gone for the leg stump Yorker there, Eddie Jack. That last delivery didn't quite work.
Breeze blowing still around Chelmsford. Eddie Jack's moving in past the umpire to Tom Wesley, leaves that one outside the off stump. And there's just a single from the over, but crucially the wicket of Jordan Cox for Eddie Jack. The second time he's dismissed him in this match, and Essex 73 for 3.
Yeah, good pace from Eddie Jack as well. We're going to see, well, I say we're going to see a lot of him in a Hampshire shirt. He's already on England's radar. He's been with the England under-19s for quite a while now, England Lions in the last few weeks. Dismissing Jordan Cox in both innings. Bowls with good wheels, he's strong. It'd be nice if he does play quite a bit for Hampshire, but I think England might have some words on that one. We'll have to wait and see, but enjoy him. Well, Hampshire have got him. 73 for 3 then. 84 behind are Essex and Liam Dawson to continue. Left arm around. Always kept a little low on Critchley, who works that up to Fuller at mid-on. Critchley bowled well for his 4 wickets in the Hampshire innings, 4 for 102. Now Essex need him to make a performance with the bat. Again, that's that gust of wind just as Dawson's about to come into bowl. That's happened to him twice now. It hasn't happened to anybody else, it's just him. Dawson, no gust of wind this time as Critchley gets well forward. So there is a silly mid-off, there is a slip. They're the only 2 close-in catches. Man out deep in the covers. Critchley's in behind that one. Dawson bowling the one that just comes in a bit to the right-hander. He got a little bit excited, but Critchley played it well enough. Dawson again. Bowls and Critchley pushes forward, adjusts well there because the ball straightened on him. Played that nicely. But there's an example of perhaps the ball not coming through quite as quick as the spinners would like. Critchley able to just readjust. Dawson taking his time between deliveries here. Comes in again. Sweep shot there from Critchley. Doesn't quite get hold of it. The ball trickles out to backward of square leg, where Kyle Abbott fields. Looking at Dawson's reaction, that was swept from fairly straight. Dawson still walking back with his hands on his back of his head. Having a quick chat with Wesley there. That was fairly straight, that one. Dawson bowls, flighted, and Critchley's forward. Plays that out square on the offside. Good over, maiden over. 13 overs, 2 for 23. Essex remain on 73 for 3, and they trail by 84.
We've got a minimum 16 overs remaining in the day. And very important 16 overs from an Essex point of view as they look to rebuild after 3 wickets. First one being Dean Elgar, who was out for 18, caught behind off the bowling of Liam Dawson. He also had Paul Walter caught for 13, and Eddie Jack has been amongst the wickets as well. Jordan Cox LBW for 12, so certainly not what Essex would be wanting as they look to chip into this deficit. Eddie Jack into Tom Wesley. He was trying to clip it down the leg side. It initiates a tumbling stop from Brown, which there was a couple of half-hearted appeals for.
Yeah, might have just flicked the pad there, I think, if anything.
Remain 73 for 3. disappearing behind the clouds again. Jack bowls to Wesley, does get bat on it this time, clips down to fine leg. They'll come through for the single. The fielder out of my view, who picks the ball up, 74 for 3.
Yeah, Ali Orr. He's got a big mane of hair coming out the back of his cap.
He's just away to our left-hand side.
It's a low full toss, that one.
Eddie Jack 1 for 20, 2 balls of his 7th over. We've had a dot and a single. He's on his way into Matt Critchley, who Critchley dabs that one down, thinks about coming through for the single, but realises it's fairly close to a fielder. So they turn back, and he remains on 1. Essex remain on 74 for 3.
He's got quite a big follow through, Eddie Jack. Gets through his action nicely and carries on running through. And Critchley's running forward there. They're both, 2 of them are very close together.
Approaching 10 past 5 as Jack is on his way into Critchley. Was looking to drive and it just pops up into the leg side. Doesn't get hold of it and just tips his head back in frustration. I think our window is knocking onto the window of the press box next door. I think they think we just want their attention every time it clatters, but it's just the breeze as Jack is in, and that one has Critchley walking towards it, just into the pitch and the leg side for a dot ball.
Yeah, full delivery that one, very full. Critchley digging that one out. Loads of dust came up there. Be very dry around the where the batters are standing, where the bowlers have been landing, and their footmarks as well.
Single so far from this Eddie Jack over as he's in, and that one's defended up to mid-off for no run from Matt Critchley. End of the over, 74 for 3. Trailing by 83, a minimum of 15 overs remaining today. Just looking at the weather for tomorrow, it does look like we're going to have a completely dry day and another warm one as well. I'm reading here highs of 28 degrees, so make sure you bring the sun cream, Kevin.
Yes. I've got some with me actually. I thought today I might get away with it actually. I probably won't later on. So the runs are drying up here a little bit. So the Essex innings isn't moving forward with any pace, and that certainly will suit Hampshire. Of course, they just sit tight and just wait for the next wicket. Some good bowling going on here at the moment. Dawson at one end, difficult to get away. Eddie Jack's bowling a nice little spell here. It's going to be... Is that Critchley pulling that away? No, is that Wesley, isn't it? Wesley, yeah, pulling that away to mid-wicket. Doesn't quite time it. Goes to Prest, start of a new over from Dawson. Yeah, that run rate's now has gone down to below 2.5 and over in the innings. It was a bit higher than that not too long ago. Dawson's in again. Bowls. Wesley pushes forward into the ground, fielded by Fletcher Middleton at silly mid-off. Looks like James Fuller's doing some warming up exercises just below us. Plenty of exercises.
Very energetic, isn't he?
Yeah. So he might be taking over from Eddie Jack at some point. Dawson in again. On the back foot there and watchful is Wesley. Yeah, it's interesting if Fuller is to come on. It looks very much as though he is. He's going through a full range of exercises here. But there'll be no Liam Dawson, no Felix Organ. A little bit expensive with 3 overs before tea of 14. Didn't really get any turn. Wesley pushes forward again. So Hampshire are going to go with more pace from that far end. Assuming Eddie Jack's off, he might have another over. I'd give Eddie Jack another over. Don't want to over bowl him, but I'd give him another one. Oh, he's looked good, I thought. That was a great ball that got Jordan Cox out. Oh, it's kept low. He's just got a bat on that. Just. Oh, it kept low and it just scuttled through, and Wesley just got an inside edge onto the pad, and it was only a little one. Wow. Almost sneaked through. He was just trying to work that away on the onside, so the bat's just coming slightly across the ball there. Tossing in again to Wesley, who plays forward. He gets it off the inside half of the bat as the ball goes out behind square on the leg side. Good over Liam Dawson. Wesley survives. Wow. Yeah, if he hadn't got a little inside edge on that, he was a goner. 74 for 3.
Yeah, managed to get the bat on it. There's no doubt that he did. I think you probably heard it, but just encouraging signs for Hampshire and what they can do with the ball with 14 overs remaining today. 74 for 3, and James Fuller is going to come on to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. So that's the last we've seen of Eddie Jack from the Graham Gooch end for a little while. First opportunity for James Fuller with the ball in this Essex second innings. Picked up a wicket for the 17 overs he bowled in the first, went for 50 runs. And the sunshine's just come out again here at Chelmsford. Still quite a bit of breeze around the ground, but we do have blue skies with Essex. 74 for 3, trailing by 83 runs, and we welcome listeners on Sport Extra 2. Victoria Polly of BBC Essex and Kevin James from BBC Solent with you. As James Fuller's finished going through his warm-up and is ready to bowl his first ball. Matt Critchley, who's on 1 for Essex, waits, and he dabs that one into the offside, wide third man, which is Eddie Jack. Fields, they come through for the single. Essex losing the wicket of South African opener Dean Elgar early on. He was caught behind off the bowling of Liam Dawson for 18. Paul Walter followed him, caught in the slips, also off the bowling of Liam Dawson for 13. There's a couple of early wickets for spin, and Jordan Cox, the latest man to go for Essex, LBW off the bowling of Eddie Jack for 12. As Fuller's on his way into Wesley, just clips that one into the leg side, doesn't time it, straight to the fielder for no run.
Yes, Eddie Jack had thought he had Jordan Cox LBW the over before. Marginal decision, got him the following over. A couple of good balls that just fractionally came into the right-hander. One probably adjudged to be a little high, but there are literally millimetres in that one, and the other one just as close, if not closer.
Fuller over the wicket to Wesley. He drives that one. Doesn't time it completely, but just enough that they can sneak through for a single. 76 for 3. Wesley's on 30.
But Essex are having to work hard here, aren't they, Victoria? Worked very hard indeed in this last session.
Yeah, runs are not coming easily.
Pitch starting to wear.
Trailing by 81 runs as Fuller is in, and up on his toes is Matt Critchley, just pushing that one into the offside. They can come back for 2 because it's into a vacant area, which Jack comes round to scoop the ball up. Essex move on to 78 for 3, Critchley on to 4. They trail by 79.
It's a handy lead on the first innings by Hampshire of 157, although they did lose their last 4 wickets for 53 after lunch. But 2 top innings from Tilak Varma spread over yesterday and this morning, and Liam Dawson with 100 this afternoon.
Fuller is in, and that's clipped by Critchley into the leg side. Another single for Essex as it's fielded by Ali Orr. We went through this period with the Hampshire first innings where they were ticking things over with the singles, but weren't easily able to find the boundary.
No, you can't take the spinners lightly in this game. In fact, the ones that have tried to bash their way out of trouble have been the ones that have fallen.
Fuller is in. That's pulled by Wesley as he found the gap. No, it's fielded on the boundary in the deep. So again, just a single for Essex, and Wesley practices the shot at the end of the over. James Fuller's first over into the attack. He went for 6. Essex 80 for 3 in their second innings, trailing by 77.
Yeah, the batters that have tried to take the spinners on are the ones that have generally fallen. The ones that have treated them with total respect and only really hit the ball when it's been there are the ones that have prospered. And I'm talking about Tilak Varma, for instance, the Hampshire Indian overseas player who made 100 on his debut. He was 98 not out. He was quite prepared for long periods yesterday to just be very watchful against Simon Harmer, only affording the odd boundary shot. But he only added 2 to his overnight total. First one out this morning after 10 minutes, exactly 100. Here's Dawson. Bowls, and it's driven by Wesley back to him, and there is no run. Pressed tight to take on Matt Critchley, and got a big outside edge. He was trying to hit it down the ground and was caught by Shane Snater, a loopy one in the covers. Felix Organ also tried to take on Matt Critchley, and he was caught that sort of wideish mid-off as Wesley moved around. Edged, or fallen just short of slip. Wesley there just pushing forward. So they were the 2 that took the spinners on, and it didn't come off. Organ out for 4. And Liam Dawson, who played pretty much the same way as Varma, he hit 139. So if you treat the spinners with respect here, then you are generally rewarded as Wesley's forward. But as we're finding now, the ball is just starting to turn a little bit more. It was harder for the left-handers of Essex second time around because there are some footmarks just outside the left-handers off stump, and Liam Dawson duly took advantage with both Elgar and Walter. Forward is Wesley. There is a little bit of turn from straight, as we've just seen 2 or 3 balls ago, but generally for the right-handers it's a little bit of an easier game. It's not turning big, it's not turning lots, it's not turning every ball, but sometimes that can be a little bit of a painful for the batters. But there's no real pace in the wicket, so the spinners have to work hard to take their wickets, and Harmer worked hard. That's turned away on the leg side. There will be 2. I mean, in the Hampshire first innings, Harmer whittled away for 45 overs and picked up 2 wickets. Critchley 30 overs and picked up 4. And Dawson is into his 15th over and has picked up 2. Dawson into Wesley once more, very full, and Wesley just pushes down on that one. That's the end of the over. So we've got 12 overs left in the day's play. We are just under 40 minutes away from the scheduled close. We've got a spinner operating in Liam Dawson. We've got the seamers at the far end. So we're probably just over 6 o'clock here, if that situation continues. Dawson's just having a look at that rough area with Nick Gubbins as he walks back to his fielding position. Say the rough is just outside the right-hander's leg stump, and Dawson can't really be bowling into that, so unfortunately for him that's not in play. Right, here's Fuller, and he falls over on his follow through as he's whipped away on the leg side by Critchley. He moves on to 6, and it's 83 for 3, and Essex trail by 74. It won't be an easy 4th innings here late on tomorrow, if there's a bit more sun out tomorrow, which there is scheduled to be. It is a good pitch though. It's a hybrid one, and It's produced a very good game of cricket so far as Fuller comes in and bowls. It's turned away on the leg side by Wesley, who remains on 33. Still a breeze from right to left, which we've had for most of the game actually. It's been quite a breezy 3 days here in Chelmsford. As Fuller's in, bowls, he falls over again on his follow through. Yes, he's turned away on the leg side once more by Wesley. He does have a habit of falling over on his follow through, does James Fuller, but it seems to be becoming a bit more of a habit. Score remains on 83 4-3. Just down to 1 slip now for Wesley. That's Tilak Varma, who's taken a catch in that position to get rid of Paul Walter off Dawson, but that was at the far end. Here's Fuller. Oh, he was just about to bowl and I don't know, maybe there was a gust of wind or something. Welcome back, Victoria.
Hello, sorry. Get the steps in, I've done a lap.
You've got your steps in. Yeah. Victoria's been looking at her watch profusely for the last few hours, saying I've got to get them in before the end of the day.
Just very jealous of the the Hampshire staff.
Can we see them out there? They've done
They're
so
having
many
a
laps.
rest.
Oh, they're having a rest. Yeah, they've been out there so many times. Usually when they do that, it's, you know, they think, oh, there's a wicket, we better go out there and do it again. But there's been that many wickets to play with. That's driven to short mid wicket. I don't know if Fuller's having a few problems with the footholds or something. We saw Sam Cook on day 2 yesterday.
They had a little stoppage, didn't they?
They
as
did.
They came on to...
Yeah, the little shovel came out and digging away with the ground staff to dig away the sides of the footholds. But I mean, Fuller looks all right. I don't know. I guess sometimes he just looks down as he walks back. Coming in again to Wesley. Bowls, length ball. Wesley eases that away on the onside, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. I tell you what, I'm just thinking. I'm probably going to say that and you're going to jump in straight away and say, oh, Kev, it was this, but I can't think. Oh, yeah, there was a couple of 4s, wasn't there, off Abbott? No, sorry, what am I talking about? I'm looking at the wrong innings. The last time there was a boundary, Tom Wesley hit one in the 28th. Pulled that away. This might be another one. No, it's gone down to Ali Orr to fine leg. Well, that was back in the 28th over. What are we in now? The
35th?
35th. And then before that, wow, the 20th. So they've been few and far between, which is why Essex still find themselves a reasonable amount of runs behind, 74 behind, 73 behind at the end of that over.
Yeah, there's a couple of times Tom Wesley's played that pull shot and has just picked out the man in the deep, not able to find the gaps at the moment. And as expected, Liam Dawson will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, 2 for 25. We've seen 15 overs of him already. Essex 84 for 3. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, is on 34. And he is waiting, and that one is punched into the offside. They'll come through for, again, a single. He moves on to 35. Essex on to 85 for 3, trailing by 72. I don't know that I know you want to see Essex on the front foot and finding those boundaries and finding those runs, but I do also think when you're 3 wickets down, you're balancing it out, aren't you? I'm probably someone who always errs on the side of caution as Dawson is in, and that's a Fuller ball which is just padded into the offside by Matt Critchley.
Yeah, and also, you know, there's not much confidence in either of these sides. You know, this is a fixture that normally features 2 sides in the top half of the table. They're both in the lower half.
Dawson is in, and Critchley gets low to that one to push it back towards the bowler for no run.
You know, Essex come into this game only having won one championship game. The T20 hasn't been going particularly well for them in the last 3 weeks. It's, you know, they're not playing at a level that they have been playing for the last few seasons.
Dawson bowls, Critchley on the back foot. It was looking to find the gap at third. He's picked out backward point for no run.
And similarly for Hampshire, you know, they've only won 2. They started the T20 well, but it's gone not so good for them recently. So yeah, it's, you know, what we've used to seeing from these two teams, you know, they're not really producing.
Critchley was looking to dab that one down. It just turns on him from Liam Dawson.
That's a good delivery.
Essex remain on 85 for 3. Dawson is in, and Critchley comes forward. It's edged along the ground into the offside for no run. A single from the over. Essex 85 for 3, still trailing by 72. We've got a minimum remaining overs of 10 today.
Yeah, just turn the face of that a little bit, close the face on the ball. That's where the leading edge came from. Have to be careful doing that. It's very easy when the ball's on middle and leg to say, well, yeah, that's got to go through mid-on, but if it's a ball that turns a fraction, then it just gets you into a little bit of trouble. Fortunately for him there, it went away harmlessly.
England have lost a wicket in their pursuit of a victory against India in that first test. They need 69 runs to win, but they're 302 for 5. The captain, Ben Stokes, has gone for 33.
Still a good game, isn't it? What a game that is. Right, here's Fuller. Bowls, and Wesley is on the back foot. Playing stoically here, the Essex captain, 35 from 75. Saw him bowl a little bit earlier on, which apparently is, don't see that very often these days.
It's about 3 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah, still got a nice action. I think if you were a spinner, you'd want to have a bit of a bowl on this. It's down the leg side. There's not a convincing appeal. Taken by Ben Brown. Maybe just flick the thigh pad or something. Wasn't one that anybody seemed particularly convinced about. It's gone up for the noise, I think. Not out, says Rob Bailey. James Fuller was just asking Wesley there something.
Did you hit it? Probably.
Well, yes, I think there's probably something along those lines. Comes Fuller. Turns a fairly straight delivery down to fine leg. Wesley moves on to 36, 86 for 3. Trail now to Essex by 71. Yeah, that lead on the first innings by Hampshire, 157. You felt it might have been more at one stage, but Essex did well after lunch, picking up those last 4 wickets for just 53. Dawson looked comfortable out there. It's a bit of a surprise when he went. Mackenzie Jones picking up his first ever first-class wicket. So that's driven up towards mid-on. The 19-year-old who's recently been playing for Scotland. Tall seamer. Looks like he'll be a useful addition to the Essex attack over the years. Caught behind Dawson. Michael Pepper, actually, the last 3 wickets were all caught by Pepper behind the stumps.
All of the wickets were caught, weren't they? Everything was caught.
Oh, was
in
that
the
right?
Hampshire innings,
Oh,
yeah.
well spotted. That's played late by Critchley as it goes out on the leg side. Yeah, not one LBW or one bowled, you're right. Dawson's just having a word there with Fuller at the top of his mark. Fuller's coming to the end of his 3rd over. Just 1 run conceded off this one so far. as he comes in again and bowls short, pulled away, and one bounce out to the man at deep square leg. That's Felix Organ. That's a nice shot there from Critchley. He'll keep the strike. And Essex move on to 87 for 3, trail by 70, and we have 9 overs left.
Again, I think that's the third pull shot played by either Wesley or Critchley, and it's just always finding the man stationed in the deep at the moment, not able to get either side of him and find the boundary rope.
No, surprising is because it's quite a short boundary.
Yes. Do well to pick him out.
Yeah.
No surprises, Liam Dawson to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
See, he's bowled uninterrupted since
has,
tea, isn't
yeah.
he? Yeah.
We've seen a fair bit of him. As he's into Critchley, bit of width through the offside, square drive, comes through for a single.
Yeah, he's sort of finding the going the same as Harmer, especially where you know, even though there's some help out there, that you're having to bowl away for long periods to pick up your wickets.
A reminder, Simon Harmer picked up his 500th first-class wicket for Essex earlier. That means over half of his 972 first-class wickets have come for the county. Dawson is in, full of delivery, use of the wrist from Wesley. They'll scurry through for the single as it just drops into the leg side. 89 for 3.
You speaking to him afterwards?
I'd imagine he may well be a contender for post-match.
So tell us about every one of those 500 then, Simon.
Talk us through your favourite. Well, I know in a moment I'll elaborate on that as Dawson is in, bit of width again. They think about the single, there's a bit of hesitation from the Essex pair. In the end they decide to return to the crease and not take the run, 89 for 3. And one of the most memorable spells for Essex is one we've been talking about quite a lot recently because as you'll know, Chelmsford celebrated its 100th anniversary of first-class cricket here at the end of last week as Dawson is into Critchley, who's forward and defending that one for no run. And one of the most memorable spells that Simon Harmer has had for Essex, having joined as a Colpack player back in 2017, was figures of 9 for 95 against Middlesex in that year. Essex won the championship day-night game here against Middlesex as Dawson is in, and again defended by Critchley for no run, and that was really where he made a name for himself, was vital for Essex in that title-winning season. And when we were looking back last week at some of the best moments at Chelmsford, that one cropped up quite a few times with supporters giving us their best moments. Of course, there's so many that have happened here as Dawson is in, again defended by Critchley, but he's getting some turn. Is the Hampshire spinner, end of the over, 2 singles from it, 89 for 3, trailing by 68. But in recent years, with Simon Harmer's impact for Essex, that's certainly one that stands out.
Oh, the old day-night championship matches,
Yeah.
eh? Oh!
With the
Whatever happened to
pink
them?
ball?
Yeah, what happened to them, eh? They, how did you find them? Well, I just...
It was before my time as a commentator, actually.
Well, right,
so
yeah, of course,
I was covering cricket because I did cover that 2017 title win, but I wasn't commentating at that point. But as a supporter, especially because it was in the it was an August championship match, wasn't it? Which again, we don't see anymore. But you know, height of summer, certainly you can look back on it with nostalgia.
Yeah, that's one phrase. Here's Fuller, bowling to Tom Wesley, plays that out on the onside. Yeah, I don't know. I always found that the pink ball was either the most boring bowl to watch because nobody could hit it off the square, no bowler could get it through at any pace, so it was just nothing happening, or it went absolutely all over the place, and nobody could keep the thing on a straight and narrow because it was pinging around in the air and what have you. It was just weird. That's kept very low, played into the ground, and Varma at first slip moves round to second.
That was a particularly tight game because it went right down to the wire. I think it was only 8 balls remaining or something where Harmer struck. I'm sure if you ask him about the pink ball, he'll tell you. He will tell you that is his favourite game. He has told us that on BBC Essex before. So he'll say he used to enjoy a day night.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah, he's good with any ball. There's Mr. Harmer. There's Fuller comes in then. Bowls to Wesley once more. Wesley drives, and that's a good stop in the covers.
That's press up to boot.
Yeah,
from
Scott Curry. Yeah, at the same time he does a couple of press ups and gets to his feet.
That's just showing off.
It is showing off, that is. Scott Curry on as a sub fielder. It's quite funny. It's just watching the replay of that. It's even funnier the second time around. In comes Fuller again. Wesley gets a ball that's slightly short and he turns it away on the leg side. That takes the Essex total up to 90 for 3. And they trail by 67 now. Working hard here, Essex, to keep themselves in the game. Hampshire striving for another wicket or two before the close and put themselves into a strong position going into the last day. Just over 7 overs left on day 3. Further in, this time to Critchley. Oh, that's a good Yorker. Critchley digs that one out. Ball goes actually quite quickly up to mid-on, but that's a really good passage of play. That good Yorker, and well played by Critchley. Had to hurry on that one.
Yeah, good battle. Certainly making things interesting with just over 7 overs left.
Yeah, that ball just came back in. I think maybe the breeze is just helping a little bit. We saw Eddie Jack just get a couple of balls to shape into the right-hander, and Fuller there with the breeze coming across him. He's gone for a Yorker there again, and Critchley's done well. I think Fuller's just got that inducker, that sort of late, almost reverse swing coming in, which the breeze is helping. 90 for 3 at the end of that over.
A deficit 67 then for Essex. Be looking to finish day 3, recovering from those 3 wickets they've lost in this second innings, that of Dean Elgar, Paul Walter and Jordan Cox, all going for less than 20 runs. Elgar for 18, Walter for 13 and Cox for 12. We are going to see a change of bowling at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Liam Dawson is going to have a bit of a break, and Felix Organ, who did bowl earlier on this afternoon, is going to return. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 14. And that was from the Graham Gooch end, wasn't it? Because Liam Dawson's been uninterrupted at this end closest to the river.
Yes, interesting move actually. I don't know if Dawson's just been given a bit of a break, because it has been a long spell from him. Felix Organ, there is definitely a bit more bounce from this river end, the Sir Alistair Cook end, which we learnt was I can't believe that.
Closer to Malden.
Closer to Malden, that's why it's called the Sir Alistair Cook. I don't know how far it is to Malden from here. I don't think it's particularly close, is it?
If you're asking me miles, I mean,
roughly. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I don't know my Essex geography
I will
that
check
well.
it exactly,
Oh,
because
thank you,
I would
Victoria.
hate to get it wrong on the radio.
But yeah, so
We'll do it to Malden Cricket Club.
yeah, that's
because
well,
that
of
feels
course,
accurate, doesn't
perfect.
it?
Yes. Right, so Felix Organ is bowling Liam Dawson's end. That's the favourite end of. Oh, it's you, isn't it?
And he's into Wesley, who defends it. He was just excited about
I was.
the change. So in miles exactly, I'll tell you in a moment. Why is it not telling me? Remains 90 for 3. 13.8 miles as Organ is in. That's clipped into the leg side by Wesley.
So he's not just over the fence then.
No, it is. It's a drive. I think I said 20-minute drive earlier, and it is If we're going cricket club to cricket club, it's 29 minutes to be exact, probably in current traffic, because Organ is in. That one's clipped past the square leg umpire by Tom Wesley. Trots through for the single, 91 for 3. He moves on to 39. Essex trail by 66. And the Graham Gooch end is the Hayes Close end, because that is closer to East London, which is
Probably about the same distance.
the stomping ground of Graham Gooch.
Yeah. It's probably about the same distance as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Whipps Cross Hospital is famed for the amount of Essex cricketers it's produced, isn't it? 30 miles, so a bit further away. Again, though, we are in rush hour as Organ is in. That one's dabbed down by Critchley, and it just trickles into the offside for no run.
Yeah, well, it was nice to know that they weren't just sort of randomly chosen, that there was actually a theory behind them.
Organ is in, and that one is off the hips of Critchley, who just tucks it away for a single, ticking things along, 92 for 3. Well, I guess the dilemma is now, what do you name after Simon Harmer? 500 first class wickets for Essex. Jamie Porter has the same accolades. What else can be named as Organ is in? And that one's clipped by Wesley. Again, just for a single off the bowling of Organ. It's picked up past the square leg umpire, and that is the end of the over. 93 for 3, trailing by 64. We've got 6 overs remaining in the day.
Oh, yeah, that's a dilemma as well, isn't it, really? You've got to mark that somehow, haven't you, really? Not too many Essex cricketers down the years would have taken 500 plus first-class wickets. What do you do? Name the pavilion after him? I think...
Well, it's the Doug Insole Pavilion.
Oh, it's the Doug
already,
Insole, so you
isn't it?
can't,
So
yes, you can't do
we've
that.
got behind the pavilion, you've got the 152 bar, which is named after Graham Napier's famous T20 innings against Sussex.
Right.
So, yeah.
It's got to be one of the stands away to our left, doesn't it? I mean, they've done that at Taunton, haven't they? James Hildreth and...
They've got about 5
somebody
pavilions,
else.
haven't they, named
Well,
after various...
they've got the pavilions, yeah. So, yeah, they're going to have to find something somewhere here, aren't they? I'm sure Dan Feast is on it.
Maybe if we do get to speak to Simon Harmer, I'll ask him what he would like named after
That's
him.
got to be a great question. And please tell me what he says. I'd love to know. Carl Abbott's back into the attack, taking over from Fuller. Oh, that's a good delivery first up to Wesley. I'm not sure whether he's playing or taking the bat away, and I'm not sure he was sure either. Bit of extra bounce there from Abbott. He's had a little bit of time off, just raced in with that one. I think we're getting to the point now where Hampshire would just love a wicket between now and the end of play. Just watching that again, it was a little bit wide of off stump. Maybe he was just holding the line there, Wesley. Working hard for his 40. That's off 87 deliveries. I think knowing Simon Harmer, well, I don't know him that well, but he'll come up with something, won't he? He'll come up with something quirky, do you think? Whether he thinks of something quickly enough is a different matter. Forward is Wesley. You might have to prime him before the interview, so he has a minute to think about it. He might come up with something quite fun, actually. 93 for 3. Just a little bit more vocal, all the Hampshire fielders there, just trying to gee each other up for this final 20 minutes or so of play. Essex coming back 4 down in the morning would be better than 3 from a Hampshire point of view. As Abbott is in, Wesley's played a missing outside the off stump, and that's nipped back. That's a great delivery. Where's he found that one from, Abbott? Hasn't found the edge though. It's just gone to pat down the wicket there as Wesley. I'll have to see this one again. Oh, that has nipped back. That's gone between bat and pad. And that hasn't missed the off stump by very much. He's found something with this Kookaburra ball.
That's the let-off there for Essex, looking to survive these final overs of day 3.
In again, bowls. Wesley's forward. Goes out towards mid-off. That's why Kyle Abbott is the bowler that he is. Finds something when nobody else can. That nipped back quite a bit as well. You'd expect that from a Duke's ball. Other makes of balls available. i.e. the one we're using here. And will do for the next 3 rounds of championship matches. Abbott in again. Bowles to Wesley's forward, not taking any chances there. Abbott 5 for 26 in the first innings, wicketless currently. 1 ball left of his 9th over. But miserly in the runs column once more, just conceded 15 so far. It's amazing how much longer these overs take. You get so used to it. There's been so much spin in this game, relatively, that when the seamers are on, you notice just how much longer the overs are. That's turned away on the leg side for a single. 94 for 3. You almost hardly get a chance to chat when the spinners are on, but very different when the seamers are on. 5 overs left, and Essex trail by 63.
England need 52 runs to win against India. They are 319 for 5. Joe Root is not out on 36. He's been joined by Jamie Smith, who's on 8. That's after the departure of Ben Stokes for 33.
I think I saw something that said there's a bit of spin in that track now, but England must feel that they're pretty close now, aren't they?
I think so. They did have that rain delay a bit earlier on. Felix Organ is going to continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Just in conversation with Liam Dawson, who's giving a few pointers about what he thinks for the field.
Yeah,
We're going to bring in a slip.
Yeah, it looks like Dawson's setting his field. Apparently yesterday Varma was setting some fields, and Ben Brown sort of didn't mind that at all.
Well, they've brought Eddie Jack up from long on to mid on. James Fuller's come across into the leg side. Organ comes in over the wicket. It's turned into the leg side to short leg by Wesley for no run. He's on 41.
Yeah, massive gap on the offside. Varma slip, Dawson wide mid off. There was a deep cover, but big gap.
Organ is in. That's punched into the offside by Tom Wesley, and he will pick out the boundary. He'll find 4 runs for Essex. Moves himself on to 45. Essex on to 98 for 3, and that is the first boundary in quite a long time, Kevin.
It is, yeah. Good shot. Just shows that he's alert to anything that's not in the right areas. That was a little bit of a wide half volley, but still stroked that away. Lovely, timed beautifully.
Essex trail by 59. Organ is into Wesley. He was coming forward to that one. It just turned past the Essex batter into the gloves of Ben Brown.
That's good leave. Has to be a little bit careful, of course, with the ball turning into him, but that one didn't really turn.
Organ in again, and pushing forward is Wesley, back to the bowler for a dot ball.
Yeah, just trying to find some rough outside the bowler's off stump. We've had several bowlers come round the wicket at that far end, so there should be a little bit of rough, but not as much as there is on the other side.
Organ bowls on the back foot. Wesley clips past square leg, comes through for a single. And James Fuller just loses his wide brim in the breeze, and he goes to pick the ball up. 99 for 3. Wesley on to 46. Just a change in the field for Matt Critchley. Still in single figures, 9 from the 34 balls that he's faced. Sun dips behind the clouds as Organ is into Critchley on the back foot, defends into the leg side. Dot ball, final ball of the over, 99 for 3, trailing by 58. And we have 4 overs remaining in the day. Matt Critchley is on 9, the Essex captain Tom Wesley is on 46.
Yeah, what have we got? 7 minutes of scheduled play left, so we'll go a bit over 6 o'clock, not too much. Both the first 2 days we didn't go too far over 6 o'clock. Might be about 10 past 6 with a couple of overs from Abbott. Still looking for his first wicket in this second innings. Batting away well, these two for Essex. They've only put on 27, but it's an important partnership. So Abbott's ready at the top of his mark. He's going to be bowling to Wesley. Comes in, Wesley is forward. Abbott deflects the ball onto the stumps, which he often does. Never takes it cleanly. I always worry these days with the bowlers. I mean, they don't want too many runs hit off them, but they're quite happy to, rather than take the ball cleanly, just deflect it onto the stumps, and from time to time, of course, the batters can run through for a single if it misses. Somebody's at the non-striker's end, you've got to be alert. I think most of them are these days. I think they know what most bowlers are trying to do that. Abbott's in. That's a lovely shot through extra cover, Tom Wesley. Oh, that's a glorious shot.
I don't know if it's going to make it, is it?
No. James Fuller sliding into that one, not quite there in time. What a lovely shot that was.
Brings up the 100, and it brings up 50 for Tom Wesley, his second half century of the season for Essex.
An important one at that as well.
It's actually his highest score this season. Is 50.
Yeah, he's not quite scored the volume of runs yet this year, has he? No. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, and Wesley works that straight delivery to short mid-wicket. He was only averaging 23 coming into this game.
It's 50 coming from 99 balls. He's now faced 100.
Showing the way, the skipper. Still a bit to do, which I'm sure he's all too well aware. Abbott's in, bowls. Oh, left alone, kept a little low. Good pace from Abbott here. Into his 10th over. Bit of bright sunshine to end the day on. It's come out bright at times, but then there's always a cloud lurking to take it away again. I'm sure it will disappear again just as soon as it's come out, but lovely when it's out fully. There's Abbott's in again. Bowls. Wesley's on the back foot. Works that up towards mid-on. And we have 19 balls left in the day. Could be a good last day. I think all day's been good in this game, actually. It's been a hard-fought game between two sides that desperately want another win and just get them away from any thoughts of being pulled into a relegation battle come September. Abbott's in. I think he's playing a missing at that one. Good last ball from Abbott's over there. None for 20 from his 10. 103 for 3, and we've got 3 overs left, and Essex trail by 54.
Yeah, remember earlier on, Worcestershire beaten by 9 wickets by Surrey, and they remain bottom of the Division 1 table. Yorkshire still in action at Nottinghamshire. They're 328 for 5. They trail Nottinghamshire by 159 runs. Oh, sorry, it's just updated. 407 for 5. Trailing by 80 runs, so just need my computer to change over there. So yeah, that's the other game that Essex and probably Hampshire fans to an extent will be keeping their eyes on as well.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Essex below Hampshire in the table by 1, and Yorkshire below Essex by 1 as well. Yeah, it's I mean, Worcestershire are only 1 win away from pulling themselves back into the into the fight. So yeah, nobody can afford to relax. And those bottom, probably 7 or 8 places actually, looking at the table. There's one win which would push you up quite high at the table, and a defeat or two that would push you closer to those bottom 2. Right, Felix Organ, who again's chatting to Liam Dawson, probably about field placings.
Organ from the Sir Alistair Cook end is into Critchley, defends that one with a straight bat.
There hasn't been too much for Felix Organ, has there, out there? Hasn't really caused too many problems with his off-spin yet.
Yeah, and we were just wondering whether Hampshire were varying things up or just giving Liam Dawson a bit of a rest, because he had bowled a fair few overs in this Essex second innings. Oh, there's another lap going on out there for the Hampshire staff. Is that the physio?
That's Mel, yeah. I think he's done the most. I think he's won that one.
As Organ is in, it's just clipped into the leg side, not timed by Matt Critchley for no run.
Yeah, I think he's won the award for the most laps. He's usually had some company. Looks like this last one of his is on his own.
2 dot balls so far for Organ, who's in, and Critchley was coming forward to it, just plays it into the pitch for no run. I think it's, I've noticed it because it's quite unusual here at Essex, because it is that there's not a lot of room on that boundary. It happens every so often, but it's just been really noticeable today how much they've been out there. As Organ is in, that one's clipped into the leg side. They think about the single, where there's a couple of fumbles, and still Essex hesitate at the crease about coming through for the single. They did have time there in the end, because there was a real scramble to get the ball under control, and in the end Essex don't add to their score of 103 for 3.
I suppose most people, when they go around the boundary, they'll go around the outside, won't they? The walkway.
Yeah, Organ is in, and that one's clipped away through the mid-wicket region for a single this time. A comfortable single for Essex to move on to 104 for 3. I don't know, I just guess, I feel like there's grounds where you see it all the time. They're just around the boundary, particularly where there is a bit more space for those either your sub-fielders or your physio or other members of coaching staff to walk around. As Organ is in, on the back foot is Wesley defending, end of the over, a single from it, 104 for 3, trailing by 53, and we'll see at least 2 more overs today. But yeah, just maybe it's just because of the yellow. Maybe they just stick out more.
Well, they certainly do.
More.
They certainly do that. That's a very bright yellow, the training kit of Hampshire, no doubt about that. So these two have been together for an hour. Critchley and Wesley. They've put on 32. They've worked hard to do that, and they will no doubt make sure that these last 12 balls they keep out and show, as they have done, a bit of fight and keep 7 wickets intact for tomorrow. Forward is Critchley, as that goes out to Fletcher Middleton at short mid-wicket, and I think Hampshire will be cock-a-hoop if they can pick up just 1 more in these next 11 deliveries. 53 runs between the 2 sides currently. Abbott in again. 3 men on the drive on the leg side. Just to come back to that, as that's played late and with an open face by Critchley down towards 3rd man. Won't go all the way. Critchley will pick up 2 and move on to 12. 106 for 3. Yeah, there are 3 men ranging from forward square leg to mid-wicket, all on the drive, all waiting for that shot that's just pushed on the leg side and the batter not quite over the top of the delivery. Abbott in again, bowls. Critchley works that up to mid-on. So rapidly coming towards the end of play on day 3 here in Chelmsford. And that action up in Headingley. I know you're looking, Victoria.
keeping a close eye. 34 runs needed. Although I'm conscious my computer seems to be taking a little while to update, but it is 34 runs needed. 337 for 5. Joe Root 45 not out.
Got to win that from now, haven't they, from here.
You'd like to think so.
Good decision not to bat first. That's pushed away on the offside. The stats did show, didn't it? The sides batting second at Headingley were generally the ones that won, and Stokes went against just about every knowledgeable pundit. They all said, what's he doing? What's he doing? Bowling first.
They've got a rain delay at Durham. I thought earlier they had bad light, but it's telling me on BBC Sport that there is a rain delay.
Ooh.
With Sussex 111 for 4 in their second innings. They lead up by 145 runs.
Abbott's taking his time walking back to his mark here. And Felix Organ is just being taken out of one of those 3 on the catching side, on the leg side, and he's gone out to deep square leg. Are we going to see a short ball from Abbott? Bowling to Critchley. That's a length ball. He's gone for the Yorker there, actually. It was a double bluff. Well played by Critchley.
He's had to fend off a few of them, hasn't he, Matt?
He has. Yes, he did, yeah. I think it was James Fuller that bowled a couple of decent Yorkers at him as well. He's played them quite well. So, come to the last ball of the day for Kyle Abbott. Liam Dawson again, he's having a chat with a bowler. Probably saying, don't make the bouncer look too obvious. What have we got now? Varma's coming out of slip, which is a rare excursion for him because he's been at slip in both innings most of the time. And he's going on the drive pretty straight on the leg side. This is a weird field, this. And Dawson, I think, is going to join one of 4 on the leg side on the drive catch. So here's Abbott then. Bowles has gone for the Yorker, and that's flicked away. And that's why Felix Organ was out there at deep square leg. It was for the slightly overpitched Yorker. 107 for 3, 1 over left. And Essex trail by exactly 50.
Wesley's scored 50 for Essex, the captain, bringing up his half century. Critchley's there on 13 for patient 46 balls. And having lost those wickets, oh, it was a pigeon almost flies through the window at us.
Wow.
He came very close there.
Whoa.
He's ready to lurk to see what's left behind at the end of play here at Chelmsford. The fall of wickets for Essex in this second innings. Dean Elgar going at 30 for 1. That was in the 12th over. Paul Walter, that was for 18 by the way. Paul Walter out for 13. The fall of wicket there 45 in the 16th over. And the last wicket to fall for Essex was Jordan Cox, who was LBW to Eddie Jack for 12. That was with Essex on 72 in the 29th over. We have had 45 bowled again. There's a delay while the field is set. Organ is going to come around the wickets for this final over from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And it will be Matt Critchley that he's bowling to. He's on 13. So in he comes around the wickets, and that's turned towards short leg by Matt Critchley, dot ball. This is the 7th over bowled by Organ. It's flicked towards deep square leg for a single by Matt Critchley. He moves on to 14. Essex 108 for 3. And do you remember early on in this Essex second innings, you were saying, Kevin, about their scoring rate and how they might have hit the hit parity by the end of play. As Organ is into Wesley, who again uses the wrist to turn that one into the leg side for no run.
It's dropped since then, hasn't it?
It really has. I
Yeah.
think for Essex, it's been a case of just trying to recover when they've lost wickets. 108 for 3 as Organ is in. That's clipped into the leg side by Wesley. No chance of a single there. He remains on 50. Essex remain on 108 for 3.
Yeah, Hampshire bowled well here, but I think also Essex realised the enormity of, you know, if you don't get it right here, they could be in a real bad position.
Organ is in, and that's defended by the Essex captain. Another dot ball.
I think they batted well, actually.
Morgan in, forward is Wesley, and that's the final ball, seen out by the Essex captain. Important half century for him in this Essex second innings. They will resume again on day 4 of this one, 108 for 3, still trailing by 49, but an important partnership building for Essex between Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley. And from an Essex point of view, there's still work to do with the bat going into day 4. How long can they stick around for? Having had good recovery with the ball earlier on today to dismiss Hampshire with a lead of 157. They wouldn't have wanted to lose the early wickets that they have, but Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley looking to keep Essex in this one. They trail at the end of play on day 3 still, 108 for 3 by 49 runs. And we'll say goodbye, shall we? Kevin James and myself, Victoria Polly, back with you for day 4. Join us from just before 11 AM tomorrow to see what happens in this county championship match between Essex and Hampshire.
Sorry, I probably should have said